Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one here down for Division 2. We're going to be closing out the summer tour, the final tour, of course, and what a beautiful region to kick us off with as well with Western Europe. Then we had 3 weeks of incredible action for Division 1. Now we get to see what Division 2 has in store for us. How are we feeling about this?
Feeling good. I mean, it's kind of like last time around, right, where it feels like you've only got 2 spots to get promoted up to that Division 1, and you got a really big handful of solid teams coming through. So, will it be some of the ones that maybe just had a brief dip down, or is it going to be perhaps some new blood making their way up into Division 1? Because we saw it's not easy. We have Manaspa and Enigma Galaxy coming down from Division 1 last tour. This tour, we had Secret come back down as well at the end of it. And, it was really a push there for, well, once again, the D2 Hustlers are going to be coming back down. But there were some teams that pushed them last tour, wasn't there? Ancient Tribe and Alliance especially.
Yeah, so those are really the 2 teams I have my eyes on. I mean, Ancient Tribe made a roster change as well with Weeda coming into the team instead of Mixer. And Mixer, we're actually going to see him today. He's playing on Ivy as well. So, of course, that's going to be the first team we get to watch. But yeah, there's a lot of, you just mentioned Ancient Tribe and Alliance were contesting for that promotional spot. That's crazy to say that OG weren't even contesting it. In fact, they went see you later. So they are back in though. So that is at least always going to be a good thing with the caliber of plays they have. It's great to be able to see their Dota. And then of course the 2 teams that came from the closed qualifiers was Ivy, like we mentioned, and then also Level Up as well, which have a couple of Eastern European players. Sweden Strong, the Hawk. Sweden Strong was actually just in Division 2 previously with PuckChamp. Unfortunately, they weren't able to have too much success. And then Milan's actually coming over as well. So I know Milan has done a lot of coaching recently, but he wants to get back on the keyboard and mouse. Yeah,
it was with Into the Breach, if I'm not mistaken. So he's clearly going to have a lot of understanding about how they play. Maybe that'll serve him well when they do go up against each other. But you're talking about roster changes. I mean, basically every single one of these rosters have undergone some sort of change within the past 2 months, with the exception for Alliance. They're the one that's just kept themselves relatively stable. So I wonder if that stability is going to be rewarded too.
Hopefully, because it's about time that we see a resurgence of Alliance, and we get to see them today as well. Let's take a look at the schedule and who they're going to be facing and what teams will be battling out as well for day 1. Of course, like we said, kicking off Manaspa up against Ivy. Then we've got the second team that got into Division 2 with Level Up versus Alliance, and then finally Old G versus Into the Breach. So we've got some pretty good series today. It's going to be a nice little entree to what we have in store for us over the next 3 weeks.
And I feel like there's a little bit of story across all of them, right? Like for Manaspa and Ivy especially, you've got PO65. He used to be the carry for Ivy, and now he's moved over to Manaspa. So I'm keen to see what he's going to be able to do on that roster. Speaking of Ivy, they've got an Oteka. He was previously with Into the Breach. So, lots of little switches, shuffles, changes. Some of the people were previously stand-ins, like with Old G, Aramis. Now he's playing the position 4. Seb, he moves into his 3. Probably the position that he's become most synonymous with, and it means that not going to see any Rezo with Old G either.
Yeah, which is a little bit sad. Definitely hope Rezo is able to find a home, because it was nice to see him. We had a really nice interview with Rezo last tour as well, so it was good to get the insight from him and the team. Unfortunately, they didn't have success, and we got to see him at the Berlin Major as well, but no team has picked him up yet. I'm sure they will very shortly, but let's kind of take a bit more of a look towards our first series of the night. What are we actually, before we get to the first series, what about the expectations? Yes, for the whole tour, for all the 8 teams, what are we kind of expecting out of this region for Division 2, and also, of course, the teams going at it?
So I feel like Ningba Galaxy are going to go back up. I really rate Yuma. I thought his performance in Tour 2, in Division 2 on D2 Hustles was incredibly solid. And I mean, we saw what Mikey was able to do when he stood in for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, he was just a standout performer. Still a young guy, not 16, like a lot of people say, and he's 21. So, it's still youngish, but the performance is there. And I'm great to see that he's going to have this backing of so many experienced players around him. So I'd say Enigma Galaxy is probably my one. And honestly, toss it up for the other spot. We could see, maybe Alliance are going to get that reward for the stability. Ancient Tribe, it came down to the very last day that they weren't able to qualify up to Division 1 last time around. And, maybe Manaspa has said, you know what, this is just a blip on the radar. We're just going to go right back to where we found our best performances. But you got to keep in mind that it's not going to be with their carry in Nanda. I feel like he was doing a lot of work when he was playing on Manaspa. Yeah,
which is going to be a difficult shoes to fill for PO. Of course, we get to see Nande on Into the Breach as well. So, like you said, there was a lot of little changes in all the rosters, but one team you didn't mention was OG. Is that just one of those teams that you feel like can potentially take that second slot, or is there, maybe that last tour there's now some hesitancy with, are they, can they go up against the top dogs? Because we all know Division 2 Western Europe as a whole is one of the toughest regions, if not, well, it is the toughest region, especially Division 2 as well.
I mean, I would feel a little bit more solid about OG, but again, at the end of the tour, they were 2-5. They were fighting for tiebreakers. They didn't get to eventually play those tiebreakers, but still, they were in tiebreakers. So I think, of course, they've got a lot of experience there. Seb back to the offlane as well. Maybe that's going to have a big change. I know he said he doesn't really like playing it because, he did it for so many years. It's gotten a little bit stale, but I mean, if the man can perform, maybe it's enough to be able to bring them across the line with their new addition in Aramis, who, we've seen the amount of times that this guy has standed in top tier teams and not missed a beat. It's clear that he's a top talent, A-level talent.
Yes, that is. So now let's take a closer look at our first series. Of course, Ivy up against Manaspa. We got to cover Ivy through the closed qualifiers to enter into Division 2. They look like a pretty solid team overall. They did have an overhaul though, like the only remaining member is Mr. Vincento, of course, the team man as the 5, which is really the big thing. They've gotten plays from everywhere, like we said, Mixer from Ancient Tribe, Oteka from Into the Breach, and Rue and Moonlight are really 2 of the question marks overall. Of course, we got to see them again in close qualifiers, but just how are they going to now be able to perform when the stakes are a little bit higher?
Yeah, for sure. Stakes are a bit higher. Also, I mean, Oteka does a little bit, but bringing in a little bit of flair from a different region. Like, yes, it's all Europe at the end of the day, but the more Eastern style as well. We'll see what they're able to do with it. I have a lot of faith in Vincento too. He's a great streamer as well. If you're a support player, watch his streams because the man knows his stuff. And yeah, I'm keen to see what they're able to do with this new roster. I mean, you and I were both big fans of Mixer as well when he was playing back on Ancient Tribe.
Yes, so... and then, of course, their opponent, like you said, is it just a blip on the radar for Manaspa? Are they going to be able to enter Division 1, at a pretty rapid rate, because this is a team with a very unique style. I mean, definitely whenever you are captained by Mr. Spartan himself, there's something that he's able to bring to a game that not many other fives, and let alone not many other captains are able to do.
I mean, he's one of the true surviving position sixes out there. Like, he will give up his life freely if it's going to give his team just that little bit of extra information, or if it means getting down that additional ward that they have to be able to play around. He'll take the risky plays. You know, high risk, high reward really does describe his gameplay. My question mark does come is PO going to be able to fill the shoes that Nanda was so effective at, you know, because you need someone to be able to effectively use the space that you're making by making all of these, you know, ballsy, risky plays.
So we'll see. We'll see for PO. We'll have to say that this first series would be a nice way to just, you know, get some experience in with the team overall. I know PO's been around for a little bit of time, mainly hit the scene with Bait. Before then, like we said, Ivy as well. But just a nice first easier series, so to say. I think we'd both say Ivy towards the lower of the pack. Come on, don't give me a look like that.
I will. I'll look at you however I want to look at you. You know, you're the little brother here. So you asked me about my predictions for the entire tour. How about yours? I'm not going to let you off scot-free.
Okay. I think there's a top four, and I feel like any one of those, I'd say, could potentially take it.
Not good enough. Nigma, I need a two. I need a top two.
You need a two? Okay. Nigma and OG. We'll see them back in Div 1.
What a fan.
For the first time, I suppose.
What a fan this guy
I think, well, also, I have no information on how seriously they're taking it, because I know there were some talks that the previous OG, well, last tour, they were kind of not taking it as seriously. They're just having fun playing Dota again. I don't know if that's changed. So if that's changed, everyone should be very, very scared. If it hasn't changed, then, you know, that's why I said you toss in a couple other teams. So again, I really think Ancient Tribe, how's WEU going to fit in? Because we got to cover a lot of their games previously, and their interviews were incredible. Like, this is a team that has built quite the chemistry just with the boys overall. The Bulgarians, right? The Bulgans, two Serbians, Serbs, and they are just lovely people. Give great interviews. The happiness they bring to the game, it's definitely exciting to watch. And so I'm hoping for the best for them as well. And you know, there's a question mark how Alliance going to form too, because you said they're the only team that have stuck around for as long as what they have. Everyone's made a little bit of roster changes. Everything I've seen, like photos and on socials, they look very happy together, enjoying playing, enjoying being around each other as well. I know they're boot camping now. So you're also a good friend of Mr. Ponlo. Have you got any insider information that, you know, how's he feeling, how the boys are feeling? You got anything to share?
If you want to know how he's feeling, just look at his Instagram. You know, he is a frequent poster. He's a bit of an addict to the old social media. So I'll give you a bit of a plug there, Podlo. You know, just get a few followers from that. But, you know, he's such a nice guy. He's very passionate about Dota. So I wish all the best for him. And, you know, I'm always a big fan of these people that... I don't know if region hop is the right way to go about it, but like you just look at Dendi over in North America, you look at Samael over in China now, and you know you've got some Southeast Asian talent coming up to the European region. Both Ponlo and Chuen doing it. Armel, he seemed like the absolute standout from Secret in that tour, even though they weren't successful in staying up in Division 1.
Which is definitely sad. I'm a big Secret fan, but also I am a very, very big Armel fan. So it's a little bit heartbreaking to see him down in Division 1 after his first tour. Wasn't even able to be with the boys for the whole tour as well. He was in a hotel, unfortunately. But that is for a different time. That is for a completely different tour, and unfortunately a different year as well. Because again, keep in mind, this is the final tour. You need to get to Division 1. You do not want to start next year off in Division 2. It's just going to slow down that process. We already know how difficult it is to make it to the majors and make it to TI as well. But let's start here. Ivy versus Manaspa. Manaspa going to be on the Radiant side playing with first pick. Ivy on the Dire side playing with second pick as well.
So with the, I mean, for this as well, in terms of the stakes of the tour, you want to make sure you're getting top two, not just to start in Div 1 next year, but to be able to have a slightly better seeding when it comes to the regional qualifiers time, right? Like you want to make sure there's a lot of teams automatically qualifying for TI just based off DPC points, but there's going to be a fair few sitting around like the 5 or so 100 mark, which is a lot of points, but still not going to be enough to make it. So you got to make sure you're in that upper bracket when the first round comes around. Are you just chuckling at the Deucer? What's going on?
Yes, I am. I mean, it's I just remembering as soon as I saw the Deuce, I'm like, oh yeah, Ivy, they always still first phase in close qualifiers. They're not one of those teams that will leave it and just let it go in the pool, maybe get banned second phase. No, if they have an opportunity to pick it, they will.
I mean, why not, right? Still feels like a pretty strong hero. A little surprising that they haven't got rid of the Pangolier, or at least picked it up for Manaspa, maybe just not wanting to reveal everything about the first phase in terms of their cores. But you'd have to say Pango plus Magnus isn't a bad combination. You know, you can really start to ramp up some of the damage, overwhelming team fight, even means that if you go into like... I guess you don't really go power treads on the Pango that often. It's much more the arcanes, but still, in terms of right clicks outside of the Rolling Thunder and the Swashbuckle, you're able to do a lot. Let's see how Ivy are able to protect this Deucer. You know, what are they looking to pair together with it? Well, a lot of the time, when they are playing with it, they want that big space maker. You know, the Shadow Demon can be relegated to being a little bit more of like the smoke blocker, to be standing in front of the Deucer for the inevitable ganks, where the other three are off showing off the map. So you need to really pick up some high damage, in my opinion, on these remaining Ivy heroes, especially considering you're going up against a Magnus. He wants to be farming, you got to punish it.
5 seconds remaining.
We've spoken at length how we kind of both believe this 8th pick is... The 8th pick for the team with first pick is the most important pick of their draft. And the fact they go Mirana is a little bit interesting, and I think why is there's going to be some flex for Manaspa. We all know what Universal Heroes are doing right now. They are very, very strong. Of course, Miranda is one of those Universal Heroes as well. So I would be quite surprised if they pick up Miranda 8th like this and don't try and have it flexed later on, just because you'd be wasting a very, very key pick. And like, why go Miranda here? There's no way you'd get banned out. You could just pick it 16th, 17th. It doesn't even look like a crazy Mirana game. Like, it's not like you already paired it with someone who could help you arrows early. So you reckon there's going to be flex as well?
I think it's possible. I mean, when you look at Manaspa and more importantly Pio, I mean, Ivy are going to know his hero pool, right? Like, Mirana is one of the heroes that he can play from that position 1 role. You can play it with a Magnus as well, just to amp up the damage even further. I mean, you're right-clicking so quickly that Empower, even as a ranged hero, is going to be quite significant. When you think of him, it's the Lesh and it's the Mirana, those big two that he likes to play as a bit more of the unorthodox style. So you can play it 1 or you can play it 4-5. That's really where Manaspa like to run the Mirana.
5 seconds remaining.
It's also good to know as well. Wish is going to get his Tinker banned out. They seem like it's a pretty good game for it, even if they don't have the 18th pick to protect it as soon as the bans come up. They feel like it's a game where Wish is going to be able to play it. They're going to get rid of it straight away. I mean, very similar to Kiritaka, of course, for 9 Pandas. You just have some of those Tinker players where if there's an opportunity to pick it, you make sure you block that out straight away.
Now, I'm not complaining because I'm getting a little bit tired of this hero and it's getting a bit stale, but we haven't seen a Techies yet, and I'm a little shocked. You know, it is been able to get its way almost through the entire second phase of bans without being picked or banned, and I just feel like it's such a strong hero across the board, especially for Manaspa, to be honest, right? Like, I guess it could be for Ivy as well in terms of the ganking potential, but... Magnus wants to be farming, Deucer wants to be farming, and you've got some good damage output both for the lane and in terms of roaming ganks yourself. So you can actually kind of fulfill what Shadow Demon is doing by picking up the techies, right? You go for the ganks, you have a little bit more offensive capability than an SD does, but you can also do things like set up a bunch of mines to be able to protect the Deucer from smoke ganks coming from the other team. You know, you're always going to have that extra little bit of layer of information.
Do you like their support setup though? Because who are they going to try and play with the Medusa?
I would have preferred having it on Manaspa, yeah. I guess you could do both, really. I think the Shadow Demon is going to have a bit of an harder time against the Magnus, just because you don't really want to be getting anywhere remotely close to him. Because if you do, especially if it's being paired with a Rubik, for example, it's just a simple lift back into a skewer back and you're probably dead. Whereas Techie's, he's able to keep the range. He's able to keep far enough away. And you can see Manaspa with these last 2 picks here. They're still keeping the option of this Mirana being both a 1 or a 5.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Honestly, even the Void Spirit could be a 1, right? It's being paired with a Magnus. We've seen it done before.
Yeah, could be some flex potential for Manaspa. A lot of flex at the moment. I'm always a big Void Spirit fan. It looks like an incredibly free game. You already show both supports that are going to have a lot of difficulty with dealing with him. And yes, Purge is kind of nice, and Techies has a stun, but really how reliable is that with the charge up? Like, you need someone else to set up. So it looks like at the moment Wish is going to have a great time if it is him playing, of course, on the Void Spirit.
Like this Quap. I mean, it's just strong overall. It's one of Wish's best heroes as well. Obviously, sorry, not Wish. Moonlight's one of his better heroes, and you've banned out a lot of the other spirits as well. Maybe they could have considered a Viper unless it's been banned out, but I think your draft would just be way too static if that's the way that they were going to look to go about it.
I feel like every tour Spartan has the same like setup of camera. It's just
Where's the hat though?
pitch black. True, that is true.
10 seconds remaining.
And then of course the footy star himself there, Mr. Desire. But I don't know what it is, you know. Spartan's like pitch black, blur camera,
What's that painting of? It's
a
like chair with
guitar,
cello.
a
It's
chair.
cello. Yeah.
Oh, it's a cello. Okay, there you go. You're
A little bit
more
more
gifted
cultured
than I am.
you.
Yeah, yeah, sure. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, no, I don't know my cellos. How dare I?
I'm trying to read his shirt. Handmade. I don't want to. Maybe I don't want to read it. Oh, a bunk bed. You ever have a bunk bed growing up?
10 seconds.
No. I mean, I don't have siblings, so yeah,
5
I do now, but I did not growing up. So no, I didn't have a bunk bed. I regardless would not like to be in the top bed, but
Radiant team.
yeah,
I'm more
it
of
is what
I'm more of a bunk bed myself. I roll too much in my sleep, so I'd be scared of rolling out of bed.
Come on, Asper. What do we go for? Show the flex. Give us the Mirana 1. They think it's what do they think?
I mean, it could be mid. It could still be their mid laner that they want to be able to lane against this Quap, right? Maybe something that's just able to outrange it. But the Void Spirit into the Quap isn't horrible, though, right? Like, you can just grab the Dissimulate to be able to dodge out the dagger, and it's manageable. You know, you're going to be taking a lot of right-click harass for the lane, and it really just comes down to your execution. But I think you could afford to... I mean, maybe they go like a Puck, for example. You know, if you're able to hold them in place, then Void Spirit, Mirana, you level up the Starstorm to max, you're going to be able to get some good benefit out of that. I think it could work.
Yeah.
Is Wind Ranger banned? Yeah, it is. Could they still Pango? Okay. Wasn't expecting that.
This is... I mean, I thought Dusa was pretty good versus Lycan because you just kind of build a formation and you're able to deal with summons relatively easily. But I don't know if there's some like Diffusal Blade build. With that being said, the supports are food for Lycan. They have no way to deal with this hero. So
Wolfbite sort of Lycan as well, just
Could
to
be
add that
true.
extra crit onto the Magus
Quickly-
or the Void Spirit.
I have a suggestion. Just Tide. Sorry, continue because it looks like quite the Tide game.
I want to hear Tide Hunter is what you're thinking. Just slow the game
Yes. Well, Tide versus Mag and then Tide versus Lycan's quite nice. You don't really care about the arrow. I think they need team fight. You need some way to initiate. Tide Techie's lane's pretty strong. Very, very strong, in fact.
down. Possibly Underlord as well. I don't think it's banned.
Yep.
Right? I mean, it's... In terms of, like, root against the Lycan, if he does want to go this Helm of the Overlord into a not BKB, into an Aghanim Scepter, then obviously the root is going to be very effective against a Mirana, against a Void Spirit. Root's just as good as stuns, effectively, just because they really don't want to be buying BKBs either, at least super early on. So I could see those working just in terms of, like, being a little bit more reliable. My main question for Ivy is where's the damage going to come from? Because Tide or Underlord don't really provide it.
Yeah. It's a lot of pressure on Moonlight then, right? You have to pop up. And we have seen that on the Queen of Pain. Like, this is a hero that can output a ridiculous amount of damage, but you do need some time to get to that stage.
I mean, is he going to go like, I don't know. Yeah, okay, they just Underlord. I was going to throw out the possibility of like an Alchemist offlane and you feed Quap and Ags or something like that just to really ramp up the damage early on before they're ready for it. And, you know, if you went Alchemist Techies, it's not the worst lane overall, but we were actually waiting to see if it's going to be Techies as a 4 or a 5, but more importantly, Shadow Demon 4 or 5. And it looks like it's going to be a Shadow Demon 5 paired together with a Taker. So that means that even though you are playing on the Dire side, I guess Techies could do it as well, but you're just not quite as good at being able to build up stacks for this Deucer, for this Underlord, compared to if the lanes were switched around.
It took me all the way till now to see Desire's name on the Mirana, but how could I forget this man? This man loves his Mirana. One of the spammers out there. So just interesting. You know, we're gonna. What do we got?
You seeing where other people are? We're seeing a
Yes.
Wish Magnus as well,
And the carry Void. So this
makes
is
sense.
Yeah, like you really like it with the Magnus, right? At least some way to be able to increase his farming speed, because that can be one of the issues with the Void Spirit, where you could be too kill focused, and sometimes if you don't get kills, then you can start to fall a little bit behind. So let's see, like, is Deucer going to be that ultimate late game carry? Because they will not match her as the game goes on in regards to hard carries.
No, I'm still trying to like toss up what this Lycans build is going to be, right? Is he really just in position to make sure that, look, you already are lacking a little bit in damage yourself on Ivy, and then with the Howl, you're going to have even less damage output potentially, and then we're just going to be able to run over you. There's nothing really that's going to be stopping the Lycan from picking up into that Hurley-ish Helm of the Overlord, and then if he does go into the Aghanim Scepter, then it's just going to be too much damage for them to deal with. I mean, we've seen even Underlords, tanky hero as they are, they can melt when you've just got this overwhelming burst damage.
Yeah, that they can indeed. So we'll have to find out, of course. What a way to do it, though, with game one here of the third tour. Manaspa up against Ivy. Every single game, every single series is ever so vital. Like we keep preaching, Western Europe, the most difficult region. Doesn't matter if it's Division 1 or Division 2. It can be very penalizing if you lose one series against a team that you maybe should be taking. So looks like we got some banter back and forth. There's a have fun with no luck from Vincento, all capitals as well. So some extra twist to it, and then even Spartans writing out the full good luck and have fun. So looks like there is definitely some respect. Of course, these guys have played each other through multiple years. Very well. But
it takes us all the way back to, what was it, 2016, 2017, Boston Major. A few of these guys are major runner-ups, you know, when they were playing back on Adfinum. So they've got a lot of experience. I'm just keen to see, like, what is... I'm not really sure if Spartan's going to be able to play that same sort of style that he's become so famous for.
Oh, no. Oh, not like this. Not like this, dude. Ah, Vincento. He's just,
Little deep.
Yes. They're quite deep. Did he have a ward? He had a sentry. So, I mean, with where he was pathing to, would have got that D ward. Unfortunately, like you said, a little bit deep for that time. So, that's not how you want to start this final tour off, giving over first blood. And who got it as well? What do you know? The mid laner. Very cool.
Fantastic. The Magnus, busted hero.
Oh, he's got bottle.
Isn't that fun?
Honestly, man, this could make this lane very bearable now for Wish. Yeah, which is a big thing. Like Queen of Pain, we all know this hero can easily out-harass someone with the dagger spam. Maybe it's a little bit different because the mag can have a decent amount of HP regen with going like a bracer, but you've got a bottle now to start. So this could really swing the matchup, which should be Queen of Pain favored, to like much more even.
Yeah, Quap hasn't even leveled up anything yet, so I wonder if the bottle being picked up is actually going to change any of his attitude towards everything. And you talk about harass. Look at the bottom side of the map. Spartan, he's already popped the salve for this lane because he went level 1 telekinesis just to be able to secure that that bounty rune to be able to start the game off. So they clearly want to hit the ground running, but it's going to come at the cost of what is happening in this bottom lane in terms of just getting harassed out by the techies. Rue is going to be able to out-trade him this entire laning stage.
What about top lane, though? Of course, we got the ever so stable Medusa for Otaka and Skylark on his Lycan. This seems like more of a farming lane. Are there any other shenanigans that can maybe come out here, though?
Doubtful. I mean, I think Skylark is going to be pretty happy if he's just able to farm, right? Just because we know that it's going to take a little bit for Lycan to be able to be truly present in a lot of these team fights, right? Like, you're going to get slowed down by a Shadow Demon. You're going to get slowed down by a Pit of Malice. You're even going to get slowed down by a bit by the techies. So maybe it's just the attitude of, you know what, I'm not actually going to make plays. Ivy don't really have the tools to be able to do so. So if we're able to get farm on all three of our melee cores that are going to be able to use Empower, I can get into that Helm of the Overlord. I can get into that Aghanim Scepter. And you mentioned that it would be hard to get onto the backlines, but if you give the Wolf Bite over to the Void Spirit, he could just completely rip apart that Shadow Demon, and suddenly it's all systems go.
Yep. Which is definitely going to be, regardless if he gets the bite for Pio, that's going to be his game plan. Like, support's #1 for him to be able to jump. And I really wonder what his item build is going to be as his game goes on. Like, is it just your stock standard mid build with the Echo into the Manta, into the Nullifier, then you can kind of go from there? Or is there going to be a little bit of a twist to this carry Void Spirit?
I think you get a lot of value out of the Manta, of course, both in terms of the damage and, you know, being able to avoid the Pit, for example, not being slowed down by the Shadow Strike from the Queen of Pain. By the way, has put a couple of points into it, so despite the fact that you're going up against an early bottle and an early bracer, still going to be needed just to keep yourself in the lane, you know, copping a few cleaves just from the Empower here.
Does seem like there's going to be a lot of emphasis this game with stacks, right? You've got a Medusa on Ivy, then of course you've got a Mag with Empower on Manaspa, so do we think that's something that the supports need to be considering already at this stage of the game?
I think it's something that Desire could certainly look to consider, right? Skylark, I believe, has the Helm of Iron Will coming out to him, so now he's a whole lot more survivable, and we've been talking about this Deuce Shadow Demon not really being the biggest kill lane.
Oh, nice blast off. Okay.
So it's not really a strong kill lane, so you can afford to, you know, move away on this Mirana. You can see he's already made a rotation to pick up the Bounty Rune, might stick around for the 4-minute Water Rune, might even be able to get a stack off as well in the meantime, but seems like he wants to... What's he doing? He's not body blocking. He's just getting a little bit of vision around the Watcher.
Again, like we were saying, though, with that bottle getting delivered from Wish to start the game, reminder, he's 21-6 compared to the 17-3. So Queen of Pain, that he's supposed to body lanes, or at least that's a big reason why you draft, though he's currently not, because the first blood that was given over to Wish. So...
Man, I'm going to feel so bad whenever we talk about Wish. You know, a lot of the time when you think of, like, you know, budget versions of something, you say, like, the Wish blank. So it's like, he's not that bad.
Well, you're bringing it up. I never said he was that bad.
No, I never said he was bad either. I'm just saying people could construe it that way. That we're kind of flaming him when we say, you know, the Wish, you know, so-and-so hero.
Yeah, but the Wish has plenty of other meanings as well.
Go on, list them.
He's a wishful guy. Wish is it's important to wish for things, no?
What do you wish for?
I'm trying to think of
world peace is the easy
response. World peace. See, I was trying to think of a response like that, or one that would be a little bit more personal. World peace is what I wish for.
Well,
I
so
wish
original.
for your happiness and health, Danog.
Oh,
that's what I wish
the nicest thing you've ever said.
So while we were speaking about Piero's item build before, he's got a diffuser blade queued up, and meanwhile Vincento is also getting chased down as well with nice body blocks out of Skylark. They might be able to get the kill. Nova level up in the Star Soul node. Desire still in level 2 at the moment, so lacking some of the damage to be able to chase Vincento down. But yeah, Piero's got a diffusal queued up, so okay, very interesting.
Sure. I mean, you're up against a Deucer, right? Feels pretty solid to be able to get that one out. Honestly, even against an Underlord, right? Unless he gets into an early-ish mana boots, then you're going to have a little bit more challenge if he starts laying in some of these right-clicks onto you. I mean, that was naturally just going to happen. You know, Shadow Demon don't do much for the lane. This is definitely a hero that you pick up for the mid to late game, not so much the laning stage.
So, with that being said, where do you think this hero is best suited? In the safe lane or the off lane? Is it 4 or 5? 'Cause I have an
the
opinion. I
only
wanna hear
reason
what
you
yours
really
is.
want to pick it is if they're like so heavily committal on a bunch of single target spells, or if you've got, sorry, I'm just looking at Pio on this bottom lane, getting dived a little bit here, but it'll dodge out the sticky bomb damage, or you're up against like Wind Ranger and these other style of heroes that you just need to make sure are purged. Even like an Ursa, Shadow Demon's pretty good against it because again,
Yeah.
very single target, and the Demonic Purge is going to get rid of those overpowers as well.
Scanning.
Yeah. I hope he's able to continue to make some stacks around this top side of the map. But I think that's really one of the big benefits with you playing in the off lane as a 4. And I think this hero is...
I don't think he's made any so far.
No. So... Well, I mean, we see Desire's already starting to make a couple. That is a triple the Ancients, triple the Hard as well, so...
He should be doing, so I like it
Yes.
from him, right? You're totally safe with the Lycan in this lane. He's a good 400 net worth ahead of the Medusa right now, not really being bullied at all. Even holding just the Diadem in the backpack instead of the Iron Branch.
Man, I just took a look at the net worth and saw Moonlights compared to Wish as well.
Yep.
That's... I mean,
The
that's
difference a bottle can
devastating.
make.
So, one big thing about the Magnus, in fact, I think we even spoke about this maybe today or yesterday in one of our casts, that this is not an active mid laner. Like, you will be farming for 15, let's say 15 to 17 minutes, something like that. We see at the moment there's a lot of very active mid laners. Queen of Pain, Puck, all the spirits to add into there as well.
Dire's middle tower.
And it's going to be a bit of a concern for Manaspa. I think the one nice thing is that you have a very stable off lane. Skylark is always going to be able to get his farmer's wish. No hesitation. Just drop the RP. Got the DD as well. Plenty of damage to be able to get the kill. And like we were just saying, he's not wanting to rotate. So if he sees a free kill that he can use RP on, he's more than happy to do so.
Yeah, I was almost wishing that with that
top
double
lane.
damage that he had... Oh,
Potato, is he going to have enough health? Oh my lord. The one time you see Medusa when the mana goes, usually a pop, but this time not enough.
Sento as well. He is pretty donezo here. He's going to get chased down with the remnants of that shapeshift. Quick kill onto him, and I mean, it's going to be a while until the Medusa gets back into this lane as well. What I was saying before is I kind of wish that Wish went over after killing the techies with that RP and just took away some of the stuff that he was stacking. You know, he should probably know that this is the area that he was looking to get. He already had 4 points in the Empower, and he had double damage as well. Well, this is a nice little yoink away, though.
Get out, my friends, they're coming.
Run away.
Spartans even trying to scout out if they're taking the Ancients. They want the kill instead. Arrow. Okay, that looked like a hit
that
on
not
my
hit?
screen. I have no idea. Wish. What's the play now going to be for the Magnus? Just acting strong. In fact, he's definitely a bit of a strong man. Rue is going to find that out now firsthand, but of course, no stuns. Wish is out. Does TP all the way back to base. Needs a refill on the resources.
I feel like there was a patch where giving the high five actually broke your TP at one point. So
Really?
if that was still the case, I would have been like, ooh.
Nah, come on. That takes away the classic TP out in their face and not having any stuns, and you ask for the high five.
Gaben's taken that into account. You know, when you survive on a little bit of HP and TP out, you just automatically taunt in their face. You don't even need to trigger it.
It's mental warfare. That's one thing that can never really truly be accounted for. We don't know how much it comes into play.
Let's take.
Spawning?
I mean, he's already used the Fade Bolt. Ooh, arrow not on the mark though. No, they will see the fact that this camp has been pulled though. So I wonder if they're going to stick around this mid lane for this next little bit. I mean, you've got the tier 1 token just delivered through to the Mirana. You've got Rubik hanging around in the area. We can see Spartan gets a D-ward off and scouts out that some of these stacks are being built. But can't overstay your welcome. I mean, this is an Underlord body blocking you as you try and run away. But Underlord has no boots and no mana either.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just figured a little bit about the taunting. Just drops the whoops. No level in pit. Out they go. That's a big concern for Ivy. Where are your stuns? That's what we brought up in the draft when you see Shadow Demon techies together. Sport duo can be a little bit awkward. And, I mean, they're using it to perfect advantage on Manaspa. You just have no one to play at the moment with the Queen of Pain. Like, she's ready to go. 4 points up in the screen. You've got the Sonic Wave. Might be waiting for the Witchblade. Looks like this time Spartan's going to end up going down. Oh.
any chance that you have to get any sort of kill, you take it, especially if it just gets fed to you on a silver platter like that, like Spartan just did. But it does mean that they body block the hard camp, they protect their ancient camp, but I'm not sure if Deuce is quite ready yet to be able to take it. And if she does move and do that, like, what else on the map are you giving up? This is a Lycan that's getting close-ish to the Helm of the Overlord, just 1,000 gold away.
Yeah, Deuce is not ready yet, but Wish definitely is. Taking a gigantic stack of the Ancients, which means Desire is able to soak up some experience mid lane. And continue to put the pressure on. Tower goes down to the Wolves as well, so they just can't even stand there to defend it. Nope. Easy tower for Manaspa to be able to find. Desire might mean a little trouble with no leap charges. Moonlight pump faking the Sonic Wave. Tools otherwise required. We've got a shapeshift actually from across the map, so Skylark's going to swing on over. And Desire's got an arrow as well, so Lance on the mark. Finds a home deep in the neck of the techies. Man, Manaspa making quick work out of this. They're not messing around. 5,000 net worth lead, 12 minutes in.
That is a 12.5-minute Helm of the Overlord, my friend, and not really something that you want to be going up against when, again, you are severely lacking in damage on Ivy in this early game. That's why they've just been completely free to make moves wherever they want to. You know, the Techies does a lot in the lane, but not if you're just having to play with someone like an Underlord who's a little bit more passive. You can see that Mixer, he's anticipating a lot of this action's about to come, with a Pit of Malice now putting a couple of points into it, but who even takes this? I wonder if it might even need him to help Otaka look to take some of these ancient stacks. Not sure if he can.
Oh, I don't like this.
On his own, yeah. Deuce needs that farm. She's sitting last on net worth right now. In terms of the cause. It seems like he was just softening it up for her. Maybe. Maybe not. Seems like they're kind of in two minds.
Looks like they're just going to take it. So, I mean, the supports need some experience as well. Both Vincento and Rue only level 5. Now they'll get their ultimates to work with. And maybe that's some of the damage that they were missing for this small skirmish that we saw recently. But like, what is the game plan from Ivy? Are they just going to continue to play reactively? But they're down 5,000, make it 6,000 gold now. So what are we hoping out of them over the next couple of minutes?
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. I think they're just forced to play reactively. So just make sure that you've got plenty of mana to be able to take these fights eventually. Mixer, he can, of course, join any fight that he wants with the Fiend's Gate. If he's able to get into the Crimson Guard, then you're going to provide a lot of extra sustain for the rest of your team. But, I mean, Manaspa, they feel ready to be able to make moves right now. Arrow not going to be off the mark for Vincento, but I mean, they've got the mechanism, they've got the Helm of the Overlord, they've got the Diffusal Blade picked up, Magnus has Harpoon in 5 gold. Like, they've hit all of their timings at a really early stage for Manaspa. They go for some sort of smoke here. It's just with the Shadow Demon, but I mean, is this just to get up some deep vision? He doesn't even have an Observer Ward picked up yet.
They will run into my friend, Moonlight. All right, we'll be able to blink away. So Piero's going to try and jump on over the top. All ultimates committed. Spartan with a stolen blink. Fade up in a couple of seconds. Might be lacking the damage by himself. Now over the northern side, a fight continues to break out here in RP. Just onto a measly support, but still the numbers advantage going to favor Manaspa as now Skylark and co. No hesitation for them to dive deep onto the tower. Taker tries to defend himself with the Stone Gaze. It'll buy him enough time to retreat, but really, it's just moments apiece for him. And now Mixer as well is trying to join him in the afterdive.
They glyph to get a little bit of multi-shot damage.
I mean, they know how truly strong they are. That glyph does pay off in the end. Skylark's going to go down, but Wish, I still had an RP. He didn't even use it before. Onto 2. Moonlight skewered over the top, cancelling any blink potential. What a clean gameplay from the boys of Manaspa.
That's no Wish brand RP right there. That's the real deal. And he was able to just, you know, bait that one, hold it out. Man, Spartan, he was keeping that Quap out of the fight entirely. And, I mean, we've harped on about it. They are lacking in damage. And if you can keep out the main damage source with your position 5 off the back of what Spartan was able to steal, I think he had a Shadow Strike and he eventually stole the Blink as well. It just makes him so much more survivable in that fight. Eventually barely loses the engagement, but the rest of the team get it done.
And we see how that fight started as well. They just de-warded that cliff on Manaspa. That was the attempt that they had previously on Vincento. So the comms weren't there, that Manaspa were grouping up and already had a ward on that cliff. Moonlight was out of the fight, like you said. And then from there, what could they do? It was just an easy chase down. They could kite the Stone Gaze. Deuce has got no farm, so she's not an issue right now.
No, she's not. It really doesn't feel like she's going to become relevant anytime soon. I mean, it's just the Yasha that she's picked up at this point in time with the Dragon Lance. I mean, level 12 with a Manta, I guess, is the next big thing that you're looking for, but there's really no reason for Manaspa to put the brakes on, you know? They could just look to farm a lot more aggressively now.
Oh, they're gonna try and continue to get kills, though. It's another way to be able to find some gold. Pio is out of his mobility, but that will be no issue, as I have no way to continue the chase and very hesitant about going under the tower because I don't see any of the other members. Manaspa starting to bring some extra of the heroes down bottom. We're just going to be able to find the setup, of course, into the arrow. Easy like that. And Skylark, he's already looking for the +1, trying to hunt down some of the supports. Might just go for a taker instead. There's once again a defensive Stone Gaze, but that's all they'll get out of it. I think they even got a glimpse of Rue. Pio swinging over like he saw someone. No one's going to be home, though.
Oh, you cannot lose this stack. This is your last little bit of farm to be able to play around. They've got the vision, at least for now, and... what an arrow.
Oh, and they're going to find him. And still all the creeps are there.
They've got RP as well.
Run, my friend! Get through the gate! Oh, no! The fuse will slow. It's just Pio. Looks like Oteka should be chilling.
I mean, they'll just yoink the farm. They're happy enough to be able to do that, and because of the offensive glyph being used up top just for that multi-shot damage, they don't have the ability to be able to protect this tower. You're already going up against an ancient black dragon this early on, and how are you supposed to stop this? Moonlight, he's got the ult available, but then you have no damage output as well. Looks like they're still going to force them to back off. I'm honestly a bit surprised that they haven't taken this other tier 2 tower, but I guess they're satisfied enough just being able to yoink away one of the bits of farm, as Desire might even be able to survive all this.
He's got the backup to protect. Oh, Moonlight, no way, dude. Pio's got so much damage with this diffuser blade. Won't be able to get Rue, but Desire, that's a worthwhile sacrifice. Spartan?
That's just fun.
Might be able to snipe Rue, not to be. Looks like he's still able to get the kill somehow onto the techies, and worthwhile sacrifices. Pio now, he's ready to go once again, but the ultimate's at the ready. This is just a mauling. It's just Ivy sending bodies in, hoping it's going to be enough. Unfortunately, they just don't have the damage, nor the stuns. Pio in some trouble, but I don't think Mix is going to be able to kill him by himself.
Definitely not now. No Lotuses for him to be able to grab down bottom, as Mixer even looking to try and bullying him away. And I mean, Skylark is just popping into that ultimate off cooldown at this stage.
Come on, dude. Did the voice really just bait him? You got Wish here, you got Skylark here. Wish? Oh.
Oh.
What's going on?
Wish
got the numbers advantage. Don't. Come on. Oh, look at the wraparound. Look at the call.
He's been playing great this game. We can let him know when he misses something.
Oh, don't group up! Don't group up! Wish! What a smoke call to wrap all the way around. They were not expecting it at all. They've always been one, make it even 2 steps ahead of Ivy for the entirety of this game 1. What a dominating way for them to start the debut of their 3rd tour. Like you said, it might just be a blip on the radar. And with this performance, it's looking like that's going to be the case. If they can continue to repeat this, then my God.
I mean, the draft by far was superior. You know, we were kind of at odds as to what this last pick was going to be. Was it going to be a Tide? Was it going to be an Underlord? But it would have felt a similar sort of lacking, regardless of what they picked, right? They just don't have any damage right now to be able to contest with what Manaspa are throwing at them. You know, Doom being banned out might have potentially been an option. You can get a little bit more aggressive in the lanes, but of course, banned out first phase, so that was never going to be the case. And well, there's right now just nothing to do with this Helm of the Overlord creep. You've now got a Nullifier as well on Skylark. So, I mean, yeah, this feels very rough for mine, and it's a completed Manta style as well for Pio, so even more damage coming out from him.
And it's got to be so scary as well now heading into the next couple of drafts. Just, they obliterated the Medusa. Yep. Like a lot of teams for a while, I know this Medusa is not as strong as what she used to be. She's still a very good carry, but this is now going to free up the draft so much because Ivy, again, this is their backbone strategy, something that they were able to go all through the closed qualifiers with. So the fact that in game 1, Manaspa just looked this clean against it has to be very concerning now.
To me, it's always the case of if you're going to pick Dusa, you build. They're already in shape. I guess they want to Roche real quick? Yeah, I guess so. You need to get rid of the big counters. You know, anyone that loves to go for that mana burn, whether it be Pango, Wind Ranger, Anti-Mage, yada yada yada. And you also need to get rid of these heroes that are going to scale better than you, so that if it does go late game, you are by and far the superior late game carry. But if you just give the enemy team something that's strong in the lane, that's strong in the mid game, and strong in the late game, like the Magnus, this is what's going to happen to you. And you give them first blood too.
So I guess one thing that maybe does need to be said is that I think going high ground from Manaspa is still going to be a little bit awkward into the spam of the techies, into the Underlord as well. If you can get Scepter by then, which is still a long time away from Moonlight, that could help out. But with also that being said, I think Mag has always been known as one of the better heroes to deal with the Medusa, because you can just push her out of formation, as we're going to see that be the case here for Mixer. This is supposed to be a tanky hero. Like, he's
keep pushing if they want. Like,
they might look for Moonlight.
Shadow.
Do they have the depth? Oh, Creep's got aggroed, so Arrow's not going to be there, which was the control they needed. Wish is still coming over. RP not going to connect, but Moonlight now is still not to escape. Wish easily able to close the distance. And it was an Arcane with the RP as well, so it's not the longest cooldown, only 70 seconds.
Little silver linings, you know, that's what we need at this point of the game, as they look to take the last tower. Once again, no glyph, and they still won't have it for another minute and change. As, I mean, Skylark just feels supremely confident to be able to go in here, and, I mean, they've caught out a techies, so no Underlord, no techies, no quap, no damage, and no protection for this high ground either.
Got the butterfly. Deucer ain't wanting to come back just yet, but the issue is there's no tier 2s to stop them from going for any more objectives. So we've got Shapeshift ready to go, and also already looking for some more kills as well, as Wish finds another easy skewer. I mean, it's the classic Harpoon skewer. It's just so easy. One person steps even an inch over the line, and you're going to know about it straight away.
He has to buy back, and it's just completely ruined his net worth. You've got Desire on his Mirana sitting 5th overall on net worth, ahead of the pop against the Underlord. He's just been caught again.
Like you said, there's your defender, and now he's gone for 70 seconds. Deuce is still not back just yet. Really wanting to complete the butterfly, but it's going to take too long. They're just swarming further inside the base. It's pillaging time to celebrate with some beautiful kills. Some of the best times of Dota as well inside the base. You know you've won the game. Time to use your spells to their strength. Add to the tally. They're even going to get Otake. Why not? Nice read as well where Otake is positioning. And they're going to hunt it down. Oh, no way. Okay, that is the perfect way to cap out this game of what it's been. He tries to TP in the tree line. Desire throws a random arrow, not even knowing where Medusa was TPing out. And it connects and cancels it. Are you serious?
They were just going for the cliff at the very end there, just to rub salt into the wound, but Wish slightly off the mark. I mean, Desire, we mentioned him, the football star, but, you know, right now it could be taking up archery sometime soon, because he's really been on point with some of these arrows. Going for another random one there, not going to land. This is just a formality. They could... maybe they can't go through backdoor. Lanes aren't really in the best position to be able to stop that anytime soon. Just look to farm heroes instead.
He got 2!
Yep.
How could you get 2 with Harpoon? What? What's that? There we go. They're going to call it. They had enough. We're not even going to get really one last proper fight in, as Manaspa just wiped the floor.
I'm going to need damage, Ivy. That's the big difference there. Like, they just did not have it. They gave away the first blood. They made... What is Spartan? This is some, like, X-File stuff going on here from him. There we go. You get to see his beautiful face at the end there. But, you know, we're not alone in this world. We've got Manaspa to keep us company.
Yes, that we do indeed. And what a performance from Manaspa. I mean, this is, again, the team that we were, at least the results we were expecting out of them. There were some question marks with Piro coming in, but he had a pretty good Void Spirit performance as well, which is going to be nice to see that he can potentially add a different style of heroes to their draft and potentially open up them in regards to the carries as well. But look, I'm going to say that definitely getting first blood over to Magnus in a Queen of Pain lane is not a good way to start. But where do you think this all went wrong for Ivy? I know you said kind of damage and all that, but is there anything else we could kind of pinpoint in this game one?
I don't think Shadow Demon is like worth the pick as early as they did it, you know? Like, I think it needs to be a response to a first phase Wind Ranger pick. So at least, even if, like, you've got a great draft that can play off, like, a Deuce or Illusion and can build up a bunch of stacks for your heroes that can farm that, there needs to be some sort of offensive potential, and they just didn't have any, and that was the big area of concern for mine, that they just couldn't do anything. You know, did they even venture across to Manaspa's side of the map at all this game? Didn't seem like it.
No, in fact, I don't even know if they did. I don't know if they crossed the halfway mark. So, you said stuns. Sorry, you said damage. I say stuns as well. I would like it just to be game 2 easy for them to execute, because we saw multiple times they were trying to chase some heroes down and they just had no stuns at all. So, some damage, as you say, and some stuns as well.
That I heard someone range is way too far. Like, it's still crazy. You know, it's not like Octarine. You've got that because it gives you the extra cast range. No, it's just too big. Too big. That's the main issue. Spartan dying the most for his team. Are we surprised at all? Probably not. But who are we giving the MVP over to that game? I'd be happy to give it to Desire, personally. I thought he got a crazy amount of farm. His arrows were on point. He had the highest kill participation as well, I believe. Second place.
I am happy to give it to Desire as well. Yeah, I have no issues with that. I think.
Wait, no, there's what it is. 4 Universal Heroes for Manaspa. That was the difference.
We missed that. Right. Yes, the classic 4 Universal Heroes. It's just, yeah, maybe if they had 5 Universal Heroes, they wouldn't have died. Maybe they would have won in 20 minutes instead as well. So maybe that's, Spartan. I mean, maybe there's some better heroes, sorry, I should say. Yeah, the classic.
Wyvern. No, you're correct. Wyvern would exist there. But, I mean, have a look at that. 9 wards destroyed, 8 camps stacked as well, not only increasing his own net worth, but his team's as well. It was just great draft synergy, in my opinion, coming through from Manaspa. Everything worked together from the beginning, and I feel like Magnus just opens you up to so many different possibilities. If the enemy team's draft is passive, you can farm. If you need to make earlier plays, you could go into an earlier Blink Dagger rather than that earlier Harpoon, put more points into Skewer as opposed to all stats. So I think this is a much more viable opening than something like the Shadow Demon. So hopefully either they're able to correct that one in game number 2.
Hopefully, that's the big thing. But can they, though? That is also the big question that we have, because Manaspa just wiped the floor. A very, very dominant performance from them. Are we going to get a second game where it's just an easy victory for Manaspa as well to be able to take their first series? Or can Ivy turn this around, learn from their mistakes, and potentially send us to a game 3? We'll find out after the break.
No, not yet, I don't have.
They want to chase the mark, I will help.
Let's stop. Go.
A remnant.
I got under.
Remnant shit.
Nice, good shit, guys.
This guy.
Clean.
Those are still not here, guys.
Those are going to play the next game, it's fine.
Well, a very one-sided affair puts Manaspa in the lead for our first series of the night. Of course, first series as well for the final tour. So hopefully we're going to get a bit of a different look at Ivy because, again, Denok, this was a team who had some really good showings in the closed qualifiers as well, taking that tech second slot, I should say. But yeah, we need to see something a little bit different from them because game one, we know they can play so much better, but game one, unfortunately, they just weren't able to perform to the level we know they can play at.
Yeah, that's right. I think they just got to get a draft that's going to enable that sort of thing, right? Like, Ivy, to me, have always been a team that likes to play, maybe not so much around the position one being aggressive, but at least the other four need the capabilities to do so. And I just feel like two of their heroes didn't have that sort of potential. You know, the Underlord was necessary. Otherwise, I feel like that could have been over in less than 20 minutes, to be honest. But if he was perhaps playing something a little bit more aggressive, it's a more high risk, high reward. I just really didn't like the Shadow Demon in combination with the techies. Just pick the techies early on. It can flex into 4 or 5. It's, I don't know, it just seems so much more open-ended than a Shadow Demon, which wasn't really in response to anything.
I have no issue with the SD, but I want it to be at a 4, and I want if you're going to go Shadow Demon Deuce as your opener, I think you need to pick heroes that are able to play and start fights, because I think the big reasoning is you just have a hero that's able to make a lot of sacks for the Medusa, one that can then protect her as the game goes on, and you can just banish her, so you get a bunch of illusions as well to be able to farm the map and very strong in fights. But if you put that in the safe lane, then you're going to have some issues. And you go for a mid laner that tried to counterpick. We saw the flexibility. This was one big thing, that we don't really see too often. Teams are attempting the Void Spirit as a carry. Pio had quite a slow performance on it. So it's just at the end of the day, the draft very much suited, I think, the boys on Manaspa.
I think what you're saying is fine in terms of, like, if the enemy team just lets you do whatever the hell you want. But as soon as you see a Medusa, the game plan is simple. Just up the tempo, right? You can either do it through Diffusal Blade, or you could do it through heroes that just end the game quickly. And like it is one of those heroes, right? I thought that Desire played a very good game on his Mirana, but Skylark has to be commended too. He was constantly just using that shapeshift off cooldown. Not getting overly greedy, of course, didn't really need to rotate from the lane at all because there was no kill threat, but, as soon as he hit those timings around the Helm of the Overlord, he was just constantly playing up in the face of Ivy, and he never let up.
Yeah, it's good to see a hero that we haven't watched in a lot of time have success as well. And of course, that's got to come back to one of Skylark's comfort. So overall, it seems like, both sides they went to their comfort in game one. You got the Otake and Medusa, you got the Moonlight Queen of Pain. And then, of course, for the boys on Manaspa, the Desire, Mirana, like you said, with the Lycan as well. So maybe we'll get some different shape up heading into this second game, because they need to as well. Like we said, this is a region that is incredibly competitive. You can't be given some games up like this if you want to be making it to Division 1.
So I'm just having a look at the pick priority, and Manaspa have actually gone and chosen Radiant to want to play around.
Interesting.
So not sure what that might suggest. Like, are they going to potentially look to do a Deucer for themselves? Just off the back of that, being able to farm around that bottom area of the map, maybe a Naga Siren is something that they're considering. But again, it doesn't exactly fit amazingly well with, like, Pio's heroes that he tends to like to play, right? He loves the Leshrac, he loves the Mirana, he loves the Wind Ranger. I guess TB is his most, like, traditional position 1, which doesn't really hate playing around that bottom side of the map with the Wishing Well buff, but yeah, seems a little bit odd to me that they're going to go down that sort of route. Maybe it's just superstition, worked out well game 1, let's just keep it the same.
Do you even remember at the moment what side's favored? Because I don't remember how much it's changed now now the patch has been out for a while.
I haven't seen, like, a super updated one, but it was Radiant at, like, potentially as high as, like, 60%. I think it was, like, 58 or something.
Really?
Like that. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Didn't know it was that high since then, because I know at least the stat I saw was a while ago, and that was when I think the Berlin groups were going on. It was very even, very, very even. I think the only difference was the pick rate, that I think first pick was favored. But now the patch has been out for a while, it tends to go back to second pick favored, considering we didn't see any changes with the draft, which I think one thing that would have been nice to see, but I think it's still fine at the moment.
I think if I could have a quick look up at the stats in terms of, like, side advantage. There's a few good databases out there, but some of them are more up to date than others. Let's have a quick look. What else can we talk about while we consider that sort of thing? I mean, Skylark has Terrorblade as his profile picture, so maybe that's kind of shadowing what they might be looking to do. Offlane Terrorblade, let's go.
Offlane Terrorblade. I know you're a big Position 5 Terrorblade fan. We saw one game where it worked in the TI-11 qualifiers for South America. And right. Ever since then, yes, it worked great. And yeah, ever since then, we haven't seen it. Wonder why.
I don't know. Haters. That's all it is.
Haters, yeah. Maybe it's just the hero is definitely a carry and not a support. But, you know, you can try and get edgy with your hero picks and put them in different roles and try and make it work out.
Will do.
Will do.
More than happy to do that. All right, let's have a look. Okay, it's basically dead even 50-50, the win rate these days. 50.5.
Okay.
Radiant.
There you go. Okay, so wonder how that's going to look like at the, of course, Dream League and at the Major coming up as well, but I have to imagine it's not going to change too much with that statistic then. So again, a lot of it comes down to just pick order, like first pick, second pick. So yeah, big surprise that Manaspa want to choose Radiant, but hopefully we get a bit more of an understanding with the draft they set themselves up for potentially why they went for Radiant. But of course, Ivy, Die, second pick, and Manaspa, once again, Storm Spirit's going to get banned out. I'm trying to remember some of the other bans that we saw in the first game. I will get them up.
Doom, Beastmaster were two of the others. So one of the other things as well is that when you're playing Radiant and apparently have first pick, like Manaspa do, not their choice, by the way, Ivy chose second pick after Manaspa chose Radiant, it's a 55% win rate for having first pick on Radiant. So things, at least in terms of stats, end up working out well for them. Oh, the camera. I love it. It's like I'm living in 2005 again.
Oh, yes. Oh, wow. First pick Void Spirit.
If you could flex it like they have, I think it's fine. It's not really giving away anything, right? It's giving away that it's a core, sure. Maybe the fact that Bloodseeker has been banned is a bit of a downside, so I really wouldn't hate seeing Ivy pick up the BS now. Is such a solid hero overall and really destroys Void Spirit in terms of his ability to not use his ultimate to be able to escape. You just take a bunch of damage off the back of that.
I would be a very big fan of the Bloodseeker. So I think that's one of the better carries out there as well as a whole. No Mag, no Beastmaster for it to have a little bit less of a fun time as well throughout the game. Of course, any BKB piece and control is going to be awkward. Some other heroes, I suppose. You got the techies still available for Ivy.
Nothing wrong with the Bloodseeker techies, in my opinion.
Yep.
I think it's perfectly viable. I mean, there's an extra little bit of added value of picking this Void Spirit now. It's that Oteka really likes to play it too, so a little bit of a block pick coming out here. Magnus gone though really does bump it down the importance a little bit, and okay, a little bit of jank coming out here. You know, I'm a fan of jank, and instant Terrorblade afterwards. I mean, again, like this is the one traditional position 1 quote unquote that he likes to play, and maybe this is again the big reasoning behind playing it on the Radiant side. You could just constantly spam out those illusions of cooldown when you're farming in that bottom area of the map. Feels pretty solid, especially into the Visage, right? Like lots of little bits of damage coming through from the reflection, gets rid of those Gravekeeper cloak stacks. I mean, you're not worried about the familiars. You are still, of course, a little bit worried about the soul assumption. So wonder what support they're going to look to pair together with this TB. I wouldn't hate seeing something like a CM to be paired together with this one.
I guess he kind of has a point.
So it looks like we've got an update on some of the stats. It looks like Western Europe Div 1 had a 57.5% win rate for Radiant, 42.5% for Dire. So there you go. That's at least what it was looking like over in Western Europe. So see how that's going to be able to shape up now for Manaspa. But you'd say, I mean, Ivy, this is an opening phase that we saw Tundra do often in the previous, in this tour. We haven't had the opportunity to see too much of the Visage Spirit Breaker though opened up like this in at least Eastern Europe. That's a region that doesn't prioritize it as much.
Just thinking, like, is this going to be an off lane Visage as well? You know, we saw earlier today that it was flexed to the mid lane and did a pretty decent job there. I mean, I know it's something that Mixer does like to play from that off lane, but I'm pretty sure I recall Moonlight doing it a couple of times as well. Against the Void Spirit wouldn't be horrible in terms of being able to make those trades happen. I am still just a little bit worried about, you know, the viability of this Visage SB lane into a Terrorblade. I'm not sure that it's going to be able to get enough done. They might be able to get away with a Venomancer on Manaspa, right? Like, Visage is one of those heroes that you're probably going to kill the supports, but Veno is one of those heroes that as long as you get your spells off, it's fine. So I really don't think that they're going to care too much about picking this up, and it makes the lane so much stronger.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm still waiting for someone to bust out the Warlock.
5
Upheaval is such a
seconds
strong spell
remaining.
now.
Dire team pick.
What do you feel like the weaknesses with that hero? Why don't we see Warlock?
Bit of a do-nothing hero early on. You know, it's still super passive, not a ton of mobility. Actually pick up their own CM, not the worst. Nice way to be able to lock down Void Spirit, especially if he does go for those deeper dives, and it pairs together well with the Spirit Breaker, just allowing him to stay out on the map without having to go any sort of mana regeneration items of his own.
10 seconds.
Stuns and damage are always cool.
Mm-hmm. I know you would have been a big fan of the Lich, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was maybe going to say maybe CM might have a better time versus Void Spirit, but I think Lich does the same as well. Like, you have an instant stun with Sinister's Gaze, so I think regardless, I like whether it would have been the Chrysomanum or Lich. It seems like they have fixed some of the issues that we thought they had in the previous game with lack of damage and some of the stuns, but we'll see what route Manaspa want to go down now. More than likely, I think it's just going to be a double support.
More than likely. I mean, maybe this CM was really a hero that they were looking to pick up of their own. I still think you can get away with a Venomancer here. CM really doesn't change the game with anything with regards to that. Roots don't care. Can still get off your spells. Slows down an already slow hero. More stuff to be able to enable this TB to farm as well. Like, even if you aren't picking it for your laning or your teamfight potential, the ability for a position 5 to just have this push stopping ability with your Plague Wards feels really nice. I'd say we see much of the bounty hunter these days, at least in terms of, like, wins across the board. But, you know, in the lane against the Visage, again, not the worst. And it's actually an Oracle, okay. A little bit different. I mean, it is an offensive dispel for that Bulldoze, which feels nice.
Yeah. Oracle TB as well, I think is kind of nice. You're always going to be able to get your Sunder out. It's even nice as well for the Void Spirit sometimes. I mean, this is a hero that if you ever get caught off, then you can just be blown up 4-0. So having that defensive mechanism from your support. Are there any concerns with maybe some lanes though, like the early game? This is going to be your Oracle Bounty Hunter. Like, there no real stuns and maybe a lack of damage between the two.
Radiant.
It's something I'm a little bit concerned about, for sure. I think this is going to be, even though it's probably still going to be into the Void Spirit, it's a mud up game, just because you don't have those other people making your life a lot more challenging in terms of the supports. You've got, of course, a CM to be able to play with, so slows on slows on slows, and again, with the lack of stuns, you're going to be able to get off a Freezing Field, for example. You know, Bounty Hunter or Void Spirit need to be in the perfect position to be able to stop you. And, you know, even if they pick a position 3 now on Manaspa that has some form of stuns, you just don't rotate to his lane early on. You go make havoc happen elsewhere.
Seconds remaining. 5
So,
seconds remaining.
let's see what Manaspa are going to do to try and close up the draft. We are looking for their off-laner. I mean, I guess there's some flex with the bounty, but they don't see the carry, so I think it's going to be... Yeah, so I think it's going to be a little bit more limited with the bounty getting played for Skylark. So what do they have issues with currently with the Manaspa drafts that they could maybe fix up with the 3?
I mean, like we've been saying, right, they need stuns, but my big issue is that basically all of Skylark's heroes are being banned out, at least the ones with some sort of teamfight capability. No Batrider, no Underlord, no Doom, no Magnus, no Beastmaster. His Lycan's still in the pool, and...
Just got banned.
okay, well, it's not in the pool. So this just feels very targeted. You can see the despair in his eyes as well. Like, man, let's have a quick look through the hero list. What can I play?
What looks good for me?
10 seconds.
I'd like an aura builder. I'm just trying to think of one.
Ooh, what if he played offlane Bloodseeker?
Remaining.
I think it'd be a block pick against Ivy, potentially doing it against a Void Spirit. Again, TB good against Bloodseeker, but it's good against the Quap as well. It's good against the Spirit Breaker. You could buff up the damage even further of your TB, and you're going to win the majority of your lanes, especially with a ranged, a melee position 1. And you know that's probably going to be the case because you've already gone up against a CM. Ooh, okay. Give me a Nullifier builder.
Yeah, also you need sustain for the lane now, which is going to be a big issue.
10 seconds remaining.
Marcy?
5 seconds.
I like your Jugger call. From what I keep seeing with that hero, though, it's very specific on the player and the region, so I just don't know how Oteka feels about the hero right now.
He's played it
We're
a
a
bit
little bit-
recently. Not as much as other heroes, but he's played it a bit.
Okay. Oh man, what others come to mind? Why am I blanking?
Dawnbreaker?
Yes, you need a true carry, I think, right? I think you need a big boy. You need a big boy to be able to.
Who's a bigger boy than Terrorblade, though?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Who is a bigger boy than Terrorblade? So I mean, you
Might be a big girl? Dawnbreaker? Marcy? I mean, I'm always
Darksy
happy.
make you.
It makes it challenging, but you've got Sidekick to be able to sustain in the lane, and you've got like the if you go Ags, then it's going to have that slow component.
Now select your
It seems very single target to me. Like, you do have that sustain you were talking about with the Chaos Strike, but I'm not so sure that you necessarily want this. Like, you're already playing together with a Bounty Hunter, right? And the Bounty is going to have that that Iron Shell on him. He's going to have stuns. He's going to be yoinking you constantly. It's a high kill lane, though. We do have to say that. But again, like,
Yeah.
this might just be the case of, all right, well, maybe we just look to pick up our level 3 and then look to try and make plays happen. You know, pull a few of the lanes, get the Ion Shell onto the Bounty Hunter, and let it tick out in that time, because CM might be able to root you once, but nothing beyond that.
So by the sounds of it, you don't think this is a good Chaos Knight game. Is that what we can say?
I'm not crazy about it. I'll say that much. You know, against the Terrorblade, you're entirely single target against a stronger single target hero, essentially, and all of your damage is physical, and TB has armor to spare. So that's the thing I'm a little bit more concerned about. At least it's a more active draft, though. So I don't think we're going to see them get as steamrolled as they were in game number 1.
I think really what you said, though, is the important thing. Like, it doesn't match up very well versus the Terrorblade, but I think there's a lot of other reasons why they went down the route. I mean, you brought up the lane. That's the big thing. You have two very, very, very strong laners in the Crystal Maiden and the Chaos Knight. You got the potential for the Queen of Pain to rotate depending on power runes. Even a Spirit Breaker is able to get very active as well. So I think they just wanted a strong laner that can pump in a lot of damage early on. And we heard as well, to end that game, when we got a little bit of a clip from Manaspa, I believe it was Desire that said maybe Medusa is going to be able to play game 2. And it seems like that's going to be the case. It definitely seems like Oteka is going to be set up for at least a game where he can play some Dota. He can spellcast, he can get some farm, he can use his items, but
His first
can
20
he
minutes
do
is going to
that?
be easier than game number 1. Let's say that much.
Yes, without a doubt. But then as the game goes on, your question marks against the Terrorblade. Because overall, I think it's a...
Desire scouted out that ward. Hero has to be a little bit careful here, and he actually just ends up walking forward and using a reflection. Oracle has to be a little careful. Spartan just going way too close there, knowing that they had vision underneath, but again, it is one of those things that you can check if the team has vision just with how you're positioning, seeing if they're ganking in onto you, but yeah, just a little bit of resources given away for free there by Spartan, already having to pop the salve. Seems like both teams very happy to brawl. You'd have to say, though, that Ivy have the far superior level 1 ganking lineup. All assumption. Bash. It doesn't have the Crystal Nova, I suppose, but CK as well, incredibly strong.
I kind of prefer this Ivy draft.
I prefer it to their game 1 draft.
I prefer it to Manaspa's draft. I think really the big issue for me is that game 1 doesn't give me too much confidence. I don't know if it's just a... I don't know if game 1 is a good indicator on where they sit compared to Manaspa or not. So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant on calling it for Ivy, but I much prefer the draft they have this game.
Well, Desire getting a quick D ward off is certainly going to help things. And he's looking to quickly make his way up top. Has to be quick, though, because they're already starting to make a bit of the business happen onto Skylark. But look at that Ion Shell Blood Grenade. Might even be able to secure the first blood onto Vincento. Punch.
Ooh, karate chop!
Well,
yeah.
How do you feel about it now, though? What I was about to say before all that action happened was that I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Ivy to make something happen in this top lane. You know, if you... he's actually since then bought a couple of extra mangoes. If you don't get a kill, at least one out of these 3 mangoes, it's a big deal, because then you're just gipping yourself so hard in net worth, you're not accelerating your CK's farm off of the generous kill or assist gold that you get these days in this current patch. And, I mean, you're playing with a bounty hunter. You can't look to give him free farm here. You want to make sure that you're ahead in levels as well. Because if Skylark and Desire get up to level 3 and they're able to just run at you one more time, then it's a big concern. Someone's going to die.
Someone will definitely die. So let's take a look at the other side lane, though, before action breaks out. I mean, you now have this meta timing that they might look to get aggressive. Spartan instantly looking to swing on over to the right side with the Fortune's End. Is it going to be enough slow and control? Looks like it is. So Pio is able to find the second kill for the boys on Manaspa. I'm always a big fan when people, wait for that meta and then get aggressive straight away. It's just such a huge damage spike in the lane for the Terrorblade. And definitely one of the other really better laning carries is top lane again. Vincento, he's going to go down. So this is not some good signs for what could be at this top lane, because they're now probably going to dive or take and be a bit of a nuisance here. They got that second point in the Iron Shell, just ramps up the damage drastically. They might just go to Vincento. If they can put the Crystal Maiden in the grave once again, they saw her just TP up here. Skylark's going to try and prove to be a bit of an issue here with the vacuum, but they don't have any more creeps to tank the tower.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? They just needed someone to be able to help them out. And yeah, with what you were saying before on that bottom side as well, I mean, the reason that they felt so confident in going in onto Mixer is that they knew the Soul Assumption was leveled up from that early fight that they were taking around the high ground observer wards. So more than happy to be able to pop the Reflection and the Blood Grenade. I would say, so far Manasa have shown that they place a lot of value into these Blood Grenades, and they've already gotten 2 really early kills off the back of it. As CM again getting charged down here. Ion Shell in on the CM, and he ended up using a couple of mangoes, not for any sort of kill. Okay, Moonlight. How you going? Because I think your team might be asking for some assistance pretty shortly. And looks like he's having a pretty good time, but Wishes as well. This lane should be much better for the Queen of Pain than what we saw prior. Definitely going to get more difficult as the levels go on, as the higher points up in the dagger. But yeah, I think they're already starting to hope that Moonlight gets active early. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he needs to be very tactical with his dissimulate usage as well on Wish, just in terms of, like, when is he looking to use it? Is he going to try and wait for the Shadow Strike to be level 3 before he actually goes for the next usage of it? You can see he just copped a little bit of it because he had the Resonant Pulse to be able to protect himself, and he's even let Desire make that rotation towards the mid lane to secure both water runes from them, just denying it away in his face. Top lane though, Skylark is going to be able to get away even though the Bounty Hunter's not here. He's got another Blood Grenade just ferried over to him as well.
Does he die when he gets Vanguard? Because that's what I'm not sure about.
I think he can still die.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if you feel like he doesn't die with Vanguard, then you've completely lost the strength of this lane. A big reason why you wanted to draft it versus the Darkseer. So, as long as there's still going to be a kill threat, that's going to be a big concern. Down to the bottom side, we see Spartan does go down. So, Ivy able to strike back, but it's just only 1 kill and just on a measly Oracle.
Had he used his mana? Ah, he hadn't. Damn. What a shame. Well, he's going to pick up the
Ew.
used raindrops as well on the Oracle, in addition to the Terrorblade. So now you're really not as worried about Mixer at all. Even just 1 point in the Soul Assumption can do a ton in that lane, so they're going to be able to completely withstand that just off the back of 1 consumable.
Spartan solo smoke TP back to the lane and maybe was trying to catch him out with the remaining duration of the meta, but very, very interesting choice for him. Like I said to start the series, this is someone who has a very, very unique outlook in the game of Dota. Very, very, always an entertaining person to watch.
Great interview as well. Very honest. Doesn't really hold anything back at all. We're seeing a lot more of that across the different regions, aren't we? You got Clairvoyance there. He's like, well, it's the end of the season. I'm going to reveal everything about my team right now.
I think it's just a byproduct of all the interviews that we're starting to get now with DPC, that we have the possibility of interviewing like every player. It depends. I mean, if you're winning, then we get to speak to every player once usually. So we get to see the different perspectives that they all have.
Sorry, I'm just... okay.
No, I mean, the one that's in trouble is bottom lane Manaspa, but yeah, back to mid. Moonlight, nice sidestep, still wish double ultimate. So this is a big wave as well. This tower is going to need some help.
It will, and Quap, unfortunately, off the back of some of those early water runes that were stolen away by the rotations from Desire, isn't even level 6 yet. So it's going to have a lot more difficulty with the kill threat that he's got. Although bot side, he just TP'd back to this lane, PO. Has to be a little careful here. Spartan gets his TP interrupted by CM.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh no, not the wisdom rune. No, not my wisdom rune. What is
He's
he
looking to
doing?
waste
No
their time.
way.
He's wasting their time. He wants to take it in his face. Emotional damage coming through.
Mixes at least. Look at Spartan. He just ran past the T2 tower, 4 right clicks. So, like we said, and we'll continue to say, Spartan is a very unique player, and he'll laugh his way to the grave, but of course they get the kill still somehow.
Anyone that
I was
dives
able to
under a
live.
tier 2 tower at 7.5 minutes is crazy in my eyes. And I mean, it accomplishes what he wanted it to, right? Sure, you get the kill onto him, but it's 2 cores and a support rotating towards to try and protect that. You still get the wisdom rune, and you still get the kill bounty at the end of it all. Yo might be in a bit of danger though with this charge.
Sonic Wave, beautifully done. Moonlight, first one of the game, might be in some trouble. Wish still going to be able to jump in now.
Oh, he got stunned.
First hit bash, and now he's actually going to commit his last ultimate. So has a bit of simulate to work with, but not a lot of mobility left. Maybe Spartan can provide some assistance. He wants to go back in. Blows up the Queen of Pain, and now with Spartan's health that he provides back, Wish is chilling. So very nicely done. I mean, with all this going on, man, Skylark is a free farming. What a time to be alive for this offlaner.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that he would have a little bit of challenge dying with the Vanguard, but he has just not been opposed at all. So there's not even a question about it. And he's looking to build into that really early Aghanim Scepter. Not the greatest game for it, we would have to say, though, right? It's not like you're going up against a Medusa or a Morphling or a Terrorblade or anything like that. CK, at least in terms of the individual right-click damage, not amazing.
No, and he's also getting charged down now. I mean, this is a really, really vital kill. Hero that's top of the net
If
worth.
they get it.
They might not. Potentially with Moonlight here along with Mixer as well. It's going to take them a long time. And Desire's starting to move on over. Looks like the bounty's hesitant though with joining. In the end though, they will bring one person to the grave with him. So 1 for 1 for 4 heroes to be here. While you've got all your other heroes getting farm across the map.
Feels pretty nice. Desire was there for the assist experience as well at the end of that all. So getting closer towards his track. It's just kept ownership over. They're going to be able to convert on this. He's lacking a little bit of mana on Wish.
I think just forcing rotations and honestly just trying to be a nuisance. Who knows when the next time it'll actually be a proper jump with some extra heroes around him. Getting to his head, and oh, now it could be this time. Smoke up, max out Iron Shell, And what a combo to give it to as well with the Void Spirit. They're going to go once again for Moonlight. A little bit slow though. Spartan wasn't able to get that Fortune's End to charge up to hold him into place. They'd be happy with the tower.
Though. Skip and rope is Mr. Skylark and just looking to chase down Vincento at this stage. Really looking to put a lot of pressure onto this mid lane without the greatest tower takers, it has to be said, right? Desire would love to be able to be part of any sort of kill in this middle area, provided that he gets up onto his level 6 and starts to scale, because this is a lineup that can really look to play together a little bit. You know, not the most traditional Void Spirit Oracle Bounty Hunter, but the burst damage is there, and that's all you really need. You know, if you're roaming around with a bounty, you make up for the fact that, you know, you're not necessarily the best at farming or consistent damage by...
Oh.
Well, that's the first track.
That is ambitious. So, like you said, you played
around too long.
And now Moonlight as well, yeah. I mean, it's not the longest blink. Wish going to be able to close the distance. They got the Surge as well, so Skylark's going to be able to pump in some extra damage. And this is now... It could get really, really disgusting pretty quick. You're about to take a second tier 1 tower. Importantly, it's the mid one. You're going to be able to start to swing across the map even easier. And I mean, you just said perfectly as well. Like, these heroes play... We don't see it too often, but they play very well together with how much damage they're able to pump out. And they could just have an overwhelming amount of gold lead shortly thanks to the bounty track.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Darkseer, your team fight is pretty awful on Manaspa right now. But pickoffs, and that's really all a bounty hunter needs, right? Is you've got that in spades. You know, Oracle now really at the peak of his power. 1-1-4 with 1 point in the ultimate. Plenty of burst damage that Spartan has to be able to consistently go for these. And I mean, I wouldn't hate to see him just buy out a mana boots just to keep the team able to playing on the front end at all stages. I'm not sure if you can make this rotation. Rue has to be a little careful. Maybe just given value to that bulldoze and the status resistance it provides. I think they would have seen the Observer Wood up here as well.
Moonlight's praying that he's able to find the rune. Honestly, Illusion's the best one he potentially could have hoped for there. Purchase off the track and the Fortune's End, but one used defensively, and the rest of the team is going to be slow to potentially catch up. So, I mean, you do have Otake getting a lot of farm down bottom. So, armlet into the Echo Saber, but you also have Pio that is completely free farming on the Terrorblade. So, what is the call from Ivy? Looks like mid lane, both teams are going to disperse away from this area now without the tower to take fights around.
You gotta say, though, that Manaspa's probably happy with this. You know, they've got the earlier levels, they've got Ion Shell maxed out, you've got TB, like you said, freely farming. They're perfectly capable of just farming on any part of this map, whereas Ivy feels like they're constantly on the back foot. You know, they get the cliff ward dewarded, but there's still some deep vision that they've been able to place down on Manaspa just to see every single nook and cranny that they have to be able to farm with. So even looking to build that Solar Crest as well, so they're not going to be lacking for that sustained damage outside of the burst.
Man, Desire's already setting up as well for this Wisdom Room. He's a minute early, and he knows how important this is. Also soaking some experience from a taker, just giving them some information so they can play freely across the map. Once again, it seems like we're in a position where Ivy, they're just going to be reactive. They are too far behind, but they can't be the ones getting aggressive, entering Manaspa's side, the halfway mark. So once again, it's Manaspa that just dictate every move.
And for Manaspa, it's just about hitting into those next big timings, right? Like, he looks like he's going into a Lincoln Sphere next on the Void Spirit, so just wanting to avoid being caught out by that individual pickoff, SB, Spirit Breaker, even the Frostbite to some extent. But it's, I think they're just going to start to rally around Skylark as soon as he picks up this Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Pio bottom lane? Let's see. Do they have the damage? Gonna try and blow him up with the freezing field. It'll be a little bit too late though. Pio's able to find the Sunder, turns around. Spartan can protect him as well. The Sonic Wave, it's not enough because Spartan keeps his Terrorblade healthy. Russo trying to secure the kill, but he's got no boys. They're all preoccupied with Skylark and Wish into the middle. They're disrupting Moonlight's damage, and they'll be able to chase it down after the blink, and they can turn to Mixer on the western front as well. As the only death on Manaspa will be Spartan, but of course a worthwhile sacrifice to keep everyone else alive.
Just the one track at the end of it, but it's still, you know, one death for the Terrorblade living despite everything being pumped into him. Get the track gold over, and with this tower going down, he's going to have that Manta style finished as well. So even more pushing power now for Manaspa to be able to make Ivy's life that much more difficult. What happened with the... oh, of course, Desire got the Wisdom Rune too.
Who would have thought that? You need to be thinking about it a minute before. Desire's got all the timings down, the 70-minute marks that he needs to be wary of.
Oh, you just triggered me, remembering about the China game we cast the other day.
Oh, no.
For those that aren't aware, the first 3 Wisdom Runes were left completely abandoned, then they took them, and then they forgot about the next 3. And I was like, they just smoked with the track on them. Never feels good.
No, it does not at all. They're still going to try and make it work. Skylark playing behind Wish. They'll get a glimpse of the Void Spirit. How do they start, though?
All of Replica's up.
Sento's just going to try and put his body on the line. And they'll get the kill onto Desire. Samaya with a numbers advantage. Can they put some pressure onto the tower as well? Is this even a tower that Manaspa want to think about defending?
I don't think so. I mean, Skylark, he's almost level 12. You've almost got that little bit of extra damage from the Wall of Replica. He's going into the Crimson Guard, so again, great against a CK, great against a Visage, even against the SP, feels kind of alright. But they're really... Ooh, it might be able to find just Vixer.
What is it? Oh my lord, he evaporated, dude. Where'd he go? And now Vincento too. Okay, that was a stupid amount of damage.
Really does feel to me like TB Skadi, Bounty, Solar Crest, Darkseer, Crimson Guard, and maybe the Blink Dagger off the top of that. You know, if there is one area that they're lacking, it's, like you mentioned, that high ground push that you won't be able to find that quick pick-off, but, you know, a quick Blink Vacuum into a wall gives them that start that they're going to need, especially if it's in combination with Spartan and a fully charged Fortune's End. Actually looking to chase down Odika on this top side.
Uh-oh, not the carry. Beautifully done. I mean, Desire's been such a nuisance on this bounty hunter. Always scouting it out. Can they keep Spartan alive?
Of course they can.
He's even going to ulti himself. Why not use it? Well deserved, Mr. Spartan. You've done your role so far this game. Yeah, sometimes you can use it back on yourself.
For sure. I mean, the reason that he makes a lot of these ballsy plays is that he knows it's going to benefit the team a lot of the time. And with them, it's another track kill. It's a kill over to Skylark, putting himself even further at the top of the net worth charts. And just see how long it takes, even with this siege creep, for them to be able to take this bottom tower.
Wish. Bit of a fight breaking out inside the river. It's a pretty decent vacuum from Skylark. Might be able to buy some time for the rotations, or hell, Wish be able to pump in the damage. They'll turn to the easy Crystal Maiden. A squishy one at that. And Skylark's going to be rewarded for the double kill. They're still going to make the attempt onto Desire. Definitely a much easier kill for them to find. Can they live to tell the tale, though, as Wish long-range Remnant's going to connect onto Rue. Looks like with the status resistance, so he's able to shrug it off. Not doesn't too much distance away, though. They're still continuing to hunt. We should be able to do it by himself, although Rue's pretty survivable. They do have to track. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Skylark
Solo?
by himself. Didn't even need anyone else. His Darkseer able to chase down the Queen of Pain, and you still got Rue running for his life. Looks like he'll be fine.
He'll be fine for now, but, you know, again, it's one of those things where it's like, at what cost? I think that Quap would have still had the track bounty over for her, so just even more gold being given over to Skylark, off the top of the fact that it was a solo kill, so just continuing to extend his net worth lead. Now it gets him into the Crimson Guard, already queuing up the Blink Dagger. Like, Manaspa about ready to close this one out.
I don't know if you were looking at things.
What's up?
So I was looking at Piero's camera, and he plays with his mouse to the south of his keyboard. So the keyboard is above his mouse.
Oh.
That's crazy to me. I know there's, you know, the mainly CSGO players, and I suppose Vel play with their
Sideways.
keyboard vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know people play with their mouse like that.
I've got it like that right now. What are you talking about?
No way. That just doesn't feel... Actually, it feels okay. Oh, Void Spirit jump. Onto Mixer. Once again, Sire's going to be there with a combo. No escape for you as soon as the drag back sets up for the rest of the boys to be able to close the distance. And now they can swarm over the remaining forces. Moonlight tracked up, so they know exactly where the Queen of Pain is trying to retreat to. Looks like it's just Desire, though, hunting down. Wants to continue to be a bit of a pest. Continue to steal some of that valuable gold.
It's never a good feeling when your mid laner is running away from a position 4, and I feel like it's happened twice now in 2 games. they're just continuing to extend this lead as well, not even needing to pop the Crimson Guard previously. But I mean, with a Visage dead, do you even need it? You know, he just got blown up at the start of that engagement. They're even just moving down here bottom. Desire TP down towards the bottom side, seeing where Moonlight was moving to. Might be a bit of a bait coming through, but I mean, the damage coming through from Wish.
I'd say you're happy. Now let's look at them come out of
Punch
nowhere.
him.
Skylark and Pier. How much damage does that do?
Let's have a look at the old death summary.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
290 magic plus the 91 physical from the actual punch. So 381.
Huh. I didn't know it was that much damage, dude. What?
I mean, it depends on how much you've moved in the past little bit, right? And he was sprinting there. with that
Really?
surge. Yep.
What?
I mean, just imagine, like, you stand somewhere and then you punch someone versus if you get, like, a running start. Have you never seen Happy Gilmore?
No, that makes sense. I just didn't know it was a lot. Come on, dude. Are you serious?
You haven't
a
answered
lot
my
of
question.
Dota things are not logical. Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
A lot of Dota things are not logical at all. Come
through.
on, you can't be like.
Dyer's
No, I'm just not. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Are you serious? What do we want to do? Like, why? Okay, why can you dispel sharpshooters break, but you can't dispel shadow demons or Silver's Edge?
Because
They're
one's
both
magical
breaks.
and one's a crossbow. Next question.
Right. Yes. Sorry. Thank you for the answer. You know, some things are just like you say multiple times. We don't question the frog. The frog does what the frog does. Ivy trying to kill Desire. He's a pretty beefy boy though, and it's taking them way too long. Manaspa now TP across the map. Skylark to the rescue. Desires will end up dying, but again, it always feels like it is such a worthwhile sacrifice. Always a 1 for 3, a 1 for 2, maybe even, well, it will be that 1 for 3. It looks like is Spartan. Who would expect the Oracle to be wrapping around in this position? The first one to be able to get the stun onto Moonlight for where he was, but there you go. In the end, it was indeed a 1 for 3. They won't get the CM though.
I mean, in my head, I just imagine Desire standing there, like, in the middle of, you know, two heroes, all those Visage birds around, and he's just like, track, you're tracked, my team's coming to help me. And it's like, yeah, they're coming, and they just wipe the enemy team off the board, get all that track gold, increase the net worth lead even further. It's already up to a 96% win probability for Manaspa, and they are looking good. They feel like they do not deserve to be in Division 2.
Oh no, the one. Yeah, the one person who's actually had a decent game so far. 3rd and 4th in net worth, but... Oh, they're gonna toy with him!
Run him around him.
Nah, come on, not like this, dude. Not like this. Just a clean death. Put him in the grave. They're just wasting his farm. They know every second where he's not farming. Just delay the death. Stop that comeback. Potential.
I would start to form a conga line, you know? Like, that's the sort of PM that I would be looking to do.
Yeah, at least it's... Where does that rank up to dropping items in front of people before you kill them?
I mean,
That's
dropping
like
items
ultimate
could
BM.
always be like... You could get punished for that. I mean, just remember Kyle, you know, back at TI, I want to say 5. Dropping the old Yules, giving that one away. Oh, poor Rue.
Even a tip for Wish. Oh, they are loving life, Manaspa. What a... for these players, there could not be much of a better feeling than starting off a tour with a performance like this. Just an easy way to enter the 3 weeks. Just a clean...
You got to say
couple
for,
of games.
for Pio as well, right? Like, this is the second game that he's played. He is... how many deaths? 2 deaths now across the entire game. Both of them coming in this game. Come on, man, stop feeding. But, you know, this is up against his old team. So, you know, you got to have a little bit of pride coming off the back of that. And Moonlight, he doesn't have the blink maxed out. So, just that extra couple of seconds means that he's not going to be able to get away to safety. Might need a regen rune to keep running at them. Wish has got it. And he's nearly got the Lincoln Sphere as well, but I really don't feel like they need to wait for this. They're going to be able to spot out Mixer here. Gets the track on onto him. It almost feels like you need to be baiting people, but do you have the damage to be able to make this turnaround happen? CK might.
Maybe with a taker here. Wish.
Oh,
nice Manta. And now with the regen popped as well, he's going to be able to go back in, plays his distance
You lose
once
in
again.
bottom
Desire.
lane, though.
Yeah,
They
again a
smoke
worthwhile
just to get there a bit
sacrifice.
faster.
A couple of TP and Desire's even going to buy back. This could be the potential last fight. Skylark knows no fear. They'll get Spartan though, so that's a pretty valuable kill to start the fight. What a vacuum. Skylark onto 4. Wish is able to jump in, get the AoE connection. It's just beautiful. The synergy from these boys is on point. Just the first series. As this whole 5-man, Skylark's not even done. Continuing to put the pressure on, making sure there is no free escape.
They just need to run back towards the wall.
Oh, PO?
I mean, he's got Aegis. He's also got
Nice
Thunder.
Thunder. Just gets it off for the last second. Still going to have some issue with turning without the meta. That's going to be up to Wish to be able to get the damage out. Can they get the kill? They can, but like you said, that is just the Aegis. And they might not be able to set a formation up for the second round as Wish is just tearing up the backline. One by one he goes, just picking his targets with ease.
Right,
I want to make sure a taker doesn't even live as well.
Oh,
Tracked
the
up.
drums.
Where you going, buddy? Nowhere across the map you can hide. We will find you. I'm Rouge even buying back as well. We'll see if he's going to be able to help out Otaka. Pretty beefy boy on the Chaos Knight, trying to stand strong. But with Spartan still alive, they'll shrug off the damage, repair it with ease. And now the rest of the cores are starting to connect as well. Otaka, he's just out. Can they stop it? Oh, just a little too late. Spartan tries to go for the Fortune's End. But that might be the calling here with a fight like that and with the sequences that we've got. Manaspa looking to close it out.
Just going through the back door as well. Not even needing to wait for the creep wave. Mid lane's basically taken at this point. You know, one fight and the game is going to be over. And, well, we said it wasn't going to be quite as much of a steamrolling, but Manaspa, they've just been on point. We have to say, though, that CMCK lane really didn't work out the way that it needed to. It's going to be a one-man smoke, actually, from Vincento, just trying to get a way to be able to come in onto the back lines. They've got double drums as well on Ivy. But that's not really going to help them. They've got so much to be able to go through, including the wall.
And now the better damage as well. They have done a pretty good job to be able to reposition. Vincento's even wanting trying to get rid of some of the illusions as well, but Pio steps over the right side. They are back towards their fountain. Is it time to dive though for Manaspa? Well, Vincento won't even get back to the safety of their fountain, and Otaka gets dragged out as well. So once again, Manaspa, they're going to be celebrating, and it's a well-deserved celebration as well. Never in doubt this series from them. And this gives us a really nice indicator on how they're going to be performing this tour. Because we were saying that, you know, anyone, it feels like you could put 4 teams, 5 teams, chuck out any name you want. You know, there is a lot of contenders for that first and second slot. And it looks like Manaspa are going to be in one of those teams, I should say, as well.
Potentially. We'll have to wait and see.
The contenders.
One of your top 4, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that ends up being the case or not. It's another pretty quick performance, though, coming through from Manaspa. Who are we giving the MVP to that time around? Because it was just a pretty dominant performance all throughout. I'm kind of tempted to give it to Skylark this time around.
Yep.
I mean, what was the kill participation? He was in 35 out of the 41 kills. He won his lane, dominated a lane that you should probably lose. Always on point with a normal punch, always on point with the wall. There was no missed RPs this time around.
No.
That was weird.
No, this was... yes, that's okay. I was just going to shrug it off the mistake. It's okay. Man, what is it? We had a long time throughout that game to be able to talk about what went right for Manaspa. So, unfortunate for Ivy that, you know, again, this is also their debut in DPC with the new roster. They played it through the qualifiers, looked pretty strong, taking second spot, just behind the level up boys. But this, they're gonna have to try and find a solution, because what's their next opponent? They're going to be going up against Nigma Galaxy. So that is not an easy team. And honestly, you could, you know, after that, you got OG. We can say any team. They're not going to be easy at all. So it's, you know, hopefully you got some time to work it out. It's going to be a couple days, but you're going to have to do it pretty fast.
We have to say, like, in game number 1, that was Manaspa out-drafting Ivy. This game, they just outplayed them, plain and simple. You know, we didn't hate the Ivy draft. You actually preferred it overall. I still thought it was a little bit narrow. I think unless you've got an absolute... I guess he is Grandmaster. I was about to say a specialist Visage player. You probably don't first phase it. I just don't think it's a first phase hero overall. Like, I'm a Grandmaster Wyvern. I'm not first picking Wyvern in any of my games just because it's bad right now in the support role, at least in my opinion. But I just think there were so many better, higher priority heroes that you could have potentially taken in that early stages of the game, and it just left you unable to contest with this style that Manaspa had to run against you. You know, Visage wants to be going at you, and if it might just be playing the player, not playing the hero. And against Manaspa, you've got to be ready to respond to a lot of that early aggression.
Yeah, and unfortunately with how the lanes went, they just weren't able to. So again, you know, how much does that come down to just skill base and just getting out executed in the end? So Manaspa, incredible series for them. Like we said, I think Skylark well deserved of the MVP here for the Darkseer. What do you have? 85.4%.
He wanted the 1-2 punch.
I didn't even notice. I have seen, I think Thompson's even messing around a little bit with his mid darks here, but yeah, this is a hero that you had a very interesting read on it as well. I don't know if it would just be in this game in particular, or if he likes to go it in a majority of his Darkseer games, but going the Aghanim Scepter super early on is still something we don't see too often. So that is always one thing I'm a very big fan of, in particular with Dota. Just different regions and different players, different teams, they have a different understanding of how to play the heroes and whatnot. So very nice to see Skylark. It's kind of refreshing as well in this team as a whole.
They didn't have a crazy amount of stuns, so I mean, going it early just provides you another one on top of that, and he was pretty on point with being able to use them on the Quap specifically. You know, really didn't feel like poor Moonlight ever had a game that time around. The 10 deaths for him just for the 8 kill involvements, and yeah, just a really great performance overall.
That it is, and that it was. So for Manaspa, again, they're going to have my attention through a lot of this tour now with how well they're able to perform. It's going to be exciting to see how they can come up against these very difficult teams, because I wasn't sure where to rank them in particular. There was a lot of big question marks around Pio, but you also said, you know, this was a really nice first series just to get his feet wet a little bit with this new team, you know, get comfortable with them as well. And I think he had an overall very good performance. His Terrorblade looked good. They're able to show that they can flex the Void Spirit, which is really important now. It's going to be in the back of the mind for a lot of teams when they go up against them in these upcoming series. So Manaspa, now they've got a little bit of a break. I mean, they will be playing on the next game day for Western Europe Division 2. That's going to be up against OG. So that'll be a really good test. That'll kind of give us a gauge on truly where this team, where they rank kind of compared to others, I think.
You think OG is going to be that test?
I think so. I mean, we still don't really know where OG are going to be placing, but I think still OG are going to be middle of the pack towards the top. So
I think they'll be middle. I think they'll be middle personally. I honestly feel like Manaspa right now are the better team. You know, they've played together for longer. They've got, you know, recent results on the board. They're obviously going to be taking it seriously because they want to be able to get back into Division 1, whereas it feels like OG, this is like a little bit of a for fun stack. You know, they want to feed that competitive itch, but if they don't get to Division 1, they don't get to Division 1. They can live vicariously through OG, you know, the team that, you know, I'm sure they're providing a lot of mentorship towards.
Yes. But with that being said, of course, we do have a winners interview. We're going to have the lovely Skylark joining us, the MVP for that second game. Skylark, hello. Incredible performance on the Darkseer and overall for you boys this series. I'm intrigued on how Pio joined the team. Of course, recently changing from Nande, and with Pio coming in, I just want to hear kind of the thought process on that.
Yeah. Hello, guys. You can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, perfect. Pio. Yes. I mean, we had the change in the roster. Nande wanted to you know, swap teams. He felt that he needed a change, like he was with us for a long time, and obviously we respect his wishes, and we needed to find the replacement pretty quick. We tried some guys, and we felt Pio had the most potential out of all of them, and we stayed with him. So that's the answer.
Can Can you speak a little bit about that process as well? Like when you're trialing people, because for me, and I'm sure a lot of the other fans as well, they don't really know what that process is like. So do you guys scrim? Do you kind of talk about ideas and maybe to see if their ideas fit the team style? Like what does that kind of look like?
How do we figure out new ideas, you mean?
How do you trial new
question.
players for the team? Like, what's the process? Do you have to discuss things with them and see if you're on the same page, or is it playing scrims or that sort of thing?
Obviously, we play scrims and we try to figure out how people, what is their heroes mostly, how they, go well with our playstyle. When you pick a carry, it's also about the chemistry between 5 position, and we look at these things, all these things. Chemistry with 5 position, their heroes. That's the number one.
Okay, thank you.
With you guys, just on that point, you mentioned the heroes that they like to pick, and Pio, he plays a lot of unorthodox heroes, like he plays the Leshrac position 1, he plays the Mirana position 1, we saw him break out the Void Spirit that time around, and TB's probably his most normal position 1 hero. Is that something that you guys really were looking for? Something a little bit more out of left field? Because a lot of your gameplay as a team tends to be not what people are expecting, like Spartan diving tier 2 towers at 7.5 minutes. Was that part of your criteria?
Not really. To be fair, these things happen because enemies are picking heroes that are not good in lanes in these spots. You need to have good lane setup, and if you don't pick that against us, if you pick Visage, that's literally a hero that loses the lane no matter what you do, you're gonna get dove at tier 2s and your gameplay will be okay. We're gonna lose first 15 minutes and hopefully the enemy throws. That's their game plan.
That's a good game plan. I love it. I love to hear it, man. Just run at them. It'll work out. It's fine. In that game number 2 as well, you guys had the priority coming into the drafting phase and you chose Radiant. Are you able to reveal what at all you like about the Radiant side versus picking second pick, which might be a little bit more popular?
I mean, there is no real reason that we picked anything in this series. Overall, I feel second pick is better, and I feel Dire overall is a little bit better because usually you want to go roast at 20 minutes, and the 20-minute roast is at the bottom side, and that's where usually your carry plays. Yeah, that's where your carry plays, and it always feels like good. And whenever you take cross on one side, it always spawns there most of the time. It's gonna spawn again at the same area if you take it instantly. I like Dire a bit more anyway, but second pick is superior for sure.
And how has PO adjusted to your the vibe of your team? Because you guys obviously seem like you're very energetic. We saw in the listen-in after game number 1, there was a little bit of banter being thrown around. You were basically saying, oh, looks like the Deucer wants to get into game 2 really quickly. Does he embrace that sort of stuff? Or is he a little bit more reserved or shy?
When people start screaming and stuff like this is happening inside the game in fights, he says I don't understand what's going on. And we try to keep it low, at the minimum. But it needs some getting used to. The team, obviously, he's not a fluent at English, and mostly we also sometimes speak a bit Greek because we're 3 Greeks, just to communicate faster. It definitely takes some getting used to. But the more time goes on, he will learn more English, in my opinion, and it's gonna be easier for him.
I actually just have one last question, not to do with Dota or anything like that. Aries, if you have another question, feel free to ask it after me. Yeah. But a lot of people have been talking about, there's a lot more popularity coming out of the Middle Eastern region in terms of you've got Enigma Galaxy, you've got teams like Quest, for example, that have a lot of Middle Eastern players. How would you feel about a Southern Europe and Middle East and Northern Africa region being instated? And would you want to be part of that, or are you happy playing in Western Europe?
I feel there is always good things coming out from if new things are put into Dota. I feel this is only gonna make things better, more Dota. it's better overall. I'm not sure if we gonna relocate. I feel like Europe. The reason why we're like pretty good on individual skills is the pubs that we play here. And if you play pubs on NA and all of this stuff, like your skill goes lower and lower. Yes, you have higher chance of going because teams are not as hard, But at least we play these pubs here, and we are so good at the individual skill that when we go to LAN tournaments, we're gonna show up to do something. That's my personal opinion. But it's always good to have more people coming into Dota.
Well, we were able to see that individual performance and the team performance as a whole as well. Just the first series together with the boys. So incredible showing, and hopefully you guys are able to get some more interviews with us as well with some more victories. So I really appreciate the interview, mate. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. See you next time. Bye-bye. Thank
you. Bye. All right, Danok, there we go. First series done. Was lovely to hear from Skylark himself as well. Sounds like a lovely person.
I mean, NA isn't even being played right now, and they just copping strays, just saying, you know what, the pubs there are trash. There's nowhere that holds a candle to Western Europe. And honestly, with some of the results on the board, you can kind of see why. The top 3 teams in the world right now are from that region. So we'll have to see how things develop in the coming months.
It's always good to hear insights. I know I didn't want to go too much into the Radiant side and all that, but I'd never thought about the Dire side with actually Roshan being 20 minutes, and then eventually by the next time it's up, more than likely it's going to be down on that bottom side as well, but you're already playing. And like you said, kind of about that Visage lane as well, where it doesn't matter, Visage loses all lanes, and really the only way back is if we throw. And really feels like they have, I've said it multiple times, Spartan with a unique personality, but it feels like this team does as well, just with some of the comms we heard at the end of game 1, and then some of the comms he said then as well. The game plan is just to throw, and that's how we come back in. So we don't get that without these interviews from these boys as well. So always lovely to hear them. And of course, we got 2 more series as well. So 2 more potential interviews as well. Next up, we will have Alliance up against Level Up. So that's going to be another great series. One of the teams coming through the closed qualifiers. Level Up, they looked really, really strong in those closed qualifiers. So how they're going to be able to compete versus Alliance, who this is really now getting to the stage where it's do or die. This team, they've been around for the entire season, hasn't been able to get results. There's been a lot of expectations for them moving up to Division 1, but they fell short in both these tours. Is this the tour for them, though? They need to start with a victory over Level Up if that is going to be the case. Of course, it's going to be a bit longer of a break considering how fast this first series went.
You think they're going to get the win? You think they're going to get the win? I want to hear from you. Yes or no? Alliance winning this series?
Yes, I think they will. I think Alliance will win 2-1. I think that's going to be a very exciting series, potentially the most exciting series for the night as well. So, like I said, I know it's going to be a bit of a long break, but I think that will be one that you guys want to wait for. So when we are back, we got Level Up against Alliance. We'll see you guys then.
Ci zoning ulti on CM.
Yeah, can you back from front?
No, bro. What bots? On board.
We do have them.
Real.
Okay.
Make them suffer.
Oh, cannot Hadouken. Ah!
Dive him.
Nice, it's Hadouken.
Kill this guy.
Nice pieces, bro. All good, bro.
This...
All right, and welcome back to some more Western Europe Division 2 action. We finished up Division 1. We're right into Division 2, and, well, Western Europe, it's a fun little region of Division 2 teams.
What do you mean? You know, we got some rest. We had a full day of rest, and now we are diving into this Division 2, which is pretty stacked. Yeah, this Div 2 in Western Europe is... I would even say like some of the teams could definitely match up against some of the teams from Division 1 from other regions. Like imagine the next door if you have like, I don't know, Nigma, OG, Alliance, you'll have Secret, D1 Hustlers as well in the same, if there's somehow, you know, a team that is like Ancient Tribe or ex-Monaspot team that joins the Division 1 boys. But it's pretty damn stacked. Like this Division 2 definitely most stacked out of all regions, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's exciting teams, exciting players all over the region here for Division 2, and it's always fun. I feel like every matchup's pretty close. You never really quite know who's going to get promoted from the Division 2, but definitely for a lot of these teams, kind of their last chance before like TI qualifiers and getting in and figuring it out to get that last chance to really clean it up as a group, right?
Pretty much, and we can see the prize pool. Less money than in Division 1, no DPC points, as expected. You got to be a top dog to earn some DPC points, so you'll have to go through the qualifiers. So you're now playing pretty much for the next year, playing for that next season, see how it's going to be. We still don't have the info, but we assume that it's going to be something similar. It's stacked. Like I'm really hyped for some of these matches because you have like TI winners in Division 2, like that are trying to qualify again for Division 1. And you have some big orgs, of course. Nigma Galaxy, Alliance, OG, they're like, breed, they're kind of like sister org of OG. And you have new and up-and-coming teams like Level Up. Monaspot doesn't have a sponsor right now. Ancient Tribe as well. They almost made it in the previous tour. There were a lot of teams that were like relatively close to getting into Division 1. Tiebreakers were played. Alliance, unfortunately for them, they lost about Monaspot and D2 Hustlers. You know, you like how I said D2 Hustlers? Don't make a mistake there.
The Div 1 season's over. They are back to being Div 2 Hustlers. So, yeah, we'll see them in the next time. I like some of these players. Like, there's some up-and-coming names. Like, I like Nande on Into the Breach. Of course, everybody on Monaspot. For me, I loved watching them, even when they were in Division 1. Like, that was a fun team to watch. And you've got some standouts. Like, I feel like Aramis on OG is going to be fun to watch. Or Kid Track is going to be interesting. Because he was on Animal Planet with Owie, right? That was a long time ago. I can't even remember how long ago that was. That was like 4 years ago.
Yeah, bro. Time goes so quickly. It pretty much flies, especially if you're in a good company. If your co-caster is really good and fun, then you have, 1 year, bam, suddenly gone. But if I had to like predict who's gonna go to Division 1 this tour, I would say Nigma Galaxy. They look like the strongest team, I would say. And then the second team is gonna be pretty difficult to guess, I would say. OG, they had a bit of a shaky performance, but now they also swapped some of the players and might look different. Let's see how much they're going to practice. Alliance, of course, they're going to be a contender. Ex-Monaspot, you never know with the team. But, let's focus on the matchup. It's going to be Alliance against Level Up. Alliance, they did not change the roster at all. And as we can see on the schedule, Monaspot already played against Ivy. Pretty one-sided series overall. And then after this one, OG against Into the Breach. We're going to see some TI winners, the old squad, boomers, whatever you want to call them, playing against some newer blood, Some of these players have been in the game for a relatively long time, like Jibe Supreme, Nande as well, but you have like these new and upper-comers like Merlin, who did stand in for, was it OG? Yeah, it was OG in Division 1, but Level Up, the team that is pretty much... that consists of rejects. There's a bunch of players who are like, well, we don't have a team, so we have to form our own team. They went through the qualifiers. A lot of 2-1s. They did it with relative ease, I would say. Yeah. but because the competition wasn't as hard as it is in this Division 2. So Milan, I'm pretty sure that people know about him, like last teams that he played for. He coached Into the Breach, and he also played for Quincy Crew, which he had really good results with, I would say. Especially Into the Breach, who was very close to going to TI even. And then Loranov, The Hawk, and Sweden Strong. These are the players that played for pretty much every big org in the Eastern European region.
Yeah, it's Sweden Strong who played for Navi. I remember Milan being on that Hellraiser squad at TI7. I think, TI7 was in Seattle, and my brother was on layover because he was a flight attendant at the time, and he was like, God,
where's this going, B-Cup?
He was just like, he got to meet Milan, like, out of nowhere. It was so weird. Okay. It was such a weird, like, he's like, I just play Turbo Dota. I wonder if Milan was just like, okay, cool.
Well, level up.
Techies Doom.
Let's see if they want to get Storm Spirit straight away. Pugna has been like pseudo save, a hero that does a lot of things. 1 Glimmer Cape, plus like changes to the hero where you are getting more healing with the Cripify when you cast it on allies. Now with this Doom opener, I'm pretty sure that they knew it was gonna come, because level up, they're picking strong meta heroes, and yeah, Alliance will just use this Pugna as mana battery for Storm. But looking at the win rates of some of these heroes, like Doom and Techies, they're out there. They're on the top.
Well, I'm almost certain that Alliance now have to ban Anti-Mage.
Yes, that's one ban. That has to be it. Like, it has to be it. I think Puck as well, because you don't have control. People still feel like they can play Storm into Puck. Ember's an okay one. You do much better in the lane than you do against Puck. Because Ember, like, I've seen Ember Spirit really struggle against Storm on the mid lane. You do possess a kill threat, but it's more for the game, not so much for the lane, where you're like, oh, we don't have enough control. These two heroes, Searing Chain's always going to be really good against Storm. Add, like, 1 Blast Off from Techies, Doom as well. Okay, this is also the hero that has been banned out from the games that we've been seeing in Division 1. Silencer as a counter to both of these heroes, where you can connect onto the target, pop the global. It does stop this aggression from Storm Spirit as well. So, 2 heroes that we mentioned. One is going to be left in the pool, and both of these heroes level up still didn't pick for themselves in terms of roles. So, AM, or it might be Puck. One of those has to be it right now, coming out from the Alliance in this last ban.
Yeah. Let's see what's coming out here is, Doom Techies, the most contested heroes in all of Div 1, all regions, so just sticking to what works. Techies, in the past, did you ever think that this was going to be... When you looked at Techies when he first got released, were you just like, this is going to be the most contested hero in the future? I see it. I can tell.
Well, Doom has been, like, when other heroes got nerfed, Doom got buffed. And speaking of buff, I'm looking at my boy, the Hawk. He's also buffed. Their coach, Victor, as well behind them. They're currently at the boot camp. So... team is playing like, they are taking this one seriously. This is also the hero that can cause a lot of issues, not just against Storm, but in general against these mobile heroes. So you might need to pick... I'm down for maybe Oracle on side of Alliance. Great against Skywrath Mage, great against Techies. Have another layer of save that synergizes as well with Pugna. So, wouldn't mind seeing it.
I think they're boot camping in the same building.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it.
Yeah. So I think they boot camped together in January, if I recall correctly. Or Alliance was in the level up building.
They can actually shake hands when they lose, or when they win against each other.
Get that respect going, everything. Skywrath Mage, Venomancer, Monkey King in the second phase. We've been seeing more and more of Skywrath. feel like this hero is starting to see a little bit of a resurgence. I think the aggression in lane, the silence every now and then. The Ancient Seal feels like it could be quite strong, especially if you landed on a hero like Storm. All of a sudden, it's a long duration silence, and you have to deal with that, and could line up something a little bit more. And
yeah, it's pretty much the best silence in the game, on top of global silence, of course, because it's easy to execute, but this like long duration silence, and they will go with another layer of silence, the hero that we did talk about. Alliance, they don't have much control for this puck, so could be a big of an issue. How do you, like, if this is going to be off-lane Veno, safe lane Monkey, Pugna, and now you're going to be looking for 8 or 4 or 5, you could play this Monkey as position 4, but I don't think that's doable. Most likely they just picked it in the lane against Doom.
Well, the control is what? Vortex?
Boundless
Strike. Against this lineup, like, that kind of means techies could blast off to leave. Doom, he's tanky enough where your limited lockdown isn't going to be enough to kill him. It's worrying. And then Puck obviously loves when there's a limited lockdown and can move around pretty easily. I'm truthfully, through 4 picks, favoring level up quite a bit.
Yeah,
you need to pick somebody with a lot more lockdown coming into this last pick for Alliance.
It's not an easy pick by any means. For Alliance, if they want to shift things around, play this Monkey as position 4, I think Faceless Void will give them reliable lockdown. They don't have like the most damage inside Chrono, but it would give them an ability to catch Puck. But then again, you pick Faceless Void into Puck, into Skywrath Mage, into Doom. These are like 3 huge abilities that he really hates to play into.
Looking at that last ban, they banned Slark. I guess that's a little bit more control when it comes down to it.
Not the hero that controls Puck by any means.
Yeah.
Some of these old heroes that were like relatively popular, maybe coming out from position 4, like Tiny, these heroes are not as good right now. We don't see them being picked at all.
S4 doing some thinking, that typical, tap the finger. What do I pick here? Or what do I ban here, I guess? Jug. So more and more Jug has been picked. Not exactly my favorite hero to see in terms of one positions that we've been seeing coming out. It feels like in the games we saw in Division 1, it wasn't exactly in Western Europe excelling.
Yeah, the hero feels awkward, I would say, after changes to BKB having debuff, immunity, and magic resistance on his Blade Fury does hurt hero a lot. So, like, one of the reasons why we don't see Lifestealer and Jug being popular as a hero. Jug picks have been here or there, and yeah, Alliance now swapping things around.
Immediately into the Sven.
That's the hero that, man, I like Level Up's draft. When I look at Alliance, what they drafted for themselves, like Vacuum into Wukongs, that's good. Storm Spirit later, you'll have Aghanim Scepter if the game goes long enough. But yeah, I do like what Level Up drafted for themselves. I feel like this is a very strong draft that is going to hit relatively early timing. Sven, one of the heroes also that doesn't care too much about Monkey King. Even if he's sitting inside Wukong's command, Sven's overwhelming damage can get him the kill. Add like 1 puck with Orb, Silence, Skywrath Mage with the ulti, Techies with the Blast Off. I think it should be fine. Alliance with their draft, it's not the easiest to execute draft. And also seeing this like off-lane duo, I don't see the synergy. This is Darkseer plus Venomancer, which is kind of it's a lot of slow, but it's not your like Tusk, Clockwork, Earth Spirit Nyx that uses this Ion Shell really well. So seems like Alliance, they want to farm. They want to hit like 2 item timing on core heroes and then go for the fight, because Darkseer definitely wants to get like Pipe, wants to get maybe even like Guardian Greaves in this one to soak up most of the damage coming out from Skyrat, from Sven, and then they can reset and go in again.
Yeah, I really like this level up lineup. I just think the lockdown's there, the damage is there, and they're going to be struggling on the side of Alliance. But if the lanes go well enough, maybe they could break through and get something going. But it doesn't exactly feel like there's going to be... I like the matchups more for level up. I don't know if there's going to be a whole bunch of blood being shed on the side of level up coming in the early parts of these lanes, right?
Yeah, I want to see how they're going to do in lanes. Also, their bottom lane, not the strongest, and also a bit of anti-synergy. You have Pugna, who uses the Cripify, then Monkey King can't hit, his Boundless also can't hit. So, definitely, I'd say this is like 65-35. It's going to be about execution. Alliance, I would say, is a more experienced team, a squad that has been together. I want to see how Level Up is going to do as a team. Individually, a lot of these players do have a decent amount of experience.
Oh.
30 seconds to battle.
Interesting. All right, Sticky Bomb, Concussive Shot, the slows are there on the Charlie. Stormhammer and Boundless Strike lands on a couple, but look at the blood grenades. It was a barrage. You get the first blood. That was a smoke to the top twin gate, transfer all the way bottom, run all the way around. That's interesting way to invade.
They placed this very sneaky observer ward on the high ground bottom, which is a cute little spot for Obs, which scouted Monkey King and gave them the kill.
Yeah.
Who was the one who got it? Sweet and strong, just like how I like my coffee. Sweet and strong. So he's going to be the one bringing some extra regen to the lane, bringing those blood grenades again. Scarlet Mage, one of the better heroes to utilize blood grenade. Veno as well, of course. Veno loves to pop it. You get like 1 Gale, you're level 2. The hero doesn't move, 100 move speed.
Yeah, I love blood grenades. You've definitely made me a big blood grenade fan. I think the more and more I cast with you, I think it's just been where I stand. Best item. Maybe as good as Seeds of Serenity.
Yeah, the item is buffed now. Finally, you can use Seeds of Serenity. And they will change the lanes a bit. Put Hanskin on Venomancer on bottom, which I like more, because then you'll have like some kind of a slow. And also the anti-synergy that I talked about. Monkey with Pugna doesn't seem too good.
Does this lane go that well for Alliance up here top? Feels like there's more harassment if they get the level 2 early on the side of level up. There's Stormhammer into a blast off.
I could see level up getting kills here. Oh, the Hawk, he's the one who's pulling the wave, actually. Not gonna get it in the end. This one melee creep stopped it.
Yeah. Just disrupting the whole pull, and the Hawk trying to do everything he can to get that there. And, well, right now he does hit that level 2. So does Milan. And again, I'm ready to see what they go for, because there is no surge at level 2 right now. It's the vacuum into the Ion Shell. So if you get hit by that, S4 could be in a lot of trouble.
Not the strongest of the combos on side of Alliance. You have the Cripify and then Vacuum. That's it. That's the combo. Until they start to get like more points. I don't know, in Boundless Strike, Wukong's command. Storm Spirit gets the Water Rune. We'll refill it. Lorinov still has one available, but his bottle is coming right now, so let's see if Lorinov manages to pick it up. Nicely done. He goes backwards, picks up the bottle from the courier, and we'll refill it.
Early bottle getting that fill. We saw a lot in Division 1. Heroes that have like movement like the Puck, like the Queen of Pain, willing to back up and go for the Wisdom Runes and fill up their bottle that way. Wonder if we're going to see Lorinov do that.
It's very situational. Depends like how the mid lane's doing. He's not gonna rush in there and take it. Also, you don't want to steal it away from your supports unless your supports are doing well. So you might go for like type of a play where you invade enemy XP rune and then your mid laner comes and takes it. Then it's fine. But if you're just taking it away from your support who's not having a good time, he's gonna be stuck at like level 3, level 4, 10 minutes into the game.
Right. I know a couple times we saw Queen of Pains go for it. I think it was 9 who got like every Wisdom rune for his team. Stormhammer, Sticky Bomb, and
He
S4.
doesn't have Surge.
Yeah, he doesn't have a way to really run away from this, and Hawk just continuing to move forward, and Nether Blast is enough to really deter for a moment.
Line's going in.
And Blast Off, yeah, they want to go in. Look at the damage. They've got the Vacuum back, but they'll get the kill. They'll take out S4, and that's kind of what I said was going to happen if he was going to sit there, especially without that Surge.
Yeah, not sure about Vacuum. I think that's a mistake in the lane. No real combo for it. We're not getting a kill in this lane. It's going to be a lot of harassment, and Milan, he's going behind enemy towers, wants to deny himself. Come back to the lane, full HP, full mana.
I was going to say a bit early for the Wisdom Rune.
What if you camp there for 7 minutes? You're like, I exist.
I don't know if that's value. I don't know if that's really the value coming in.
Probably
Sweet
not.
Strong is trouble and Boundless Strike, but Charlie's going to be traded on this. There's no way for him to get out. Hanskin gets the kill there, and Sweet and Strong technically takes out Charlie after dying.
Told me having a good time compared to Monkey King because they got the first blood in this lane. Level 4 on Doom. Doom definitely likes these type of trades where he gets solo XP, pushes him closer to level 6. His support can refill the bottle. He's also getting some extra solo XP now in this bottom lane, and having this frost attack creep is pretty big. You land concussive shot, blood grenade, one hero is gonna die.
Yeah, they just have no speed to move anywhere. Top lane again, like they're still looking at S4. He doesn't have Surge, he's sitting low, so is Ponlo. Well-placed Blast Off, and they could be seeing themselves get another kill, maybe even more. Especially if it hits both of them. Bottom lane again, concussive shot. Boundless Strike on a 2, Charlie on the run. Infernal Blade comes in, they've got the Arcane Bolt. They should have the damage if they want to dive, but with Doom sitting so low, he's not really able to do so, and Hanskin's able to turn that around and at least get a kill and own me. So he's the one getting owned in that lane with that death coming in from that Venomancer.
A bit too deep. Also, with this build, let's say this is Vanguard build, you can't go in and dive like that. I assume that he wants to have more movement speed. You are playing against Monkey Veno, so you want to be able to outrun your opponents.
Right.
But you're not tanky at all. If you're going for Arcane Boots as your first item,
oh, Lightning,
you're
and
gonna die.
there's the Vortex. Not level 6 yet for this puck.
Needs
And
that
they've
creep.
got Milan
Not
and
gonna be
Ponlo
enough.
here, but now finally hits that level 6. They go after Sweet and Strong. They've got Hanskin here. They blow up the Skywrath Mage, and Lorna
Finally hits that level 6. Chuen.
maybe want to turn it back around because this Storm doesn't have any mana remaining. Snaps that Dream Coil, Blast Off lands, and gets him.
He caught him like mid-air. It looked very cool. So Lorinov, he tried to go for that creep kill. Doesn't push him to level 6. And Finn and Strong will TP mid, refill his bottle. They're going to smoke up. So in terms of the trade, level up, they are getting the kills on cores, and their cores are surviving. That's what matters.
We'll say, though, that they do have a 1,000 net worth lead here for Alliance. I think, yeah, mid went well for them. And despite the fact that Charlie had that early couple of deaths, like, he's still got an okay amount of farm.
Got that one kill. I mean, assist, second assist as well. Is level 5 right now. But I could see level up play more aggressive here. Next coil could be like, it depends where Sweet and Strong wants to move. If he wants to rotate to the mid lane, they could kill Storm Spirit one more time. Or if Puck wants to rotate to the bottom with the next coil, Charlie should die.
Well, I will say they got both Wisdom Runes on the side of level up. We've seen how important that can be. So a lot of experience here for the supports. And bottom lane, the Silence, the Seal. And they sign Seal and deliver this kill, though. Jingu, Charlie, Boundless Strike, not
that
the
wasn't
right
even
way.
close.
Omi now running for Hanskin, looking like he might die, but he's got a little bit of help as Sweet and Strong with full health, full mana was able to output a lot of...
Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. He's dead. And yeah, that Boundless, it needed to connect. I guess he was trying to go for both targets, but Charlie missing it. And now he's still level 5 while Doom is level 6. So
Sweet and Strong's almost level 6 too. He's like 2 creeps away from it. He's got that level 2 in the Ancient Seal. That's already a 4-second silence. We saw how useful it could be up against that Monkey King to start, right?
As4 is farming some big stacks in the jungle right now. Got himself to level 6. Come on. Wants to steal some of that XP.
Dream Coil and the seal coming through. Mystic Flare down. Ponlo's dead. Sweet and Strong, level 6 before the 10-minute mark.
But before 9-minute mark, well, Motekis is almost level 6 as well. They go on Storm, but they're like, you know what? We're not getting a kill on Storm because Pagna showed up, tried to save him there. They got the kill. Looking at Doom, still no points in his ulti. Even though he does have 6 abilities. When you do the math, it's like, yeah, 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 is 6. He's level 6.
1, 3, 5, 1.
You get 1 for free. Same goes for Medusa.
So 6 equals 7.
In this case, yes.
But does 7 equal 9?
It's 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, all right. All right. The two of you. I just realized what laugh you did.
That's the old school, the Skype laugh. You remember the video.
Yeah.
You're old enough.
Oh my gosh. Showing my age, yeah. So, that was an early lead for Alliance. Now, level up. They've got themselves a little bit of a net worth lead. Nothing too crazy. Of course, they've got a Doom with only level 1 in the Devour right now. The 1-4-1 build. Lornoff. Oh, he's going to have some help from Sweet and Strong, who drops down the Mystic Flare. They get the kill on Hanskin. They'll look to try and trade onto the Skywrath Mage. They've got the Vortex to pull him back. They'll get the kill. When getting that trade.
Trent getting some extra gold for himself. Does have Falcon Blade available. Going into Orchid next. That's an interesting one. I guess he wants to be able to have some kind of a control for Puck. This is an old school build we're talking about. Because they pushed, like... They put a lot of pressure on these other 2 lanes. The Hawk, he's getting a ton of farm. He's level 8 as Sven. Still sitting in the lane with Mask of Madness going into Echo Saber next. So nothing too fancy coming out from Sven. Pretty standard stuff. And he's going to continue to farm up jungle now.
So, going for this Echo Saber, we've seen Harpoon later in the lineup for Sven. Ornoff getting pushed behind the tower. He's got help from Sweet and Strong. This Pugna is still not level 6, and neither is this Venomancer. This is a little concerning.
Pugna definitely wants to be level 6 so they can keep this mana going for Storm Spirit.
Yep. Try to keep him alive best you can.
Huh? Speaking of that item on Storm, Troyan going for Orchid. I guess offense is the best defense here. But he's gonna be very, very killable in these fights. 1 Coil, 1 Silence from Skywrath Mage, 1 Doom. He's gonna be taken out.
When he had a quick little time on Aster, I don't know if you remember, but that was when I first kind of got my first glimpse of how good of a mid he was, and I really liked him as a mid with Aster too, but that was during the time where Aster was going through mids like it was nobody's business. The Love You Love Me replaced him on Aster, and for all you guys out there who don't remember him, well, he was there for a split second as well. Mystic Flare with the Ancient Seal. A lot of damage being done here on Hanskin, who throws down a Plague Ward trying to survive, and also hits him with that Noxious Plague. Ball lightning over, but they can't get the kill into the Skywrath Mage.
No mana for Vortex, because he has your favorite item. If he had some kind of mana item, might have had enough. Seeds of Serenity, not giving him anything other than HP regen.
It's good, though. I'm surprised he didn't get, like, a Cult Bracelet or something like that.
Cold Bracelet, very good for farming the jungle. I guess maybe if he had like a Fairy Trinket, would definitely pick it up. So probably had some worse options. Or he thinks with this extra HP region, an extra HP 150 is no joke. It gives you enough to survive. Maybe he's thinking, I switched to Power Tread Strength, Magic Wand, Seeds of Serenity. It should be enough to survive through the coil. Maybe some extra help from Pugna. Game slowed down, which does benefit level up. You are playing against Sven. Like, there's a
Right.
big difference between Monkey King and Sven for a good reason. One has built-in Battle Fury, the other one is a monkey, so...
Yeah.
Can't really, compare these two. Sven just farms faster. Like, he's also off to a better start, didn't die a single time. 4 points in Great Cleave, builds into Mask of Madness, and look where he is right now. Impossible to catch. You also have Doom, who's about to finish off Hand of Midas, so gold on side of level up will keep increasing. I talked about Alliance 2 item timing, going for this mech, disassemble Vanguard, go into Pipe. They want to take a fight here. Milan is very dead.
On the run, and everybody here. So they're going to get a kill on the techies. Also with the Doom, like, they're starting to get more of a net worth lead here for level up because he started 1-4-1, and he's starting to get more in the Devour, which means his gold is going to start processing a lot quicker, right?
Yeah, that's going to be big. And also holding on to Purge, which is pretty insane ability to think about it against Monkey, Dispel, his Jingu, great against Darkseer, Iron Shell, Surge, Decrepify, which he doesn't even have. That's an interesting build from Ponlo. 4 points in Netherward. I guess he wants to punish Skyrat Mage. This is one of the funniest interactions in Dota, where you just like straight up die to it. Can't use Mystic Flare. It's gonna be much easier now, because he's going for Glimmer Cape. So you have like 300 damage barrier that is gonna keep you alive, even if you pop that Mystic Flare.
More you know. I was gonna say, is there anything else other than Purge that you want to be grabbing here if you're Doom, or is this something you think about even holding for a majority of the game?
He might actually hold this until he picks up a Blink Dagger, because War Stomp, Blink Dagger initiation, just to follow up stun onto something is too good. It's been like that for a decade now.
So, once again, see him trying to farm a little bit over mid. He's got Panglo and Chuan right by him, but Lornoff going in. Waning Rift, Nether Blast, gotta be careful. Illusory Orb, Jaunt out. They brought S4 over.
But this is fake response from level up. They bring 3 heroes mid while Doom's farming bottom, Sven's farming jungle, and they might find Charlie here. Let's see, the Hawk. He's gonna show up and continue to farm up. BKB, this is the timing when Sven wants to join.
Gonna get this tier 1 tower and look for something behind him. Milan, he's gone the other way and actually avoids this Alliance squad that's sitting here over mid after they take the tier 1 tower. So does a good job moving around. This is well done by Milan. I think, Techie's one of those heroes, especially against this lineup, can be taken out pretty easily. We've seen it before. And he's only died twice. Like, Milan's quietly getting farm. He's going for the drums. He's doing what his team needs him to do.
He tanked 2 ganks, pretty much, which was fine. They did reveal the smoke.
It's
Position
allowed,
5 is more than fine with it.
Yeah, it's allowed Sven to pretty much just have this exponential rise in farm, and he's happy with it. Look at that. He's 2k ahead of this Darkseer, and then compared to the Monkey King, he's so far ahead. Hawk is so farmed, and he disassembled that Echo Saber. That means he's went to the BKB. Now he's going back to it. And truthfully, it looks like they're just setting up to push this bottom tier 1 and maybe catch somebody out a little bit too far.
Their team fight is very strong. Coil, Sven's gonna go in and delete that target immediately. Then you have Doom. Also, interesting choice from Lorinov in terms of talents. He did go for Illusory Orb damage over the Silence. This level 10 talent, the Silence, almost like a full second Silence against heroes like Storm Spirit, could make a lot of difference. But let's see. Chuan, he does have Orchid available. And Region Rune.
That's the thing, though. He got this Orchid maybe expecting to be a little bit more aggressive. And maybe a little bit's even an understatement. He probably wanted to be really aggressive with this Orchid, right? And get kills on, like, Skywrath and Techies and boost up and snowball off the cliff. And he hasn't really done that yet.
Still has that region going. Not sure if they can lock down hero like Sven, burst him down from 100 to 0. They have very limited lockdown. they might try to like maybe bait a BKB and then Storm jumps in. We haven't seen Doom being used at all throughout the game. Sometimes this does happen if the game slows down. But he's going for these aura items, and
they're gonna go immediately. Yeah, they destroy this Venomancer. He's left by himself, and now they're looking for the concussive shot to slow down this Darkseer. After the surge, it's possible. Vacuum wall on a 2. Wukong's as well. Dahak sitting at about half health. He needs to start to run, but the ball lightning in, and now they catch themselves. Schwan, they use the Doom. They get the kill on the Storm. In and well out in a body bag. That was real fast coming in from Level Up.
Whew. First Venomancer, he died in a second. And then Storm, like that's the problem with their lineup. If they have like one real stun on their team, Sven could potentially die there. Keep them inside, keep him inside the Wukong's command. But yeah, Sven, pop it off. Some sick damage numbers coming out from Sky and Venomancer. 190. And Venomancer did 67 damage. That's one snake.
And look at that. Proximity mines. I don't know what it is, and maybe it's just because I had a lot of fun covering that game. I think my Techie's performances are all based on the level of TK. Throwing those proximity mines down the way he did. And we have yet to see anybody kind of redo that build, right?
Yeah, it was very situational. I mean, Techie's Universal Hero can buy into anything, so... Drums, Glimmer, Pipe, Pavis, like whatever you need. He can buy all auras if necessary. Force Staff. Every single item feels good to have on Techie's. I do love to compare him to Venomancer. Like even in the previous patches, when Venom was not a Universal Hero, you could always buy like, oh, you need a Solar Crest, you need some Heaven's Halberd, Ags. Still gotta feel very good.
Dire's bottom tower.
Lines into the Roche pit. Let's see if they can do this. We've seen this a couple times. Team that's not leading goes for Roche, and it's a lot easier to kind of get there without the other team knowing these days.
If it's on your side, like you usually see Radiant going for Roche when it's on Radiant's side, and it seems like they know something is up, but not the fastest Roche by any means. But they're not going to be they're not going to be able to be there on time. So Charlie will not be picking this first one. It's going to be Storm. Chuen. Also getting closer to his BKB, so definitely needs it against Puck Coil, against this Stormhammer stun. Now the Hawk does have Blink Dagger. They still want to take the fight. They feel super strong. Ponlo picked up Wisdom Rune, double Wisdom Rune.
Double the wisdom, double the fun. I wish I could get smarter that quickly. Takes me a while. Although these days I'm out of school and I think I'm just losing wisdom.
Oh, I thought you were homeschooled.
By myself?
Yeah.
I teach myself. Yeah, sure. All right.
Is that common in US?
It depends where you live, I would say.
Where you're like, well, there's no bus that drives kids to school, so we have to homeschool them.
Yeah, that's usually in areas where they play the banjo. Lightning Vortex, they've got the silence, so they're going to try and stay on the Doom. But at this point in the game, Doom,
what a stun.
He's pretty tanky, and the Stormhammer on the 2, they'll take out Hanskin. They've doomed up S4.
He's going to cleave him.
Uh-oh. Trying to run, trying to hide, but concussive shot, illusory orb, and they're on him. Stormhammer and a kill there for Lornoff.
That was a bit of an interesting one. They do have this observer board that is scouting things out in the outer ring, so they caught Doom, but this is a very difficult target to kill. Who does have Pipe, Mech, level 13 on Doom, has also Purge available, tier 2 tower for the team to TP to.
Thanks, Purge.
Thank you.
Yeah, going on Doom at this point in the game, it feels very, very tough. The armor situation here for level up is going to be really good.
Yeah, against Monkey, you have Sven, who does provide you with that Warcry armor. So, making heroes like Skyrat Mage not dying. Why does this hero have 2 armor at level 11? I understand that he's like, well, I'm all about CC and I'm going to burst someone, but could use some lovin'.
I agree with that.
Just like you take almost full damage, full physical damage from right clicks. 12% resistance, wow.
Wow. Yeah, pretty much.
He's out of sentry range.
Ooh, Vortex. Now the Dream Coil turning this around. Look at the damage coming from the Hawk. Oh boy. They've got the wall
Stun
down.
on
They go to
3
the
from
blast
Milan.
off. Look at that. They haven't even gotten the kills yet, but they're going to start to line up as they get lower and lower. Sweden Strong's going to die, but S4 ends up falling. They find themselves Joanne, who's silenced and on the run. Dahak here with the Storm Hammer. A couple of right clicks. They'll get the kill into the Storm. They'll take it a second and level up. Gonna eat through everything that Alliance
They
has.
know someone is here. Hanskin. He's being scanned right now. Not gonna be able to TP back because it's on cooldown. What a disastrous fight for Alliance there. First they like drop 2 sentries. They use a scan. Know someone is there. Glimmer Cape from Skyra to keep himself alive. No dust. So they buy a little bit more time. Rest of the team is gonna be able to reconnect, and another great initiation from the Hawk.
I mean, they pretty much ate everything Alliance threw at them, right?
Yeah.
Wall, Wukongs. What else do you do there?
I guess that's why he's called the Hawk. He can see everything from up there. Lands a great 2-man stun. About to crack level 20. And I guess this, yeah, why the team is called Level Up. Look at the experience difference. Out leveling their opponents. Big difference when it comes down to carries 5 levels ahead of Monkey King.
28%
Make it
advantage.
6.
Wow. That is a lot of experience ahead. And there's that level 20. There's that plus 10 war cry armor.
It's like 25. Okay, so Skyrat's Mage will now go from 2 to 27. That's a big increase. Has extra 5 from the tower. We'll lose that as soon as he moves away from it.
It does make me think that Sven support is still kind of viable, right? Giving that kind of armor.
It was popular during Lima Major. Shadowfiend plus Sven lane against some of these heavy physical lineups where you have someone to soak up the damage in the lane for you. And looking at the hero damage, 3k hero damage on Monkey King. These are very low numbers for a 25-minute game.
It felt like Alliance had the stacks. They were doing well. They were getting their cores the farm they needed. But they have just given Sven so much space. Look at the damage coming out from the techies. Woo!
Look at that pure damage from Doom. That only yellow thing in there. He dealt like, I don't know, 50 damage to Storm Spirit when he blinked in. And then Sven dismantled him in a second. Yeah, things are not gonna get easier for Alliance. Like, there is not that big combo that they can pull off. Vacuum into, like, Wukong's Boundless. That's their best thing before maybe Storm gets Aghanim Scepter. But he's still far away from his BKB. Gonna be the Doom target. Doesn't have Lincolns. Charlie manages to find some farm. Gets that Deso plus Orb of Destruction. It's a lot of minus armor. But then again, Sven hit that level 20 that we mentioned. If he pops the Warcry, gives them extra movement speed, they can easily run away from Wukongs, because Alliance does not have enough control.
Ooh, Ponglo. He is dead on his screen already. The Hawk gonna get another kill. He's 5-0-4. He's going into that Harpoon after picking up that Nullifier.
Nullifier, again, big item. Every single time I see it, I feel like this team is gonna win. Whoever buys Nullifier first, there should be some stats about it, like how many times we've seen Nullifier being purchased first. Your win rate increases by like 90% or something. An insane item against Solar Crest, against Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Jingu, Iron Shell, Crimson, you name it, Surge. There's just like dispels everything, and it's on such a low cooldown. It's 10-second cooldown, 5-second duration, no mana cost.
Yeah, you were saying that you think it needs to be nerfed in terms of like giving it a mana cost.
Yeah, I love it. You're listening to me.
Yeah, I always listen to you, or at least I try. Sometimes I see a message and I just go, nah, you know, whatever. I'm never gonna listen to that. But also, it's just like, you look at Sven and like all these heroes that kind of pick up Nullifier. What's he spending on mana in terms of items? Mask of Manus is 25, BKB's 50, and really, what, Warcry's 45? There's really no high mana costs that are making him have to like change his build at all. He's just able to do whatever he wants in terms of item builds and ends up going for the Nullifier, which is free.
It's also a big damage item on him.
Vortex, hold on. Ooh, Gale didn't hit. Life Drain has some mines down and blast off away. Uh-oh. Nope. Does not end up surviving. Still, Milan's happy to die there, right? Everybody comes for him, and look at where Sven's at, just farming and in the jungle.
This is the second or third time the Hawk getting 6 slotted pretty much. Harpoon available, can upgrade his Blink. Mask of Madness might disassemble it, and I like what I see. This Shard upgrade, which is now undispellable and passively grants armor. So again, against Monkey, against wall illusions, gonna come in very handy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, I don't hate it from Alliance. They feel as though they need to continue fighting. And I respect that. Because I would assume they know how far behind, or relatively how far behind they are in this game. And they're still trying to bring it back in ways that I think they're still comfortable with. And despite the fact that they're down by so much, I think if they can find some of these pickoffs, they can open up some sort of path. But I say that. BKB, they've got the Doom, and it's on to the Monkey King. What can you do now? Vacuum into a wall on 2. They've got the Dream Coil down, and that's going to keep Hanskin in place. BKB's been popped by the Storm, and he's just going to ball lightning away and TP out. So Hanskin, he'll die. They only lose 1, but again, they use the wall, and Alliance, they have to retreat.
Not the best fight for level up. Used 3 abilities, only managed to get the kill on Veno. Others managed to disengage. They popped the wall, BKB on Monkey, but they should be happy with that trade. Roshan gonna be up in 1:40.
Shard
It's gonna be on the Radiant side, so and it's gonna be some extra armor as well on them. If they can manage to like kite Sven long enough, like maybe 1 buyback on Veno, then Storm Spirit comes back into the fight, the Cripify. Because if he jumps in, doesn't use his BKB, I'm not sure if he even popped the BKB in the previous fight. I guess he didn't. He was holding on to it. Because there's no real threat. Like Storm Spirit, how do you kill him? You need Wall Illusion. You need to keep him inside Wukong's command. So there needs to be a Vortex into Boundless Strike, into like Vac back. And he can still survive afterwards. Uses Warcry and runs away. Ogre Seal Totem gets out of Wukong's.
Another one of my favorite items, Ogre Seal Totem.
Yeah, some other tier 3 items also got buffed, so this item doesn't seem as powerful as in the previous patch.
Boundless Strike going for the Doom. We'll see if they can get that, but immediately look at the 4 staffs out. They've got the Dream Coil down, they get the kill on S4. They look over at Charlie. Charlie's got the circle around him, but he steps out of it for a moment and now goes into the trees. Without that Wukong's, I just don't really know what you have here. Chuan's gonna be able to survive through the silence that was placed on him by Sweden Strong. They do end up losing 1 again and gaining nothing back.
This is explosive damage from Sven. He locks onto a target and they do manage to kill it. So this time around there was no wall available. And Teki is one of the better heroes that you can protect Roche with. You know that they're going to come from this side. So you put some mines around the Twin Gates. You have mine inside the Roche pit. So you know when the Roche is going to be respawning.
Right. The thing too is like they throw down that Wukong's. And Sweden Strong and Milan, they both have 4 staffs, so they're just like, all right, well, Doom's in trouble. Let's 4 staff him out. What do you do? Like, your damage just isn't... There's no time for Alliance's damage to really get output before there's a response from level up.
Yeah. Monkey didn't get a single Deso stack yet. He got it like 5-6 minutes ago. I don't think Alliance killed a core from level up in the last like 15 minutes. I think they got like maybe 2-3 kills, 1 on Sweden Strong, 2 on Milan. That's about it.
I mean, that Warcry upgrade with the Shard now undispellable.
They're still trying to go for this fight. Let's see the full wraparound. Not the fastest Roche. Again, only hitting it with 2 heroes. The Hawk committed with God Strength.
Standing out here. Look at that, yeah. Proximity Mine explodes. They don't go in. They've got the Aegis now on Lornoff because I'm truthfully thinking that they just don't think Dahak's going to die, and I don't know how he does at this point in the game. So much armor that's going to be on him with the Warcry. He's sitting at, well, was sitting at like 16 plus 31 or something like that. And now they'll go for the Tormentor, pick up a shard.
Yeah, it's a must-have. You want to pick up that shard for Skyrat Mage.
I was just about to say.
It's he's getting it. There we go. It's just a meme. Like, it has to happen. There we go.
Ooh, Shield of the Scion. Whoa.
Bonus armor 0.5. Come on. Like, why is it 0? Why is it not 1? It would not be OP even if it was like 3, I would say.
Warcry, meanwhile, with Shard, Undispellable, plus 25 armor. And then the 6
passive
bonus
AoE.
passive armor. Yeah.
But he doesn't get
equal
intelligence.
Value.
This is also 35-second duration, so Skyrat wins in the end.
Oh. Right.
I'm so happy that this shard still exists because there's always something to laugh about whenever it gets picked up.
Yeah, and then compare that to latent toxicity.
Yeah, latent toxicity is a good one. I don't think latent toxicity got nerfed when all the stuns got nerfed in the previous patch. Let me just check that real quick. Yeah, it was nerfed. Never mind, I lied. It was 2 seconds before, now it's 1.6.
Oh. Thank you, Obs. Appreciate that. Level up, not really feeling it necessary to push in over their head or anything like that. And I think that, truthfully, they don't really need to. They can play this game at their pace. Late game, or even ultra late game, with the way Sven has just been propped up. I just think that level up at all points in the game, even the 60 minutes, are going to be in a advantageous spot if they want to take this on a slow roll.
Disassembled Mask of Madness, the Hawk now has Satanic. It's time to go and try to get some more kills on their side. There's still tier 2 tower in this mid lane, tier 2 tower top. Try to make maps look smaller for Alliance, who are now farming in these outer rings. Charlie and S4 on top of the map, getting whatever they can. And this game is winnable if level up messes it up, if they like mess up 2 fights. Because we still haven't seen like some big items coming out on Alliance. Truan just finished off his Lincoln Sphere. They need more control. I do like Hex pickup. Monkey also feels like he needs more damage output. Now with the Dasher, he could be the one controlling it. And there's the Zip and Swen.
Yeah, they had the Zip, they had the Orchid, they got the Silence onto the Hawk, but he's just kind of getting cutted for the moment. Omi's going to walk out of the circle, and what do you do now that your Wukong is already down? They find themselves Lauren off, but Hanskin's going to end up dying him instead. You got to remember that Lauren has himself the Aegis, the Ogre Seal Totem to close the gap from the Hawk. They go to the Vacuum into the wall on a 2. They're still looking for more. That Nether Blast doesn't really do a lot of damage, and once more, level up, they get a kill, they kind of retreat, they don't have to force themselves in a bad positioning, and they can just get the tier 2 tower over mid.
As for Vacuum the Hawk during Ogre Seal Totem, so was unable to connect with the target. These are not type of the fights that Alliance wants to take. I think you need to let this tier 2 tower go no matter what and then play for the high ground. There's also double damage available that... Let's see who decides to pick it up. The Hawk with double damage, soon to be level 25 Sven, so extra 50% God Strength damage. Could be massive.
Yeah, and you look at that fight recap that we were being shown, and it's just like, okay, well, 539 damage total from the Monkey King. What impact?
It's one Boundless, that's it.
Yeah.
One Skyrat Mage who has no armor.
Yeah. There's just no way to hold him, and we talked about it, right? Lack of lockdown there for Alliance. How do you hold down these heroes, especially within the Wukong's command? There's really no way to do so.
They want to be looking at these prolonged team fights. There's a big item now coming out on S4, just a point booster away. With Aghanim Scepter, he could like make illusion of Sven, make another illusion from wall, stun him long enough. So they want to go in, bait this BKB from the Hawk, and then take a fight from there without... Like, you need to have buyback at this point of the game, because the enemy team does have 24k gold lead advantage, so... That's the one way to play, like, maybe initiate with the Venomancer, get the Noxious Plague, get that Venomous Gale. Hanskin does have decent amount of gold, sitting on 3,000. Like, he's still farming up. Veno, really good hero at doing so. Even when the things are not going correctly, for the team, he's still gonna be able to find some farm.
Of course, we'll see. That ends up mattering in terms of what this Veno is going to offer the team, because he's got more farm than Sweet and Strong, who's got a little bit of a boosted net worth thanks to getting that shard. But jumping in and going over mid. They want to get Hanskin. They pop that God Strength. They don't get the kill there, though, because he's got himself that Glimmer Cape to retreat with. So he's fine.
Also almost level 25 on Lorenov. Has Octarine, Timeless Relic. These are the items that you want to have. Finds an opening here.
Yeah,
On me.
Doom on to...
Uh-oh.
On to the Monkey King. Hold on. Some lag.
Yeah, he's still going to drop.
He's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, looks very dead here.
He's all alone. There's nobody there to help him out.
Does have also Infernal Blade upgrade, does have Purge, BKB of his own, Guardian Greaves. That's gonna be like, I don't know, 800-900 gold for Doom and level 20.
All right, ready to go. Now they can put this all together and see if this Monkey King survives. I doubt it. Right clicks, trying to survive it all. They'll bring the puck just in case, and we'll get that kill. Lorenov, he's got himself boxed too. And then Pano over mid to Hawk. He'll get a kill there with the help of Sweet and Strong.
They could go threaten the high ground. They do have 50 seconds, and they know exactly where someone is farming. That's S4 for the moment. But try to make something happen. Go for the third Roche. Get that Aegis again. But I think this time around you want to give Aegis to the Hawk, because he's going to be the one sieging. Puck also doesn't seem that he can die. Having status resistance, sitting at 3000 HP, hits level 25. Dream Coil goes through magic immunity, debuff immunity. So no one's gonna be too secure.
Shield runes to drop. Maybe they'll just have infinite health. Hanskin caught, and Mystic Flare is down. They'll get the kill there again on him. They'll drop the Dream Coil. And that's going to be snapped, as this is Storm. In a bit of a sticky situation, but he's got that Glimmer Cape help. Not putting on too much pressure. And of course, it is a shield rune that spawns. Interesting. It's just
leg.
like,
Okay, it's
my leg.
Everybody's lagging while Milan is legging. It's a chiropractic. Fix it. Let's go. Time to go. I'm not feeling this lag at all. I mean, both teams are at the same spot, so maybe there's some internet connection problems.
It did happen between the two of them at the same time, just about, right?
Yeah, so...
Oh, Lorenov just,
Makes
like
sense.
I said, shield rune for him, and casually he'll have...
Do it. All right, do it. You started it.
5,200 health. Right? Just about that? Yeah. All right, cool. 5,300-ish.
Could have said like over 5k. I'd be very satisfied with it.
All right. I tried to be exact. I had to make up for the NA math earlier. But
No need. Doing math live during the broadcast, not the easiest thing to do.
yeah, but it's always fun to do. I think it's like a group experiment. Chat, they come into the mix. They're like, yeah, it's this, and everybody has to. And then everybody, you know, Windows key, calculator. Then they do the math, and then they laugh. Ooh, double silence. Dream Coil and the blast off. They'll get the kill there on the S4. They look over at the Storm. That's a second for Dahak. He's looking to clean them all up. Ponglo falls here to Lorenov. They go to the BKB from Charlie. He's going to drop the Wukongs, but yeah, I don't think they care. Nullifier. They'll walk out of the circle. They've got the armor. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill. Onmi gets credit for the kill on a Charlie. That's 4 heroes dead on the side of Alliance, while Level Up again lose nothing. It is 27-9. And
they've been
by the
sitting
way,
at this 9 for ages. There's still Deso, 0 Deso charges on Monkey King, who picked it up at like 25-minute mark.
Throughout that entire fight, Puck still had 600 left on that shield rune. That's pretty crazy.
Top tower is under attack.
It's time to close it out.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So look at the top tier 3. They'll work on the top set of racks while mid's being pushed by Omi.
Radiant's
Bottom's
top
being pushed in by Sweden Strong with that very, very important Shield of the Scion.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Lorinov is the most farm hero in the game. Like, these are the items you can upgrade. One more item, that's about it. Have this Yule Scepter into Wind Waker, and then eat eggs, but these are some, like, really expensive items looking at his inventory.
Yeah, Revenant's Brooch, Octarine, Overwhelming Blink. Wow. Bots too. Not as good as the first one, but sequels never do that well.
Heavy magical damage that cannot miss against Monkey King. Gonna be great. Great against the Cripify. Goes through Ethereal. And time to finish off this Roche on Radiant side for another 2 minutes.
They give the axe to the puck? I mean, they could.
Or you create a Superman. They're gonna take a fight. Look at level up, holding the high
They're not even
ground.
going to get the Roche. They're just going to win this fight and, I assume, the game. There's the God Strength, Stormhammer, Ball Lightning. They have the Wukongs. Can they get the kill
They
here?
punch
They've
Sven.
got themselves a Hawk Low, and the Satanic. All right, back to full health. Never mind, he's fine. They've got the Doom off. It's on the Monkey King. They still can't get the kill on the Dahak, but they've got the Disarm. They'll take out the Monkey King as well as the Storm Spirit. S4 falls. The Noxious Plague's not going to do anything. Hanskin falls, and GG is called. As Level Up will take game number 1 over Alliance.
Yeah, this was very one-sided game. I mean, this one has been decided by draft pretty much. Not having a playmaker on their team, like position 4 and 5 are very static. Storm Spirit gets shut down by Puck. I don't know why teams do allow Puck to be picked in this scenario, because I think Storm plus Pagna is strong opener. You just need to be able to protect the Storm with. What was the other ban? One was Anti-Mage, there was
Silencer.
Ember, and Silencer. Yeah, I think Ember needs to be replaced with Puck in this scenario, because he does cause a lot of issues, like we've seen in these late game fights where you have Dream Coil that goes through magic debuff immunity, and you still die. Like, there's no way to protect yourself. The Hawk had an extremely good game. Like, he was popping off. I don't think he died a single time.
Could you have even replaced the Silencer ban with the Puck ban and then just have someone kind of like buy a Lotus Orb or something for you?
Sure, you could, but...
Because that felt like a very out-of-place ban. I mean, I understand it with the Storm in the game, but there are ways to get around that global silence, right?
There are, yeah, sure, you can dispel it. I also said that maybe I wanted to see Oracle. That's another adjustment, because you're playing against Puck. The Skyrat Mage, you survive long enough. Disarm against Sven later on. This stun from Milan was extremely good. Yeah.
Yeah, that hit like 4 heroes. That was awesome. That was great. I mean, these fights were all one-sided. Look at this. They had 8 kills at 23 minutes into the game. And they finished with 9?
Yeah, I was not wrong. I said that they did not kill a single core for like 20 minutes. It was almost like 25 minutes. The Hawk didn't die a single time, neither did Lorinov. Doom had those 2 deaths early on, and that's about it. And you can see the power of this coil. Level 25, like, what do you do? What can you do?
It's a tough game for them. I think that Level Up did a really good job with their lanes and opening up the game, especially for Dahak, and Lorinov just popped off. He was never stopped. It felt like the mid matchup was okay, because you saw the Storm get to level 6 first, and it felt like, yeah, that's like the saving grace here for Alliance, but maybe that Orchid pickup was... It just, when he picked up that Orchid, the expectation is we're going to fight, we're going to get kills, we're going to boost up this Storm as much as we can. From there, they got, what, 1 kill with him? With the Storm? Maybe 2?
Yeah, it's like an item that you want to make things happen, split up the map, go for the kills instead of team fighting.
Yeah.
You need to change the draft. Like, let's start from there for Alliance, because right now this one didn't work out. Also, I want to see some like combos in the lane, especially when you pick hero like Darkseer. I definitely feel like you need to have it, like something. Let's say I don't know, this was Nyx Assassin, not the strongest laner of his own, but synergizes well with Iron Shell. You will have Vacuum into stun combo. Later, like let's say you stun Sven with Spike Carapace from Invis, very easy to execute. Against Doom, against Puck, you can set things up that it's easy to theory craft now.
Yeah. But
also feel like some of these heroes shouldn't be here, like especially this Venomancer. I feel like, you know, maybe I think the whole point was to try to flex it, play it as position 3 and see how it's gonna go. Then they flexed it, played it as 5, which is okay, I would say, in a lot of scenarios, but not in this one.
Yeah, truthfully, I think the MVP for me is Lornoff. Obviously, Sven didn't die, but I think that's off the back of Lornoff doing so well, right? Like, recovers from his lane where I think he was a little bit behind from the storm, never dies, and it was all over the map. These dream coils were placed
You're
really
biased.
well.
The Hawk didn't die as well.
Yeah, but I said, you know, the Hawk doesn't die and he gets his map opened up because of Lornoff, right?
Well, sure. He was all over the place. I mean, both of them had like a really, really good game. Like they popped off completely. Lornoff, very active. He focused more on Storm Spirit early on. I think that's a good thing. Playing with supports, I think as a Puck player, you need to be calling those shots where you say, let's come to the mid lane and kill mid instead, because Storm Spirit is that playmaker for their team. We don't necessarily need to kill Monkey, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, so Level Up take game 1 over Alliance, and we'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment. So stay tuned, get yourself a snack. We'll be right back. See you in a bit.
Care about Doom. Okay.
Storm, don't die. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, I'm gonna kill them all.
Okay.
Left. I have hype. You super tank. Actually, guys, kill them.
You got all?
Nice, Mila. Guys, run out of fight. Regroup.
Long high boys.
Kill Storm.
This will sense.
Nice, guys, good job.
Good shit, guys.
Yeah, and I believe even now, guys, we're not realizing we're just farming.
Yeah. Okay.
That kind of thing.
Okay, run.
Killing passive them.
All right, and welcome back here to Western Europe Division 2. We've got Level Up against Alliance, and right now, Level Up, they've got a 1-0 lead over Alliance after a very dominant Game 1, and there were a lot of things that went wrong for Alliance in that first game, as truthfully, it just felt like Level Up got to play their game plan out with no hiccups.
Yeah, it was very one-sided from start to finish. Level Up, I mean, they are just a newly formed team, but they looked really good, at least from this one game. You know, things can change. They could get, relegated. They could, relegated, to Division 3, technically, but they could also be, winning the whole thing. It's early to say, but from this one game that they played, they looked very crisp in terms of execution. These players do have, real good chemistry together, and this time around, Alliance making some adjustments, taking techies for themselves. Let's see what Level Up wants to respond with. This Queen of Pain ban, I would say, is heavily targeted towards Chuen, and they knew, because they have second pick, just take that puck now. They don't think about it, or take Anti-Mage, because Storm Spirit can't really be flexed.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
10 seconds remaining.
I love when drafts like this happen.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, just take...
Radiant team ban.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Move around the map, get stuff done. This puck can be 4 or 5, doesn't matter, but have some kind of a control for on top of Storm Spirit. Because in the previous game, one issue that the Lions did have is not having a hero that Storm synergizes with. Darkseer is not that hero. Even if you use Ion Shell on him, sure, it's some extra damage, but not the hero that Darkseer wants to play with.
Oh. Waiting to see here what they do. They do ban that puck, get that thing out of here. We saw how good we did with it, and we're going to make sure that we get the advantage to not play against that lockdown. First ban here in the second phase was the Morphling, now going into the Bloodseeker. Maybe they're looking at potentially a Pangolier for this lineup for Alliance.
I think it's just a great counter to both safe lane and off lane mag. This Morphling has been utilized very well in Western European region, Division 1 that is.
Right.
Where you take his stats, if he's a core, you have bazillion armor, so you don't care about mag right clicks. Then you turn into him, you get Empower, you have 500-600 damage. And if you're playing offlane mag, then you're giving free farm to Morphling because you don't possess a kill threat on the hero.
Jug ban. Again, Jug, not the best hero in Western Europe Division 1, but it's still getting a lot of attention. I think in the other regions like Eastern Europe as well as South America did pretty well.
Yeah, I would say unnecessary attention. The hero feels lackluster at the moment. I think the only Jug, some good performances that I've seen were from Yatoro. I think he's the one who kind of understands the hero. Other Jug performances have been I'm going to farm Battle Fury, get some Omni Slash. I've seen other Jugs, at least one in the Western European DPC, getting heavily countered in the laning stage. Hero's really weak at level 1, level 2. He also needs to be paired up with a strong laner like Lich or Crystal Maiden.
Right. You kind of have to pick. You can kind of get those heroes right now because they are available, but now no Jug, not going to get that opportunity. And there's that Silencer.
Yeah, this is nice and done from Level Up. I love it, where you can counter Magnus from going in, and since they have first pick in the second phase, they take Silencer. But I think this offlaner needs to have reliable stun, or they can go with some kind of a stun from the safe lane again. Also banning out Faceless Void, which is a nice ban overall. This was the ban that Alliance did ban in the last phase in the previous game. We wanted to see it, but unfortunately for them, it didn't go through.
Radiant team pick.
So now Void Spirit. Void Spirit, a hero we saw a lot. And a hero that kind of moves around and dominated a line. There's that Crystal Maiden you were talking about.
Oh, this is already much better draft from Alliance. I'm a big fan of Magnus plus Void Spirit as these two heroes together. If you can work around this global silence, Void Spirit's having a pretty free game overall. So you can, like, you get Empower, Echo Saber, Manta style, Silencer, Pugna, they die. Like, your third item in this matchup should be Nullifier after picking up that Manta on Void Spirit.
Right.
And Pugna Silencer, they're gonna suffer. There's not much they can do about it.
There's just no save for them in the moment, right?
Yes.
Whew. It's a tough game to be a support for the side of Level Up looking at it right now. But I feel like the same could be said for the Crystal Maiden if the next pick here for Level Up is one of those heroes that kind of jumps the back line.
Radiant team back.
And Sven, I mean, that...
I like this.
Yeah.
This is the hero that can follow up on Silencer's Global. They have now protection. Like, Storm plus Sven with Blink Dagger can jump in aggressively, pop that Global Silence kill. Like, you might not be able to get a kill on Void Spirit if there's a Force Staff or some kind of a Glimmer Cape available on Alliance. Depends, well, like, how the jump is gonna look. But you can easily deal with the rest. And also, I wanted to see some kind of a control from their offlane. Now you don't necessarily need to get it because you have Sven one more time.
So what are the final phase bans that you're really looking to see? What are key bans at this moment for both sides?
I think you shift this Magnus now to offlane and pick a different carry. Looking at the carry... It's available for Charlie, something that he likes to play. I could see Terrorblade being picked up. It's one of his better heroes overall. I'm not sure if you want to like go for Naga Siren route. It could be like because you're playing into Sven after all.
Team ban. Radiant team ban.
Underlord, Terrorblade.
You might still ban Naga Siren just because of the counter to Global Silence. She buys into Manta first item, then you can pop it, set things up for RP, and you can also prolong the game long enough with your illusions, be very annoying. So I think this could be another ban that Level Up wants to take out.
Dire team ban.
Death Prophet, interesting. Not a hero we're seeing too much of these days.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those, but didn't look as good. Sure, she received some of the buffs, like extra 5 seconds on Exo. The hero's in an awkward spot right now. I think coming up from the mid lane, you can have this like big ulti that if you misuse, you can fight for 2+ minutes.
5 seconds remaining.
So, about 30 seconds of reserve time left for the side of Alliance going into this final pick. See if they go into something maybe illusion-based. Thinking that Magnus is going to be the off-laner. It could always be thrown into the safe lane, right?
Yeah, I could see also Dragonite being picked up. One of the heroes that does have a lot of tankiness that can survive through this initial burst. They go with Monkey one more time. Seems like Charlie was not satisfied with his performance, wants to play into same matchup again. Again, this time around, you are playing against Pugna, Global Silence, Storm with the jump, like pretty similar to what was happening in the previous game, but now you have more lockdown, like more control coming out from Storm.
I will say, it was a line that you dropped in the first game. What's the difference between Sven and Monkey King? One has a built-in Battle Fury, and the other one's a Monkey. And, well, now Monkey King has Empower.
What about some good old... I don't know, I'm feeling some Blue Master. I don't know why.
I want to say we saw that hero a couple times, and it just didn't do well, but... Tide, all right. team fight lockdown. Can play pretty aggressive in the lane. This with what? Sweden Strong and the Pugna? I don't hate it.
Yeah, you just pick Tide into Monkey, which is not great. I mean, I even suggested Brewmaster. I don't think they have many options left in the pool.
Right.
Since this Monkey counters most of these melee heroes. Not going to be an easy lane for Own Me. It's Crystal Maiden Monkey. This is a strong killer lane compared to the previous when it was Veno. Crystal Maiden does provide you with more lockdown overall. And also you have more kill potential. So liking the adjustments that Alliance did in the second game, I would even say that I do favor their draft this time.
Yeah, we'll see with the little bit of changes that they made to the draft, and S4 on one of his classics coming into this one, and maybe Charlie could have a little bit of a better start, I would say, coming into this second game. Because if Dahak has the same game on this Sven, I fear for Alliance, because he was not touched in the game prior at all.
I don't think he's getting the same game as he was as he did in the previous game. Definitely not.
Right.
I could see also Charlie popping off this time on Monkey, even though it's a pretty similar matchup, just carry to carry. He does have Empower to work with, and he also does have Crystal Maiden Aura, which will amplify a bit of his farm. It's going to be more about the lane and what he's playing into.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see who gets this game number 2. Can Alliance extend the series to a game 3, or will Level Up take the 2-0 to start off after coming into the closed qualifiers, or through the closed qualifiers? It would be a good way to start, considering Alliance was one of the top teams in Division 2 in the last tour, right? So start with a victory for Level Up if they could do that and get this win here. But it's all going to come down to what we see in the lanes, and let's get on into it. And if we're going to see Level Up do the same thing they did last time, which we're not, is go through those twin gates and wrap all the way around and get through and get that first blood.
I guess, like, to elaborate more on this Tidehunter last pick, they knew exactly what they're going to play into. Never going to be easy picking Tide into Monkey. You wanted to have team fight. Something that can dispel, like, this RP when they group up. So have a little bit more team fight presence on top of Global Silence. I think overall Tide is a good pick. I just want to see how much he's going to be able to get from the lane. Already seeing adjustments in terms of item build, going for that Windlace, wants to outrun Crystal Maiden. Pugna, like, sure, on level 2, you get the Cripify, so Monkey can't hit. That's going to be like pseudo-save in the lane.
S4. Under Blast, Stormhammer, Dahak running, Blood Grenade. They've got the Arcane Curse, another Blood Grenade, and that's going to be first blood for Sweden Strong.
2 times in a row. Getting those blood grenades up as soon as possible. S4 alone in no man's land.
Always buy blood grenades early on. They seem to do a lot of work. They are very strong. And my friend over here, Lacoste, he recommends them.
You use one, you instantly buy the second one. Let's see if it's on the courier. There it is. Same items being delivered to Sweden Strong. 1 blood grenade, 2 mangoes.
Why not? Especially with Hanskin in the lane. Like, this is a Crystal Maiden you could probably kill at level 2 if he's not too careful. Maybe even level 1, considering the fact that you do have Nether Blast as well as the Gush, right?
Yeah, they're going to be strong level 1, putting in some pressure. I like the Gush. He gets close. Now Monkey's starting with Boundless Strike to secure some of these range creeps.
Taking a look at the 3 split here. This mid interaction, or this mid change. Oh, Hanskin getting chased. Bottom lane, Boundless Strike will save him. Fairy Fire was used, and that was that Blood Grenade getting used with the Nether Blast and the Gush. So a lot of damage.
Bring another one.
Maiden to Hawk. He's going to die for the first time? Not yet.
He didn't buy Healing Salve in the previous series. One thing, like, there's one player that is probably one of the best Sven players out there besides Yatoro, that's Skeeter. And one thing I noticed is he does know matchups really well, knows when he's going to get harassed a lot, brings Healing Salve early on Sven. Right now, the Hawk is in a bit of a awkward spot because his career was dead. Short skewer, but should be
very
enough.
dead, yeah. They'll end up falling there to S4, who didn't exactly have an amazing lane, so giving him anything here is going to be changing it to a situation where probably the lane goes way better for Alliance than it did in the first one. But Panglo built himself to some neutral creeps.
Milan did that same thing after that first kill that they got.
And went all the way to the tier 2 tower, wrapped around and killed himself, and that was what would happen in game 1. So seeing similarities where Alliance have that in this game. Ooh. Kind of stepped into that Aether Remnant. So early on, Lornoff wants that Falcon Blade.
Yeah, you want to get that mana online as soon as possible. I was starting CSing much better than in the previous game. 12 and 4 already. Tidehunter 9 and 2, not too bad for the matchup. Like, they did use a lot of mana early on to harass him, get that gush going. What's the item coming out on the courier? It's Boots of Speed, so Onmi knows the matchup, knows that he needs to outrun the opponent, and now Charlie hits level 3. Once you start to put more points in Jingu, this lane is going to be much more difficult for Tidehunter and Pugna.
Yeah, they can't really play it as aggressive as they were in that level 1 where they were going to the Gush Nether Blast combo onto the Crystal Maiden, so not quite going that way. But with the wave pushed up, Omi is going to get a little bit of CS, and then we see Panglo moving over. He's going to swipe that bounty room. Lornoff, who didn't start amazingly. He was second to hit 6 in that mid lane. We'll see what happens with this spirit-to-spirit matchup.
Yeah, this time does have a better matchup overall, having a better start on top of CS, on top of net worth. Going into Falcon Blade, as you mentioned. It's going to be really early Falcon Blade, which makes him tanky. And Hanskin going to drop, but they need to get a return kill here.
Yeah, long melee range. That's going to be a kill. So Charlie's going to get that kill. He'll at least trade. They end up losing this Crystal Maiden for the first time. Meanwhile, there was a Lornoff bottle of a water rune, while Milan, he ended up denying the other one.
And because Hanskin died, he's gonna TP mid lane, refill his bottle.
Yeah.
Everything is fine. Sweet and Strong will do the same thing, refill Lornoff's bottle, who's level 5. Same goes for Void Spirit, so we'll have to see this first rotation coming out from supports. Maybe they can get a kill on Storm Spirit, one Remnant into Blast Off, into Bite should be enough.
Stormhammer, S4. Shockwave then a Skewer, but he doesn't pull anybody back.
Yeah, the good old just getting Skewered, does not want to hit him.
No, just kidding, I didn't want to take you anyway.
Soaking up some extra damage from it. A little surprised that 2 times in a row, Alliance didn't block this big camp, which does allow level up to deny some of these creeps.
Big stack here.
He just missed 2. Did kill 1 neutral, but also the lane's gonna push in.
Stormhammer, Arcane Curse.
It missed.
Missed. Huh.
Curse spell.
Didn't quite get that, and well, all that while, I guess S4 is just trying to clean up this stack, do the best that he can, get some experience under his belt, and that's fine with him. He's got that early Vanguard that's going to make Dahak a little bit weaker, but the Stormhammer now, Malak doesn't miss that Arcane Curse in the last word this time. Some damage being done, Blast Off landing on Milan, but S4, he needs to run the Arcane Curse. Oh! Survive, he's got the wand, Panglo, now Shockwave, and the kill on a Milan with the Shockwave landing all the way on the back end of it.
Yeah, this lane 4 level up, not the strongest, not the killer lane by any means. Sven, he even put a second point in Stormhammer, which is fine to lower the cooldown, get some extra damage and control. Still not enough. This Vanguard, perfectly balanced item. Can't die, you need to have like some heavy spell damage to be able to get the kill. They're going in again.
Yeah, Arcane Curse, Stormhammer, S4, last worded, and, well, it looks like Dahak will have the last word, but as I say that, Arcane Curse again leaving him with 11 health. Panglo, the blast off in, makes sure that they were able to keep the Magnus alive, but by pushing him out of the lane and having him walk all the way back, it'll open it up for Sven to just CS here and have a bit of a free lane again.
That's massive that he manages to survive 2 times in a row there. Extra armor coming out from the tower, and also pops the magic stick, 1 charge or 2 that he had.
Radiant are scanning.
Milan, meanwhile, look at the stacks he's trying to make. There's a lot of stacks already made here for level up. Some made already by the Storm by himself. You've got Milan moving over to make stacks. They made stacks in that big camp over in the top lane. So, well, yeah, early on. I mean, this is a lot of stacks for just 7 minutes into the game.
11 against 2.
Yep.
Sven, Tidehunter, these are the heroes that can easily recover in the jungle if they're not off to a great start. The Hawk, at this time, can't really do what he did in the previous game, farm both jungle and the lane at the same time. Might just go to the jungle.
Big difference here, by the way, is also Level Up didn't grab both Wisdom runes coming into this first 7-minute grab. Warnoff's got that Arcane rune. He's going to ball lightning in. They've got the Vortex with the last word goes to the RP, but that is with no follow-up. Ooh, dear. They try to get Warnoff too, but unfortunately couldn't grab that, and that puts this Sven at level 6, and he's got God Strength. So
pops it immediately. Yep. We'll now continue to farm up this big camp. So good rotation, Lorinoff. You called him MVP in the previous game. He wasn't as active early on because he was playing against Storm, but now understands where the threat's coming from, having this overwhelming magical damage. It's still holding on to this Arcane rune. They want to get another one.
Vortex, Nether Blast, Hanskin dead. Resonant Pulse, that's giving some protection here for the Void Spirit, but there are 3 heroes you need to be careful of, and he's got 18 wand charges as well. Astral Step in onto the Storm.
Cancel his clarity.
Yeah.
Just for that, love it. He knows that even if he's in trouble, gets last word, Arcane Curse, Illusion is in the bottle, can dispel these abilities. But big difference is Charlie's having a much better time. Didn't die a single time so far, level 7, almost on top of the net worth.
More stacks, look at this. Juicy.
Okay, I want to play with Sweden Strong and Milan. I want them to stack for me. I'll pick Axe. Let's go.
What, so you can waste their stacks?
How do you waste stacks?
I don't know, by feeding 10 times after? I don't know. Horn up. Oh, Vortex, Ball Lightning. Gets out. That was well played.
He's going to use Scan, wants to finish off this camp.
Yeah, he needs to be careful of these stacks now. Because they're invading. You need to be able to clean them up. Sweden Strong will take the ones that he sees in the moment. What's Tide doing? We haven't really talked about Omi. He's teleported into the top lane. He's looking for the mech.
Just Tidehunter things.
Yeah.
Wants to provide auras for his team. No shenanigans this time around. No meteor hammers or anything, which I do like. Going for straight mech. Wants to tank up himself and his team. Didn't put the... He's holding a point,
Vortex.
so... Oof. That was quick.
Dead. Yeah, very fast. By the way, the Hawk's got the Spark of Courage, so he's happy on that one. And then Lornoff, he did end up getting that Occult Bracelet. And with the Hawk coming over towards bottom, I can only assume that he's going to protect this lane and then eventually go for the stacks when he's got God Strength up again, because it's about to run out.
Yeah, why Spark of Courage 18 damage? In terms of gold, Claymore is 1350 for 20 damage. Like, you get that for free, and you also get extra armor. So if you're like, I'm going to drop below 50, and I'll get extra armor with Warcry. So need to get ahead of 50, and Sweden Strong will take care of it.
Look at that,
look at those stacks being cleared right now. No God Strength, so we'll take the big camp for now.
He's feasting.
Supports are also there to get some of that XP. And how much is that? 4, 6, 13. Well, only 5 on Alliance.
Talks probably like, can you guys leave? Thanks. I want the soul experience. Stormhammer. Global. Uh-oh. Very dead. Void Spirit getting caught. His smoke broke, and he was trying to get behind the tier 1 tower.
I like when Silencer is playing aggressive. With like, this matchup can be really, really bad. If Void Spirit keeps feeding, every global, like, you can move around the map, initiate with global, 1 blink stun from Sven, 1 zip from Storm into last word should be enough to get the kill. And now Sven wants to farm those big stacks. Those Ancients, Sweden Strong, level 8 compared to, like, Pugna, to the Crystal Maiden, who's level 5. Techi's got himself level 7.
Look at just the Sven CS compared to anybody else.
Not fair.
That is insane.
Monkey's,
so
Monkey's
insane.
keeping up, even with all those stacks that he cleared, which means that Charlie is having a blast of a game. Corrosion, going into Echo Saber again.
I guess that's the difference between him now having that and power, right? But they haven't exactly connected much. Lornoff, he was frostbitten for a moment. Trying to go into the early Kaya, and Lornoff got the benefits of some of those stacks as well. When looking to get some stacks of his own and get at least back into the matchup, he is 1,000 gold behind his lane partner. He's also got that spark of courage going into the Echo Saber. Universal hero things.
Spark of courage, if you find it, you take it. Unless you're position 5. Most of the
Then you
heroes
take
do
it.
benefit. Like how many? There's 3 available on Alliance. There's 1 on Sven. Storm Spirit, not the hero that wants to get it, so 4 in total, but Alliance with 3 on their side.
So 3-man smoke from Level Up. Might be able to find themselves the Void Spirit again. They don't have global. Now they do. It just came off cooldown. Moving with this timing to potentially get a kill here onto the Void Spirit, especially if they could catch him out. And Smoke's going to break. Global Sound's going to be used. They go to the Vortex. These heroes on the side of Alliance can't help him out, so he's already dead with Balance Strike hitting, but they've got themselves the Ravage. That'll come through, stopping the Wukongs. And now Charlie finally gets it off. Sweet and Strong's in trouble. The RP's only going to hit the
one.
Oh no! Oh no! Alliance! Dahak's coming around. Freezing field from Hanskin. They go to the Stormhammer. They get the kill there on the Crystal Maiden. They're going to try and fight. They're looking for the full team wipe, and that's exactly what they're going to get as S4 is on the run, but not fast enough. Skewer gets some distance, and they give up the chase? Yeah.
They're out of mana. Lorinov doesn't have enough. Still big win. And oh my god, Storm's going to find Regeneration Rune. This is huge. This is massive. I mean, they go in, use RP on 1. Look at their damage sustain again. 2 points in Warcry. You have the Cripify. Pavis already finished on Pugna. He's super tanky. 1400 HP on Sweet and Strong. He has the same amount of HP as Void Spirit, who's Universal Hero. That I think this says a lot about the state of the game right now.
Level Up, just leveling up. Let's take a look at the leg. Go.
Again, yeah, Milan seems to love it.
My leg. Going in. I mean, they killed this Void Spirit so quickly, and then the Ravage just on point right next to Charlie. If he gets that Wukong's off earlier, I could see them potentially doing work here, but look at the ball laying in from Lorinov, avoiding the RP.
Jump.
Easy.
And he's sitting inside Wukong's this whole time. Last word, still on Monkey. Milan comes from the bottom lane, and then they get the kill. They pull him. Wukong's finishes.
And it's just going to get harder, right? Because Warcry's only a level 2. Now at level 3.
Yeah. Chuen, he's 0-2 and 0. I don't think I've seen Void Spirit being not involved in a single kill in 15 minutes. He's gonna suffer. And again, another global silence jump from Storm Spirit should grant him the kill.
Found the Pugna, but he decrepifies himself. Blast off. They've got the Pavis, so he eats a lot of this damage as Level Up think about going in. And eventually don't, but you can see, like, when you've got Pavis, you give your team an extra moment to figure out, hey, is this the fight we want to be taking?
Also, look at the small items that he bought. Magic Wand, Casual Circlet, another fluffy hat that he's gonna turn into Force Staff, a Cold Bracelet, giving him some magic resistance, extra attributes, and of course Pavis, which does give him exactly what he needs. Another fluffy hat upgrade, extra armor from that Ring of Protection. Some really good fight so far from Level Up. That seems like Alliance, they want to keep farming. They want to get those items online, have BKB on Monkey King, have the spell mechanic, get this Void Spirit to Manta style, so that he can't really just die immediately. And another smoke. Sven just picked up a Blink Dagger for himself. Global Silence is available. They want to get the big kill.
Lightning Vortex and Arcane Curse. Pongo silenced after the last word, after throwing out that sticky bomb. So they get the kill there, and you know, this is, I wanted to talk about the difference in build between this storm and the last storm, as it's Falcon Blade into the Kaya Sange, and now into the Witchblade for Warrenoff.
Yeah, he wants to, like, this gives him tankiness. He's also having a much better game. Pagana can play. Sweden Strong's been following Storm Spirit throughout this whole time, replenishing his mana. Witchblade gives you the blink cancel, gives you the true strike, and now global silence. That's not gonna save Milan.
Milan, no, not gonna save him. Might not even save Sweden Strong, but he goes to the life drain, doing some damage. Now, Salt Skewer missed. Shockwave, Astral Step. A little bit sketchy there for Alliance. Blast off, Charlie in, and they're gonna go for Own Me. They're trying to get a kill here out of the Tide, but he's got those Guardian Greaves and eventually the Astral Step, so they do catch these heroes out on the side of level up. It's the 3, 4, 5 that drop. Sven, meanwhile, still farming going into the BKB, and he should have that pretty quickly considering you can disassemble that Echo Saber.
Yeah, but some
good kills,
good moves, yeah, from Alliance. Moving across the map, getting multiple kills, getting the farm, getting a BKB after finishing off Harpoon on Magnus. They need this item on all cores that can dispel. That's gonna be like double BKB plus Manta style. It's gonna be huge. I think once they get those items, they should be seeking for a fight. Probably even look for Roshan afterwards if they win it. Joen now holding on to double damage. Last fight he did have Shield Rune available, which made him super tanky. Now it's gonna be all about that damage. Let's see what he finds in this tier 2 token.
All about that damage, not all about that base.
This'll come in handy.
Still holding on in the backpack that tier 2 token. I mean, Spark of Courage is better than some of those tier 2 items that you might find, but...
Yeah, it depends whether Gaben loves you or not. Finds Orb of Destruction, which is more than fine.
Yep. So, Orb of Destruction, that's always nice. We saw that Charlie had gotten that with the Desolator in that last game on the Monkey King, but failed to get charges on that Deso.
Charlie will go for BKB. To have something to dispel the global silence, he can sit inside Wukong's, he can't be decrypified, can't be stunned. It's gonna be how they initiate. Still gotta give respect to global silence. S4 can use Harpoon, Skewer, push them closer to Monkey King, to Void Spirit. They could instantly kill some of these targets. Serve Ward on the high ground, owned me. No Blink Dagger available yet on Tide. So they need to get in close with that. Lorinov still didn't die in this whole series, which is pretty impressive.
Under has Dot. Still keeping it going. They go to the global silence. They're going to find themselves this Void Spirit again. The Harpoon's going to be used here by the Magnus. They go and throw down the Ravage. No RP is going to be there for S4. Charlie, he'll try to fight, but he's been whipped. He's been slowed. The BKB comes out with the Wukong's command, but is this going to be enough? Ponglo with the blast off. They're out of the circle. Sweden Strong's even going to stay in it while Charlie has to retreat from his own Wukongs. They find Hanskin. This is going to be 4 kills for the side of Level Up, losing nothing.
And they're so quick with responding. Some good globals from Milan. The Hawk not afraid to jump in. He knows that his team is going to back him up. Lorinov jumps in. Lorinov was very low in mana. Pops the stick. Gets out of Wukong's. I thought that they might be able to get like 1 kill. 3,000 damage. Yeah, both of these heroes on level up. Both position 1 and 2. I mean, these numbers that we're being shown on the screen. 3,000 damage total. That's less than Sven did in the previous fight.
Sheesh. Sven almost hitting that 5K marker. 4,000 net worth lead now for Level Up. That Witchblade online for Storm as well. Going into the Shivas. Storm having that. Sven almost having the BKB. Let's see if he even... after a fight like that, like Sven doesn't really even need to disassemble, right?
Oh, he does have enough gold, so we'll just keep farming with Echo Saber. Knows that they're not going to be taking fights until he gets a BKB. Another global is available in 30 seconds, so I want to see them use another smoke, get advantage going. Oh no, it's the same thing again.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the same as game 1. Alliance.
Do they have a read on it? Doesn't seem like it.
There's that BKB. I still think with Global coming up, the team right now for Level Up can fight into this Aegis, because it could give Alliance a little bit of false confidence.
Exactly what Level Up are doing. They just smoked. BKB available on Sven. Ravage in 20. Global Silence is there, so they might need to wait it out a bit. Also, this move on a mid lane like just shows that they're sitting on a mid lane because they, like, if you click on a creep, there's Swiftness aura. They showed Guardian Greaves aura as well on the range creep, so relatively easy to get the read on it. You just need to click a lot.
Not as sneaky as you think. Arcane Rune for Warnoff, who is still
Charlie steals
unkilled.
Wisdom Rune.
Ooh. That's always good. But still down about 3 levels. Not that much.
In the previous game, it was 6 levels. He was level 14, while Sven was level 20. And again, the Hawk going for early shard. Wants to have that extra armor for his team. Does not want to get it dispelled. I see 2 nullifiers. I talked about the importance of nullifier on Alliance. 1 on Monkey, 1 on Void Spirit in the quick buy.
Oh. Level Up's still sticking together, and while that's going on, Lions are farming up.
In the next fights, they are not going to be able to instantly kill Void Spirit, holding on to Aegis, has Manta.
Gosh, Dissimulate already used. On me? Okay. It's almost like he knows he's getting baited in. And it's not going to stop them from going forward. Wukong's blast off. They're going to try and get a kill here on a Hawk, who pops the BKB. They go to the Ravage. They've got the Global Silence. They're going to fight here. Void Spirit, low, not dead. Life Drain out. Hanskim falls. They get the Aegis out of the hands of the Void Spirit. They left him low.
Monkey still has Curse on.
Here on Sweet and Strong, but he's still alive. They go and they find themselves S4 and Ponlo, 3 heroes dead on the side of Alliance. They're the ones who engaged on this fight. They lost the Aegis as well, and Level Up come out clean again.
I want to see Alliance just getting the first jump. I know that you got to respect this Global, respect this Ravage. I feel like they can take these fights. It's just very sloppy. There was no RP in this fight as well. Void Spirit, as you said, he knows what's coming. Both him and Tidehunter like toying against each other. Every single time we show a fight recap, there's like 2 heroes from Alliance that did 0 damage.
Well, speaking of, 0 damage there on 2 heroes.
Big team fight contribution. Soaked up some of the damage. I mean, if we see the damage received, those numbers would be much higher, huh?
It's the average BCOP participation in fights. 0 damage and just dying. How it's
now
done,
with this shard pickup, Warcry,
Tormentor?
Undispellable, extra 6 armor. Who's gonna get it? I'm down for Silencer in this scenario more than Pugna.
As long as he lives. As long as they commit. Oh my god.
It's gonna region up.
Yeah.
It's still tricky. Like, I think a lot of people, even pro players, don't understand how tanky this thing is. If you don't have damage like straight away, it's gonna survive.
A little bit of a waste of time there. Looks like they're gonna group up again. They've got the supports over mid together.
Lauren off. Looking at his Storm Spirit, perfect gameplay so far.
Yeah.
He's level 17 Shiva's Guard, about to be picked up. Holding on to Gem that Milan bought. They want to see all the wards. They want to get the first jump. With Shiva's Guard, yeah, he can sit inside Wukong's even.
More armor.
I would say, yeah, the plus Warcry, how much armor is that going to be? Like, right now, he's sitting at 32. Add Warcry, which is not amplified by this level 20 talent. Level up. Going for tier 2 tower. In terms of tower damage, Pagana has some chip damage this time. I don't think you want to go for, like, slow siege with the Hawk, because you can get punished. The Hawk's providing vision for the team. He's ready to jump in. Getting revealed with this Crystal Noah.
Yeah, they saw him for a second, but they're gonna go and look for the Sven. Can they finally get a kill into Hawk? They'll go and through down the Wukong's command, but they just can't get these kills. S4, he used that RP, but I don't know what they're getting out of this other than Omi, but Omi gets the Ravage off. He's stuck by the Aether End, and he's still
Sven's
alive.
ready to jump in.
Blasting the kill on Hanskin. They're going to Astral Step on Omi, but the life drink from Sweet and Strong. Harpoon, Skewer.
Into
All
tier
right,
fours.
Omi's
Okay,
into tier
that's a bit-
4s. Leave him to die. All right.
Under attack.
That's a bit too deep. He's tanky, but not that tanky. So I like that the Hawk is holding onto his BKB for a very long time. Doesn't click it immediately. This time he didn't go for God Strength, so his damage output is very low. Still gotta give respect to Alliance. Like, their team fight is super strong. 1 Techie's Blast Skewer, 2-man RP inside Wukong's. Those heroes are gonna get deleted immediately. Look how patient the Hawk is. He was in a good spot, but also nice play there from Hanskin to reveal him, which puts him in a difficult position. And still holding on to BKB. He's gonna pop it just now. Was waiting for that Force Staff.
And then that RP kind of... very Own me. He survives for a long time. Eventually, you got to give up on him, right?
Yeah, this is where you say bye-bye.
All right. See you later.
Have a nice summer, Watermelon. We have to leave you. Chuan. Let's see if they can maybe find him here. No global. Does have Manta, so getting a kill on Void Spirit is going to be much more difficult. Charlie. He's jumping in.
Bring Warnoff. Warnoff. Is he going to try to turn this, maybe? He's got some help, though, here for the side of Alliance.
Monkey down to half HP. Lornov's like, yeah, you want to mess with me, bro? I have Shivas. I have a Defiant Shell as well. Both heroes having Defiant Shell. A crazy interaction. You hit someone, then they hit you back. It's really good on Monkey. All it takes is 1 second, and you have those Jingus up with Echo Saber.
So they're going to jump. They're going to go. They find Polo, and they'll get the kill onto the Techies. Sweet and Strong with another one.
Sweet and Strong has a lot of farm on this position for Pugna. Etherlands, Pavis, Force Staff, level 14.
$20-9. I mean, this is the number that Alliance failed to break in the first game.
And they say NA people are bad at math. I love this one, B-Cop. That you actually paid attention to the exact number. I'm sure they're gonna get over 9 in this game. There's no way. Roshan respawn, minute and 40 seconds. It's gonna be on Radiant side.
Ooh.
Radiant's middle tower.
For the love of God, fix this, Watchers. It's still so confusing. Like, is it red because it's enemy? Is it red because it's dire?
Yeah, they really... That's just such an easy change, right?
It has to be fixed in the next patch. Without a doubt. On me. Has Blink Dagger now.
Alright, they caught him. Skewer, Harpoon, they're going to bring Omi back. He's got Ravage, Boundless Strike, and they look like they might get him. They will. All right. So they get that 1 kill. They end up losing Ponlo. Tide has no buyback, but Wukong's is used, and there's still a minute till Roche is up. Dahak is in. Global Silence, RP with the BKB, but that's all to run. Ball Lightning back in. S4 is still going to drop here. Hanskin now running and trying to hide in these trees, but they've got the life drain. They'll get the kill. Sweet and Strong now dominating. And Charlie has to stick in the trees.
Charlie still wants to take a fight. This Nullifier definitely is a game changer against these Force Staffs, against Pavis, against the Vorcry, which is not dispellable anymore because of the shard pickups. Sven also does have his Nullifier available.
So, damage from Sven again. Very high. And of course, you had that one hero with dying and 0 damage. And Roche is up.
As always.
5 seconds. Sweet and Strong here to see it through.
I see Own Me's trying to pick up the small Ravage, going for that shard. Tendrils of the Deep.
Ooh.
It's a cool one. I think Heaven's Halberd also a lot of value. You can't really get stunned. You pop it on Monkey King. Should be enough to just buy a little bit extra time if you manage to get it and survive. Like Guardian Greaves, maybe a 4-staff when one Nullifier is down. Speaking of Nullifier, Chuen, he did go for Black King Bar and now going back to Nullifier, which is also fine. Needs a little bit more protection for himself. If he's empowered, definitely doesn't have any damage issues. Uh-oh. The good old combo.
I immediately regret my decision. Okay. Five-man smoke. Not gonna be there in time. They back up immediately. Everybody TP's out from the side of level up.
Ooh, man, Lorinov really popping off. Again, like both cores, both 1 and 2 position. Didn't die a single time. Lorinov about to finish off his Hex in 1,000 gold.
Could sell the Falcon Blade.
Nah, he's keeping that for now. Needs that mana regen.
Psychic Headband for the Silencer.
Are you one of those guys that like buy something, you're like, yeah, I like my PS5, then you play some shitty games and you're like, well, I want to sell it now, then you get like 30% value?
Going to GameStop, I'd like to trade this in for some credit. Well, let's bring in my PS5 guy. I could say it's only worth about $20, so we'll give you 10 for it. Oh, okay.
Sounds good, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. Can I buy a copy of Grand Theft Auto 5? No, that's still a $60 game somehow. What?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's not fair. So, there's that Hex. And he did sell that Falcon Blade.
He did? Okay. You guys love to sell stuff.
Pretty pog.
Dire are scanning.
Scan connects. Now it's not. So, they're right here. They're waiting. They're looking. Got this Hex. Could start it off by getting a kill onto Charlie if they find him, but the ball landing in's a little bit late. And now he's just cliffed up here.
Ooh, S4 might show. He just showed. He's gonna get hexed.
Oh, yep. That is a very dead Magnus showing with the new Hex. And, well, Ornoff gets another kill. That's going to be the tier 2 tower dead as well. God Strength was just popped, so if they really want to push the high ground, they can. They also thought about going into the Tormentor.
They want to see if Magnus does have
Astral
buyback
Step.
available.
Nullifier, ball landing, Hex once again. There's the Ravage to follow it up. 4-step to try and get the Monkey King out of this one, but the Tendrils of the Deep.
Mini
They got
Ravage.
control. They get the kill on the Charlie, Onlo, and Hanskin. So 3 heroes dead immediately on Alliance. They'll break the high ground, full health, and then eventually full mana from Sweet and Strong, who's just got this life drain on him. Look at that.
Back to full mana.
Everything.
That
yeah.
was excellent initiation from Storm.
Okay.
Gets the jump. They kill off Mag, and yeah, it seems like level up is very crisp with their execution. Seems like they're not wasting any time. They pop God Strength just to make sure that he dies immediately on Magnus. He doesn't have buy, and now they go for this tier 3 tower that they're gonna go take, like, probably even more. Take this tier 2 tower on the mid lane.
And take the Tormentor if they wanted. They're a little far from it now. I was gonna say the Alliance Tormentor, because they thought about that for a second. But instead, they'll just steal the Wisdom Rune.
Storm, when he's near Warcry, has like 85% physical damage reduction. So he's not afraid of Magnus, Monkey, Nether Void Spirit. Right now, he's sitting at what, 73%? Sven hit that level 20, so that's gonna be
10 extra
31 extra armor in total. Almost Courier's gonna die. Now the Hawk also has big damage item. He feels like, oh, I need more damage. So instead of upgrading the Echo Saber, goes for Daedalus immediately. Doesn't have Boots of Speed, so his
Fucking a
move
little
speed
bit
not the highest. Warcry does help out.
And going for the Harpoon, but for right now, he's going into the Daedalus, so. Lightning. Nobody here anymore. Oh. Ornoff, he's level 23, also looking towards that level 25. Keeping up with the Hawk. We'll take
Looking for that 25, 26. Looking for that level 30 as well.
Yeah, very close to level 30.
Very close. Like, level 23 is not, like, close to 25. It's, like, very big difference. They need to take a full team fight to win it, and I'm not sure if he would be level 25, if there's 5 heroes around him.
It's close, though, numbers-wise. Relative.
No, I love some 25. Storm getting another jump.
Yeah, Ball Lightning Hex.
That's
There's
a
an
big
Fire,
one.
Storm Hammer, and 80 seconds without Charlie. Not really sure what Alliance can do at this point without this Monkey King. Might be forced to buy back if they just go into the high ground. Pretty rough. And they've just played the pressure game, right? Like, Alliance can't even move out of their base. They'll go to the Blink. They've got the Skewer, but again, Omi should be able to survive, especially when there's a Ball Lightning into a Ravage. And they've got the Vortex,
everybody.
S4, Hanskin, everybody in trouble. They go to the Global Silence to follow it up. Full team wipe for the side of Level Up if they could just grab this Techies and will. And what do you do, Meow, for Alliance? Maybe it's time to call.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Alliance completely overran in 2 games. There's not much they can do. This game, they look better than in game 1. But this one, again, they show them they can do it better. You're like, oh, you want to play Pugna Storm against us? We'll show you how it's done.
The 1-2 comparison here from Storm in those games is just massive. And now they're both level 25 for the Hawk and Lornoff. So we got there. Full team wipe. Tier 4s.
Listen, RP on 5, Skewer back.
Here we go.
Lornoff spamming, get ready. Get ready for some Skewers back. I think everybody who played Dota lost the game like that, but he's getting ready to hex him.
Force Staff, Stormhammer. Now, there's the BKB from the Hawk. Force Staff back. They're setting up his 5. Maybe they could get it. Ooh, no. All right, they're gone. Never mind. Just can't close the distance.
They understood that can't really mess with Magnus when you are sieging tier 4 towers. That's the easiest skewer of his life. So, like, even the Hawk pops the BKB. He's like, yeah, I don't want to die this series. Arcane Rune top. They've been controlling power runes ever since like minute 15, pretty much. Lornoff picked up every single one of those.
I truly don't remember any power rune that Alliance grabbed this game.
There was 1 shield rune and 1 illusion rune on Void Spirit. That's what I remember.
Right, the Void Spirit with the shield rune bottom when they got those kills. That was on Omi. Yeah. Tormentor. Not tormenting anything. So, they've got the shard now on the Techies. That's that reactive taser upgrade, but still a long way from making it happen for this Alliance team down 30,000 net worth.
Yeah, everything's fine. You're playing against Mega Creeps. You do have Magnus, you do have Monkey King, so you have 1 more fight available. You're going to be able to push out the lanes. Okay-ish. It's just you step up too far, Storm Spirit's going to jump in.
Yep.
Hex has Timeless Relics, so longer duration Hex. Hits level 25, Overload Bounce, didn't go for the other talent.
Stormhammer duration for that level 25 on the Sven. So, almost level 30 then. Very close, very close. They could just wait for next Roche. Not too far away, 40 seconds. So, with Alliance stuck in their base, Roche is pretty much guaranteed here for a level up, but they're going to 5-man smoke. We'll see if they just jump the base, look to finish the game, take up the side of Alliance, and close this one up. Just the throne exists for the side of Alliance, not even the shrines or anything. Those
nothing. That's just it. That's the only building.
Yeah.
Plant a tree.
Right on the edge of the base.
Branch. Get something else in the base. Storm with the jump.
Global Silence is going to be used. They'll go for Charlie. They've got the Force Staff back, but the Vortex pulls him back in. They go to the Ravage. That's going to land on a couple of these heroes with BKB Popeye. Charlie, he'll try to fight this. Wukong's Nullifier back and forth. Sven down to about half health, and Sweden Strong, good RP. All right, starting to connect. Maybe Sven will die here, but he's still right-clicking so hard. They get the kill on Apollo, and the creeps are into the base, and they just lose the creeps. So a 2-0 there for a level up. They take their attention away as the creeps kill off the game. And, well, Alliance fall to this level up squad who look just as strong as they did in the closed qualifiers.
Yeah, they look good. This was pretty dominant display. If the team's gonna keep playing like this team could go. I could see them go to Division 1. You know, there's still some really strong teams in this Division 2, but from what I've seen, these two games, they look very crisp. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Take a look at this recap, and it's a lot of this. It's a lot of the global silence. It's a lot of Alliance kind of looking for their counter initiation, but immediately own me coming in with a Ravage. We're 19 minutes into the game here, and you know, the Alliance ended with 11 kills. So this is basically in the next 21 minutes, they only get 3 kills total.
Yeah,
it's kind of rough.
They decided to stick with the same roster because they were very close to qualifying to Division 1 in the previous store. Needed to play tiebreakers, lost both of those games. So putting in faith in the same roster that they can do it one more time. If you're looking to go for that spot number 1 or number 2, starting with a loss is really a downer. You definitely want to start off with the bang. So we'll have to see what else they have in the arsenal, but level up as a team, they look very good.
Yeah, it felt like they had control of both games pretty early on and never let it go. Honestly, very Division 1 looking in terms of the way that they played these games.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like Lorinov and the Hawk, like even Sweden Strong, these are the players that have really
big experience.
Good amount of competitive experience. Milan as well. Owned Me doesn't have as much, but he also played on some of these teams, understood the matchup in the second game. I don't know if I can find like a downside to it. Very impressed with how this team played.
I think Lorinov has to be my MVP again. I think he just played the game even better than he did in game number 1, 12-0 and 22. Like, he was all over the map. He again opens up this game for Sven. And I just think that, I don't know, this is a perfect series for him, truthfully. I don't know what else you can ask for.
I mean, you can't ask for a better performance.
No, not at all.
On a Storm Spirit, definitely not. He was the one, like, for his first rotation, where Magnus was supposed to put in pressure on Sven with Vanguard. He goes in, gets that Arcane Rune, gets a kill. They get another kill on the mid lane, almost another one. I mean, the whole team understood how to play around him, refilling his bottles every single time in the first, like, 6, 7, 8 minutes. If the supports died, they did TP mid, refill his bottle. Pugna, Sweden Strong played extremely well in Pugna, getting some like early kills. Started off with the first blood again. And also playing with the Storm Spirit, which is very important. He was there replenishing his mana constantly, which did allow Lorinov to pop off.
You know, Lorinov, he was involved in all but 1 kill in this game. So 34 of the 35 kills.
And that's not impressive. That's not even 100% kill participation.
It could be better, truthfully.
Kick this noob out of the team.
Yeah, get him out of here. Well, I guess we'll have to ask when we have the interview if they're thinking about kicking him after a performance like this. But look, I mean, you look at the XPM, it's just like, it's all great numbers there from Lorinov. I'm really impressed. I liked what I saw from, of course, him and pretty much the whole team. They looked at like a pretty cohesive unit. And I think that's one of the biggest difference makers when you talk about Division 2 and Division 1 teams is, one, we've seen a lot of Division 2 or 1.5 teams where they get to that Division 1 and, the laning phase goes well and they just can't really turn that into something more. But it felt like they were a cohesive unit here for the side of level up where they knew what to do after the laning phase. They knew what they wanted to get out of the map and out of the timings.
Definitely didn't feel like there's any downtime to it. Constant moves around the map, like the amount of stacks that they did for Sven. Some were taken by the Storm, some by Tidehunter. So splitting it almost evenly, understanding like who needs to get those stacks. I'm just loving what I'm seeing. I can't wait to see who they're going to be playing next. And looking who they're going to be playing next, it's going to be Ancient Tribe, which...
Should be a close
like it should be a close one because Ancient Tribe had a really good start. They also at the start of the previous DPC tour, but kind of fell short during the mid. And when it really mattered, they did improve their lineup a little bit. And their third series is going to be against Nigma Galaxy, so that's the one that's going to tell me, where this team is going to go.
Yeah, so we've got an interview with Milan ready to go, and we'll bring him on in here and get to pick his brain a little bit. So, how you doing, Milan? How's everything going? And welcome to the interview. Great 2-0 performance.
Thank you so much.
You guys looked really, you guys looked really cohesive as a unit. Who's really like the biggest shot caller for you guys right now? Because you guys look fluid. Like the team looked so great this series.
I don't know about cohesion here. I have my teammate Sweden Strong. He doesn't speak English, so I'm gonna translate for him if you need some questions. So we're still getting along. Just joking. We have the hack, the strong voice, and but everybody tries to like be on the same page. We talk a lot about Dota, and like we are trying to understand things just on our own, but to be from same point of view. Because Dota, you can look at many angles, but if we discuss a lot, we can get on the same page. Yeah. If that was the question, I already forgot because of my stupid joke. More.
No, that worked all right. Do you think that the closed qualifiers kind of got you guys geared up coming into the first matchups here for Division 2?
Oh, for sure. We look at them as like, when we finish the closed qualifiers, we can, okay, this is what we can work with. Like we have some data to improve from, to like understand what we're doing wrong, what we're doing good, what we want to emphasize on. So definitely any data, like tournament-wise, is helping a new team like this grow.
Okay. Cool. Well, Lukas, you got any questions?
Yeah. Hi, Milan. Didn't talk to you in a long time. Glad you found yourself a team that's doing really well.
Thank you.
Hello, brate. I see the atmosphere there is really, really good. What's Victor doing to help it improve?
Victor is our kind of like shout out to Victor. I wanted to shout him out because he's doing a bit of everything. Like he's just being here for us, making our life easy, making our communication easier, making us feel better every day. Yeah.
Yeah, does he help you guys with the picks as well, or is it just like a mental coach, food, gym and stuff? I know he's all into.
He helps a
that.
bit in everything. He helps a bit in every aspect. When he has a good idea, he'll say it. He will not push things, but if he has something to say, he will say it.
Yeah, and we can see him in the background. You guys started off strong, Sweden strong, I would dare to say. How did this team form? Like, it kind of came out of nowhere. You guys were kind of rejects and then decided to form something on your own?
A team was formed by me and Victor. We spent a lot of time together, and so we have same philosophy how teams should look, work, players-wise. And we just talked about a bunch of players, and we were like, okay, I like this guy. He's like, oh yeah, this guy is good. And we just we basically just formed a team of our first picks. Like basically, it just happened. Those, I would say, very quality players are free agents for this or that reason. It doesn't matter. But yeah, that's how it formed. We just got everyone together and we're like, well, let's fucking do this. Do you believe in this? And they're like, yes, let's do it. And now we're trying to do it together.
Yeah, so far so good. I like what I see. Is Alliance boot camping with you guys at Victor's place as well?
No, they are not here. The Alliance is not here. I think they're in their place, or I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, I thought the background looked kind of similar, so that's why I wanted to ask you about it. One more question: like, you guys are playing against some like big names in this Division 2. Who do you think is going to be the toughest opponent for you?
I mean, we still don't know our identity all together, so you cannot say what is bad matchup for us. Like we can just we'll respect every enemy the same, because we're like, okay, they're big names, but they're also in Division 2 with us, and that on its own like says something, Like never respect too much, never disrespect. Just good enough for us to be good.
Well, thank you for the answers. I mean, I like what I see. You guys are doing really good, and really glad that you found yourself a new home. It feels like you guys are gonna own this whole tour if you keep playing like this.
From horse's mouth to God, or something like that. You know.
Thank you, Milan.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
We'll talk to you later.
Bye, guys. Enjoy your day.
Bye.
Bye. Man, well, it seems like they're having a lot of fun for sure. Very happy vibes over there, and I've always loved seeing that with teams.
Yeah, and one thing he talked about is that these were the first picks. Like sometimes it's really hard to make a new team.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like, okay, this is our first choice, and all the guys say yes, I think this also gives you a lot of confidence coming into the rest, especially if you start off DPC tour like this.
Yeah, and they might also get shredded in the process with Victor over there. Go to the gym, get that mentality up there, play some good Dota, get the promotion in Division 1. They looked really good today. So, what do you expect coming into the end of the, or not, well, coming out of the beginning series from Level Up? Do you see them like just one series being that promotion team?
Potentially, yeah. I think some of like the matchups that they're gonna play, like Ivy, I would say maybe like not sure what to feel about Into the Breach. They have some like good players. They have new players as well. Not sure if they can match this tempo that Level Up is playing with, because they look really good, man. This is also against a team that was supposed to be like a top tier contender, and they dismantled them.
Yeah, they looked really good. We've got one more series coming up after this, though, to start off this first day of Western Europe Division 2. It's Old G against Into the Breach, so that will be a good gauge as well for the teams coming into this last tour Division 2. So we'll be back with a break, and we'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
We are good. Relax.
Go. I'm coming, guys.
Go, guys.
You're right.
I'm with you.
Take his first, and then
Yeah. Do it all this. Just
Nice.
Fire, guys.
I have make for you. If you look. Monkey, guys.
Yeah, come on.
Monkey is super fucked. Let's finish him.
No arena, guys. And then smack, yeah?
Active run.
Wisdom also if
Wisdom
you steal.
I don't wanna go. Only if Storm вода.
I can't catch.
Okay.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the Western EU Division 2 as we're getting into our final series of the day, and I am joined by the lovely T-Gov. T-Gov, are you ready for some brawling down here in Division 2?
I mean, Div 2 is kind of better than Div 1, let's be honest.
Agreed.
And there's no lying here. Also, just to be very honest off the bat, I'm used to these 3-panel situations. Only seeing 2 of us and me more zoomed in, it's like, it's kind of spooky. Like my hairline, God, I'm gonna have to do the beard and everything next time. I'm not ready for the close-ups.
Yeah, we can't half-ass this anymore. You know, we can't be just hiding away in the corner. We're front and center now. We've got to make sure.
All right, I'm fixing up.
Yeah.
No, I can't. It's too awkward. God.
But yeah, it's looking pretty exciting. We got 8 teams coming out over the next 3 weeks, fighting for those all-important upper division. You know, everybody wants the best possible start to the next season, and it's looking spicy down here in Division 2. I mean, out of all the regions, you know, EU, we always talk about it being so competitive, and this is where you really see it. You know, the Division 2 down here does not look like Division 2 gameplay. I mean, we've already had 2 series. Admittedly, they were a little bit one-sided already with Monaspa versus Ivy and Alliance versus.
Sorry, what was that pronunciation, Nomad?
Monaspa.
Sorry, what did you say originally?
No, Monaspa. That's all I've ever said.
Are you sure?
I definitely don't always think one spa when I see them.
All right, moving on. As you were saying, what was this about one spa? All right, no worries, you got an alarm, all good. So yeah, basically today we've actually had just a banging day, to be fair. Monaspa already off the bat showing they are the Div 2 kings. They're the team that always not somehow, but they go from first or second place into Division 1 and they go back down again. There's a meme on Twitter with Spartan with the little kind of the circle of the little raindrops from the sea to the thing to the plant to the sky back down again. That's Spartan. That's the team. We expect them to do well. And level up, crushing Alliance's dreams on day 1.
Yep.
We'll be honest. A Division 2, it's not about... Oh, I can... Yeah, all right, fair enough. I'll mute myself for a second. Division 2, it's not about... It's about crushing it, you know? You need to be a 7-0 team, maybe the 6-1 team, but that's it. As soon as you get 1 loss, 2 losses to your name, it's already a sketchy division because you need to get Division 1. There's no don't worry, 3rd's good. This is the division of top 2. So Alliance already, 3 tours in a row now struggling. It's only been 1 series, but level up, looking clean.
Yeah, level up definitely with a great start to the season. And then we've got the 2 teams playing right now. It's Old G versus ITB. Of course, both of these organizations have a storied history behind them here in Division 2. Firstly, why don't we take a look at the fan favorites, Old G.
Oh, I thought I'd say ITB for a second because they did so well at the CSGO Major. I don't know if their fans would bleed over into Dota or not. So Old G, what's the big change up here? Let me double check. It's POS 4, right? Aramis has joined in. I think realistically, this is a team that was a little bit underwhelming last tour around, but this time, I think this time's the time, you know? So,
okay.
I mean, I just look at no one, and this guy just brings a smile to my face. I've played a couple, I've been playing a bit more ranked recently, and no one's been in the games too. It's a privilege. He does pick me within the first 3 picks, no matter.
Wow. Adorable.
The first
Adorable.
3, yeah.
Wow, okay. Well, T's going to have some favoritism. Let's jump into the draft for the first game as we've already got things underway. And we can see exactly what's going on here as we do talk about ITB a little bit as well, of course. Nothing major to talk about here in the first few picks, I don't think, T?
If anything, it's I'd say the Beastmaster. This hero, at least in Division 1, we didn't see too much action from, at least in the first phase. Occasionally, the right team might go for it, but it often felt more like a reaction to more information in the draft. But already, we're seeing it paired with Shadow Demon, which was the biggest kind of revelation, I think, of the Tour 3 meta for Western Europe. It counters the Medusa, because, of course, the illusions of Medusa hurts. Even though OG ban out themselves, I think for the playstyle, it's very annoying. Like, in lane, you don't go for poison level 1, you go for this disrupt. So now, positionally, with the right carry, you get kill threat. So I think seeing the Beastmaster SD combo, it's a comfort for this Beastmaster pick.
Yeah.
Seb, of course. But the SD is kind of the revelation of the patch.
Okay, Now, I don't want to get too spicy too early on, you know? I want to kind of build up the spice, you know? You don't dump the chili.
Oh, I forgot you're that guy. You're the guy that does the...
But it's
Thompson. You're that guy.
It's Thompson. I'm allowed to be. I'm allowed... This is a series where I get a free pass on that. It could be Shadow Demon mid. Okay, this is something he's done a lot. This isn't something which he's done like once or twice. This is actually a favorite of his. So I'm saying this is a flex pick from LG. I'm confident in that. All right.
All right, and I respect that. How many times do you think he's played Shadow Demon in his pubs in the last 8 days?
I would go with like maybe I don't know. I'm gonna go 4.
4? Okay. So if you -2 from that.
Yep.
Then -1.
Okay.
And minus another.
All right.
That's the answer.
I had a bit of faith for a minute there. When you got down to 1, I was like, this will be it.
He's gonna stop now.
At least 1, please.
I gotta say though, I absolutely adore. It's not no one for a reason. It was just his camera angle. We're gonna see them flick through in a second, but once we get to no one, this is uncharted territory for webcam positioning.
Well,
I have to crane my neck to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, yeah.
But this is in photography. This is known as the. I think it's called the Dutch angle. When you tilt the camera to the side, so you know, no one's just going a bit arty with it. You know, getting a bit, creative, flexing those juices.
And not to try and guess a little bit here, but this actually looks like OG's main bootcamp facility due to the background. So no one is with Thompson. And wait, are they all at boot? I actually didn't really pay attention to backgrounds. I just assumed no one was there. So it's actually pretty cool to see the team boot camping to some degree. We'll see once we see all the cameras, but yeah.
I think both these teams are boot camping fully. I definitely know ITB had plans to boot camp, so I'm assuming.
Aramis isn't there.
That looks like a bedroom.
That is a bedroom.
Yeah,
that's fine. Okay, draft wise, I think ITB progressing nicely with the bans. This Morphling first phase, it's gonna do great against the Beastmaster. I think against Shadow Demon, it's a double-edged sword. I think if you can, once you get disrupted and the illusions are on you, if you can waveform to a new part of the fight, take the fight away from them, and kind of disengage, it can help. But SD will naturally feel okay against Morphling because, of course, Agi Hero, lots of damage. So already ITB ban out a lot of anti-Morphling carries as well. That would kind of take that over the edge. And then one casual Diffusal Pango from the mid lane.
Yeah. That hero with a lot of catch, which you can't really get away from. Pretty annoying, pretty good against the techies as well. And LG go back for a favorite. They will go back for their Enchantress. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to do it.
What are you going to say?
No. You'll shout at me again. I'm not going to say it again.
No, do it. This is the first cast of Division 2 for us. You can go ahead, be stupid. We never get to cast again.
He's Thompson, okay? Every hero that comes out, I'm like, he could do it. But what has he been playing mid recently? What has he been going for?
All right. I was about to have a sip of water, but I'm going to tab back to Pro Tracker for you.
Thank you.
He has played a lot of heroes. I'm not even going to try and single many out, but for spicy ones, I'd say Darkseer mid has been one of the more spicy options he's had.
Ooh.
He's played Arc Warden, which we've seen BZM play, and I think he showcased that it is pretty good and should be respected more. And then other than that, I don't think he's played enough games on heroes to really warrant it being too notable. But I'd say maybe Dazzle, Darkseer, and Arc Warden are like the spicy ones right now.
Interesting. Yeah, I'd love to see a Dazzle. I have no idea how that would go, but we're predicting something probably more tame. I mean, his Void Spirit was banned out first phase, but then again, it's kind of everyone's Void Spirit at the moment. That hero is just a bit crazy. ITB, meanwhile, they're going to grab themselves an Ember Spirit and a Mirana. So this is just stable. This is heroes they've loved for many patches now, but also happen to be good enough in this patch as well. But the Monkey King comes down. Is this going to be the mid answer to the Ember Spirit?
No, I'd like to think this would be no one's carry pick.
Yeah.
Again, he's been playing this monkey quite a lot in pubs. He's extremely active on this hero when he is picking it up. And against Morphling, you can technically itemize for a diffuser if you really want. If you want to go super aggro early game, right? You've already got the Enchantress for the lane securing, Beastmaster for the tempo, so you can kind of sacrifice yourself if you want to. So that is a route that he might take if the game is, some 4-0 laning phase.
Yeah,
but he can still go for the Battle Fury, the Skadi, if you want to fight us, enter our Wukongs, killed over after our disruption, fight into our BKB piercing roar. So I like it for the OG. Oh, I was gonna say OG, but old G philosophy. I got to make sure I
Old
did
G
that one up.
Yeah, it's an important distinction. It's a very important distinction. So, yeah, I definitely want to see what the angle they're going for here, old G, in the mid lane. There's definitely, I mean, when I'm thinking of Ember Spirit, right? Like, obviously, back in the day, Monkey King used to be on. It's not really seen mid at all anymore. It's pretty bad. Invoker for dispelling that Flame Guard, but Invoker's considered pretty bad at the moment as well, I believe.
I mean, to be fair, as much as I mentioned no one being carry, I think now that I look at the bigger picture, you probably be right. What's wrong?
Enchantress. Enchant is a dispel. Can't Flame Guard. It's free. It's so free.
All right, Nomad, you really want us to get ignored after. You know that little icon in Twitch chat, which is like this user has the audio muted.
Everyone's about to have.
They're gonna have an average of like 3 users for previous series, and then for this series, it's gonna go up to like 150. All right,
it's gonna be PGL coming out with their new technology here as they're constantly innovating.
PGL developer
you
can't
can
save
now
us
choose
here,
the
man.
cast you want to mute.
Yeah, exactly.
Just for Nomad and Tigo.
It'll be like the live languages. They'll just go to Spanish or something. This is better. Even though I don't understand it, I don't have to listen to Nomad and his Enchantress tops and prediction. No, I think
for the real ones will stay, and they're the only ones I care about.
So ITB actually has a little bit of damage issues, I think, with this lineup. Like their laning phase. When I say damage issues, I mean because their laning phase is quite passive. It's all about the Mirana techies opening up the game via the Ember. They do lack a little bit, I feel. So I love old G's bans of like the Tide Hunter, for example. That's like what I think Jibe needs to play, is a hero that kind of bruises a little bit. And yeah, Legion can do that. I'm just still a little bit skeptical of the laning, because even though Monkey into Ember could be amazing, like you mentioned, I feel like if you put Monkey Ench into the side lane, fight the Legion there, and then pick up some, like, top some Tiny or something, like any hero that can just break the map, then all your lanes are going to go well, plus the game gets created because of your mid lane. So
yeah. Don't know, the options are open here. I mean, it's kind of more like a stylistic choice than it is about a matchup choice here for OG. They want to decide how they want to play this game, and the conversations are going on right now in that camp. So they didn't have anything locked and loaded for this Legion. They weren't like, if Legion gets picked, then we're going for this. But Legion probably should have been a consideration. Yeah, true.
No one has the, oh god, they picked Legion, we got to go for this hero pick. It's just, oh, they picked Legion.
Alrighty then.
Just such a bland hero. I don't think anyone, when they see Legion get picked, it's like, my golly gosh, and my golly gosh, it is.
Oh, okay.
What?
Well, we wanted a curveball. We got a curveball, and it's going to be no one actually on the Muerta, and Topson playing the Monkey King in the mid. So, yep, Seb going to be on the Beastmaster, no surprise there, but that is very interesting. I mean, T, talk to me about this hero. I mean, this hero does damage. I mean, that's about as far as my awareness goes.
I mean, it does an abundance of damage, and once you scale it, when Winona picked up as a universal hero, it kind of put Muerta kind of in the bin, right? Because no one cared about the damage and scaling this ranged hero could do. It's all about, oh, let's look at the Windrunner. So I feel this hero kind of got forgotten about a little bit, and in this game at least, there aren't many continuous stuns, damage, and like threats to the Muerta. So I think it should be a pretty good game, and it helps that OG, even though they don't have like a perfect like team fight control and stuff, they kind of play with each other to enable each other, right? Like the Topson will just the Monkey King will soak up the spells. Kitrak will always be investigating with his creep and being tanky with his heal. Aramis will be able to save from position 4 with like Aether Lens disruption. So yeah, I think OG's lineup's going to be very scary in the early to mid game.
I think you might be right. I like what they're putting down, and agreed. Like, they don't have the answers to the Muerta, at least fundamentally right now. I mean, you're going to have to look to itemize against it or something, or maybe just try and like play the map. Looking at the early game, I mean, which team do you think has the advantage in these lanes? Because there's like some pretty strong laners on the side of LG as well.
Yeah. Sorry. I love the transition. What can I say? All right, moving on. Yeah, again, I still feel OG's laning phase is incredibly strong. Like when I look at their heroes, they combo with each other, and ITB, it's so static. Like the supports and Ember, that's their entire gameplay. If these heroes don't find kills, it can be incredibly awkward. So already both teams are smoking up, and this is where ITB, they'd happily look to get a first blood on the Ember or a first blood onto that Morana to help kind of like celebrate that early timing. But a deep wraparound actually from Old G.
Yep, I mean, both teams going pretty in-depth here. I mean, this is just two heroes from ITB walking back towards their rune spot, though. This could be bad if they get caught out. Oh, gee, they're going to see them. Disruption is there, and, well, this might be a beautiful fear coming out as well from no one. I mean, very big overwhelming odds, to be fair, but Jibe will be going down regardless. Who do they get the kill to? Well, Kitch are actually going to be taking it for themselves, so that'll be a first blood going the way of Old G.
Or OJB. I feel like for ITB, it was this like weird split they did, right? It was this, they do this deep smoke. I think both teams actually showed us new pathing for the bounty rune spawn, like the deep south wraparound, and then ITB doing this like behind tier 1, but they kind of split themselves apart.
Yeah, it's not over though. They're going for a bit of retribution here, ITB. They're trying to bring down Aramis, but do they have the damage or the lockdown to be able to actually do this? Aramis up the high ground. He's going to get caught out here though. The blood grenade, the bomb, he will go boom, and Aramis goes down for the second kill of the game. But something interesting, there was a reason to the madness here from the side of ITB, and they're actually censoring out both of the OG ancient camps. So I guess they're expecting this Beastmaster's lane to go poorly, and Seb's going to try and retreat back to those Ancients, which he's not going to get now. Is that the logic there?
No, I mean, I actually didn't catch that, but no, that's actually really good, I think. When you think about Beastmaster, it's always send your ball back, because you're not sending your hero to do it. It just feels easy, right? You're not losing out on any lane XP. So yeah, I love the fact that they actually did that. That's pretty heads up. And it's going to be annoying to deward, right? It's not as if these camps are close to each other, like old school jungle, right? If Aramis wants to deward it or Seb does it, they have to walk from one ancient camp then all the way to the other side. So yeah, that is going to be quite a thorn in Beastmaster's side if his lane goes poorly.
Yeah.
If his lane goes well, then well, no ancients, I'm already crushing the lane. Let's take the tower and progress deeper into Radiant jungle.
Yeah, and, you know, 100 gold it's a small resource cost in the grand scheme, as Merlin taking some damage here. Kitrak really laying the pert into him. I mean, they're going to trade their lives here, but no one's going to be pretty happy about that one, I would say.
Yeah, nice little trade. I mean, the fact that no one got it, he's like, cheers, boss, thanks. I think, if anything, no one's upset. Like, Kitrak, could you have died a little bit earlier, please, so I got that solo XP? This is going to be a... I just remembered it's Nande Morphling. I don't forget when he played on One Spot, aka Manaspa, hence
Thank you.
Nomad's wording. He crushed on this hero. It was like his 1v9 hero.
Jibe up in the top lane in some trouble once again. It's going to be another kill going to no one on this Muerta. Not a hero you really want to be giving away this many kills to early on.
And this is what I meant during the draft. Like, these lanes are disgusting. Like, if they put Monkey King here, they picked up a Muerta. Like, these heroes are just killing heroes. And this Legion loves to play more passive lanes. He likes to AFK hit creeps, but when there's constant manipulation and damage, it's annoying.
Nice save from Aramis down bottom there as Respect tries to go in onto Seb. So they are trying to lay the hurt on him at the moment. Now they're utilizing himself very nicely.
This is the... I mean, ITB, they picked their carry assuming this was the lane, right? Like, they knew the Beastmaster-esque combo, and they pick up this Morphling. So in this matchup, Morphling shouldn't really be pushed out. It's more about just hitting the creeps and just scaling. Morphling should be able to mirror the net worth in this lane for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, again, if they don't push out Seb, then they have just watered up these camps for no reason, which is kind of 100 gold down the drain, so kind of pressured to do well down here.
Oh, but look at the little boy. He's like, I just want to stack, but there's nothing here.
What is my purpose, father? To stack the camps.
Your purpose is to die. Okay, he catches the sentry. There we go.
All right.
And he dewarded. So one down.
Nice. There is something we haven't talked about so much yet, and that is the mid lane, which is currently going very, very tops unfavored. He has got the counter match, but his Monkey Seb does drop down in the bottom lane. That's a pretty big deal. ITB able to catch him out.
Yeah, I mean, it's close to the tower, and this Morphling, he's never dying in this lane now, right? Like, he's got this 14 wand, he's got the Lotus.
Wow.
And the fact that Beastmaster has his camp unblocked, it's TP back to the lane and just farm what you can, stack what you can, and play on your Dominator timing, basically. I shouldn't be expecting... Well, if OG get a kill bottom, then something egregiously wrong has happened in ITB's laning, so... Oh, come on. Look at that.
Wow, he just goes straight back in. And yeah, here we see the kill on the replay. Poor old man Seb getting cut down. Respect, gonna grab that kill.
Yeah, unfortunate. Aramis potentially, if you disrupt the Beastmaster, then you waste a little bit more time, but still.
Dead at top.
This lane is... I don't want to look at this lane anymore. It's disgusting. Thank you. Thanks. Let's look at Dobson. He doesn't have his Mischief, so...
Respect. Might have taken a step too far, but no, they're going to be able to get him with the chains. Oh, there's disruption out from Aramis. Are you joking? He's going to survive through this. Now they look over towards Supreme as well. What a TP in from the Shadow Demon, saving the day. That was intense.
Yeah, absolutely clutch, and it's why we're seeing, you know, Shadow Demon kind of rise up more in popularity. These cheap spells getting thrown out, the need for kills. SD, this disruption spell, it really hurts, and Seb also kind of hurting in the bot lane.
Yeah. And, you know, this is a bit of a spicy matchup. Nande has been known to be very, very vocal. You know, in his first series last season, we had a bit of all chatting against the side of Alliance. So if ITV do end up getting a win here, I think he might have something to say about it.
Ooh, okay, keep note. No one tipping Jibbe. Again, we have to do interviews here, boss. So I'm just preparing, like, who tipped who, what was the reasoning, was it a misclick?
Yeah, these are the important things, but Jibbe's taking some serious hits here just from the creeps. I mean, Ketrak and no one take another name up here in the top lane.
Yeah, this is, again, like I mentioned, Legion is a very static style of hero. He hates playing against range carries, he likes playing against melee carries, inside the wave, getting those moment of courage procs and just playing on your tankiness. And this is not a lane you're tanky. Enchantress bullies these heroes with ease. 2 points in Impetus.
Aaron,
top.
Oh, he is actually going to land it in the end. I mean, that was some interesting targeting going on, but nevertheless, Thompson's stunned, and then his tree's cut. He's stunned even longer. Supreme going to have all the time in the world to cut down the monkey. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Seb goes down again. This is a Nande show down in the bottom lane, but looking at how the rest of these lanes are going, it kind of has to be.
Yeah. I love the fact that with Thompson and his gameplay, any other mid laner, I'd already be thinking like, oh, maybe he's like throwing the game, it's going to get a bit awkward, but with Thompson, it's like, he's just going to do this over and over again, and it's just going to work inevitably, you know?
Why does Shadow Demon do a little fist pump whenever he kills people with poison?
He's just proud of what he's achieved, wouldn't you, fist bump?
Clearly. Arrow, not quite going to land. Very tricky to do with only 2 levels in the Searing Chain, so Thompson able to dodge out the gank. And didn't jump to a tree this time, so didn't get caught on the cut down. Yeah, this was so weird.
But looking at the replay, so this is Thompson's entire reason why he has been successful, right? He is the mid laner that once he pushes the lane in, he's going past the tower. He's continuing to do these plays, right? And it drags heroes to the mid lane. In this scenario, didn't do too much, but in other games, we'd be praising him for it, right? But here, it wasn't too great. Just an awkward feed, just like this.
Yep, a little bit of invading going on for the Wisdom Rune there, I believe, but gets caught in process, and yeah, when that magic damage comes through from Respect, it is very painful indeed.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if blocking the Ancients actually has really helped ITB yet, because so far we've now got a double stack on one Ancient camp and a triple stack on the other one at minute 7. And it's like, realistically, would OG have stacked too much in the first 4 minutes? Maybe they'd have maybe one more stack to this name, so 100 gold to slightly delay the Beastmaster's inevitable snacks. I mean, they are snacks. He's going to eat them up and get real fat.
Not wrong.
Not wrong. But I'm on the cusp of trying to, like, is it worth it? Is it not?
I mean, they were ready to make those stacks. They were like going for the double Ancient stack straight out of the gate with the Boar and with the Shadow Demon as well. There's a bit of brawling happening in the route. I mean, in the river right now, it's Ketrak. He's just going to get blown up immediately. Arrow connects onto Thompson as well. He's still got, well, at least a Boundless Strike to play with here, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to be able to get him out right now. In comes the Sleight of Fist. No mana on Supreme makes this very, very difficult, actually, so they're going to pump the brakes here a little.
Yeah, and for all this chaos and feeding and damage, look at the fact that Monkeying is still ahead of this Ember Spirit, right? Just the raw laning aspect of this matchup has given Thompson the slight edge. Beastmaster's one in the bot lane, only 500 gold behind the Morphling after dying, what is it, 2 times now? So, yeah, OG are stabilizing this game a little bit. And Thompson dead.
Looks that way. They combo
So
on him
dead.
once again. I mean, this is two support heroes sitting around the middle lane for the past, like, 2 minutes pretty much, but they'll bring him down and they might get a tower with it as well. Oh, gee, do you want to come and make a defense on this? I don't think so.
I really adore how they ITB are utilizing their supports right now. Like, this is what you need to do. Like, when I see their draft, it is Ember plus supports. They need to break their game. They need to do things. They need to just progress the map. And yeah, already take mid tower, kill Thompson a couple times, instant smoke up. I feel like OG, they should be aware of this one. Already kind of posturing a little back. They actually use the scan. It does turn red. Shouldn't be too surprised as they reveal here.
Yeah, and Kidrak is going to be the one to reveal everything. I mean, Seb is going on the side. He's going to use a roar here onto Respect. So Kidrak does go down. Can they get the return kill onto Respect? He's managing to get the blast off away, but the damage comes in. No one with a rotation grabbing that kill there. Another one for the Muerta. 4-0-2 right now. Thompson even considering going for more, but that's brave.
Of course. I mean, if there's a fight, Thompson's there. He's just springing onto the back lines. It's like the same playstyle that I see with no one on his carry Monkey King, in his pubs at least. He'll get to, let's say, Echo Saber, and then suddenly he treats this item as if it's like, I can kill the Ancient now. Like, that's how aggressive he plays with this. And I'm seeing it with Thompson with just 1.5 items. But yeah, already ITB. I'm feeling it to be Nande needs to just kind of ignore the chaos that is ensuing and continue to make these farming plays, and it's exactly what he's doing. He didn't stick around too long bot. He dodged the mortar rotation, as you see the positioning of bot. He moves to top, takes the tower, trades the map split. So I think, yeah, Nande's doing a really good job at making sure he doesn't fall victim to the classic OG, come fight us, guys. It's 3 kills. Look how juicy and weak we are
They
right
are
now.
looking at no one right now. And his team have just backed away. He went back in for one more wave. Is it going to cost him? I think it might. Ulti comes out, though. They can't get the right clicks off from Nande. And no one is going to be able to just get himself out. Creep tanks the arrow. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Supreme is just kind of chilling. Trading some spells with Old G.
All right, quick trivia. What item do you think Shiro, carry of PSG, goes after Maelstrom on Muerta?
You've
got like 4 seconds. 4, 3,
Manta.
2, 1. Manta. Oof, wrong. It's Maelstrom? Jesus Christ. Moonshard, sorry.
Moonshard. Chad.
Moonshard. He literally goes Maelstrom, Moonshard, Dragon Lance into then Manta and stuff after.
Yeah, well,
this is his pub. I was hoping low-key that no one, mate, you've had like a real good lane. Your game's looking good. Do you want to be greedy and copy Shiro? No, he's trying to play the mid game. He's trying to actually get to Division 1, so going for the Dragon Lance straight away after that Maelstrom.
Yeah, we actually saw like quite a lot of that in pubs after Muerta got buffed. She got most of her spells got nerfed, but they buffed the damage on Pierce the Veil quite a lot. And then everyone just started building Moonshards. They were just like, first they went then Mjolnir, and then they're like, screw it, we're going full Moonshard. We just want all the attack damage to get off that damage inside the ultimate. So yeah, it's a play, maybe not. Maybe not. Not something you're gonna get away with in this kind of match, but no one showing a bit of respect as Old G, moving down to the bottom side of the map. Thompson and Seb, a timeless combination.
They're trying to find no one right now.
Mirror plays on the
Tracks
map.
to the left-hand side, so he's not going to be able to break it. There aren't any wards here either.
Scary times. Look at this Kid Track's position where he thinks he's going to break it, but he's not.
Yeah.
No one's going to
know.
Yeah, and now, well, immediate ultimate coming out from him, but they're just going to go in and duel it. Screw it, why not? And that's going to waste the ultimate from no one, but they're just going to be able to turn around and kill them. Zibe once again, Aramis comes in with a big disruption, keeping no one alive and getting them the return kill. Merlin just has to back himself away. Thompson still chasing for now, but likely won't be able to catch him. Merlin will leave, although they do see him. And the fear is there from downtown. Okay. No one catching him out. Merlin, I mean, he's still got a leap charge to work with as well, so.
And no one has detection, so they just walk it off.
Yep. Does he want to give away the ward?
Pump faking these, yeah.
They want to know, I think.
Seb's going.
Yeah, they want to know if where he is and if he's got a ward up there, so. Kind of makes sense as the Roar comes out on the bottom side of the map. Seb's getting jumped on us on the other side of the portal. Merlin once again is playing the Great Escape, but I feel like his time of escaping might be over. I think he's been caught and back to jail with you, sir.
Goodbye, princess.
I just need to double check, but oh wait, hold on a second. Big fight?
There is a pretty big fight, yeah. Jimmy's come in for this one, and I'm not too sure why. He's kind of in no man's land, but in comes the cavalry, running through that portal, looking to help out their Legion commander. And Jibby actually seemingly able to locate Kitrak with the overwhelming odds there, but not able to connect. They seem to be having a catch problem here on ITB.
Yeah, a little bit. It really does boil down to dual arrow or blast off. They're like the big three. You can kind of lean on slight chains in the early game, but it's a lot of like soft control and kind of tempo-based control, which I guess actually I've not really mentioned that, but or like thought about it that way. But yeah, they have tempo-based control. If the game goes super late, they lean on items. Like there's never a point where it's like, okay, hit this spell, they're always gonna die, right? So outside of course Legion. And you can kind of see they're trying to utilize that with their positioning, how they're grouping up. Whilst OG, they're kind of playing in pairs. They're not looking for these big kills. It's survive long enough that if they do go on us as 4 or 5, we're not split on the map. We're not starving our XP, sorry. And then we can TP in and save the gank, right?
Yeah.
Because OG, they do have a lot of like save potential. Some boundless strike, some end chills, edge creep saves potentially, disruptions that we saw in the previous fight.
Yeah, it's all been Aramis so far. I mean, he's been my MVP by quite a margin so far on this game, getting like 2 or 3 crucial turnarounds with this disruption. Seb. Oh, did he actually play the tree line there?
He just
did Nande not
actually
find him?
I didn't toggle my fog personally.
Yeah.
I don't think Nande saw him. Nande would have instantly gone on him.
Yeah.
If he'd actually see him.
I think that was some pretty tasty jukes coming out from Seb there, so well done.
Good stuff. Kind of waiting to see when the Legion's going to be able to pop off in this game. I feel like his role isn't going to be the classic. He shouldn't be dying here in the mid. Yeah, nice.
Yep.
I feel like his role won't be the duel the big core, get the kill just because of SD. He's going to be the type of guy that goes like Shadow Blade with Blink Blade Mail, waits for the SD to waste a spell or show his position, and then boom, duel him instead. And that's where you're going to really need Ember and Morphling to just break open the fights, jump in between everything, try and just soak up some damage. And then once you kill SD, that's when the fight goes well. And I think that's why we don't see ITB being too crazy right now, is because they are waiting for that Blink Dagger, which is relatively close. It's like 500 gold away.
All right, so is that like the play point then? Is that when we're going to see them smoking up and making a move on OG?
No, for ITB, that's when they'll be smoking up.
Yeah.
The Blink Blade Mail, that's when they go. For OG, they go now. Like, why not? You've got everything.
Well, they are besieging this top tier 1 ITB. They are assembling the knights, but they're not going to get here in time to at least to save the tower. There's a whole menagerie out here from the other side of OG.
Yes, please. Fight for all. How many skeletons are there? There's 6 skeletons, 1 Ogre Frost Mage, a Hawk, 1 Dark Troll Summoner, 2 boars. It's a really shit dinner.
Kind of sounds like the 12 Days of Christmas, Dota.
Yeah, it is. And Seb is the partridge in the pear tree.
He is indeed. Well, they just kind of ran at this tower, 5-man the tower down, and just kind of ran away again. And for the most part, that seemed successful. ITB kind of responded to it, and then LG ran away. And then, does this feel kind of, I don't know, sloppy for you, for ITB? Kind of bringing all these heroes up here. Either respond to it or don't, right?
I feel like with OG showing that many heroes in the top offlane tier 1 at nighttime, it kind of shows going Roshan, right? You see that already with their positioning.
Okay.
So I feel like it might look awkward for ITB, but I think their call is, guys, don't defend the tower. Let's position smoke up, be ready to at least respect the potential Roshan, because if Legion gets the Blink Dagger, I think they could contest. Without Blink Dagger, it's going to be hard.
It's so awkward though, because yeah.
Like, look outside the pit. OG, they already have a Dire Observer kind of just south next to the Lotus Orb area, so they're going to see that initiation in. But yeah, ITB, they are smoked up. Nande actually shows on the creep wave from smoke, so OG are well aware that ITB want to fight right now.
Yep. And, they're in the trees right now. Arrow's going to cut on through. Doesn't quite connect onto the top of them. They do see Kitrak with that arrow. A lot of patience coming out from both teams here. No one wants to pull that trigger just yet. What are both teams looking for? What's the opening here?
I mean, I feel like for SD, if SD ever shows his hand, that's when it's going to get difficult. It's why he's hugging inside the pit right now. He doesn't want to get seen by a random rogue ward.
He's so far back. Aramis knows how important he is. Ooh, just a couple more spells. I mean, that is a long one. The cooling, 30-second cooldown, by the way, so Nice little fear out from no one there. And another one bouncing on through. That one does actually miss as the trading turns into a little bit more than that. But once again, backing away. Supreme, he's got to be careful here. Thompson's going to cancel out the TP. Can they finish him off as a question? And the answer does seem to be yes. He can't escape. Didn't get off any of his abilities there somehow. Doesn't have a buyback either to get back on that Remnant. So, OG, they do have to still respect that possibility, but no one says no thank you. He has taken a ton of damage, though, from that Blade Mail.
Just click on the Legion right now. He's like 15 gold away from Blink. This entire setup has been Legion, not with his Blink Dagger.
They find the techies as well, and Merlin, it looks like they're going to have to pull the plug on this one. Blink Dagger finally purchased from Jibe, but is it too little, too late?
Okay, Ember has a Remnant out, so he's going to respawn. You kind of want ITB. Okay, it expires.
He went for it. He had 2 out, actually, so he went for a slightly closer one. So he is back in the fight, but...
Thank God.
Yeah. Thompson going to take a pretty long arrow here, but again, Aramis sitting racing behind him here, and they're trying to snipe Nande with a rogue dead shot. God, there's so many of these dead shots coming out. Feels like it's on a 5-second cooldown.
They're just chipping them. Like ITB, they can't get into the middle of the fight. They just don't have that initiation.
Oh my God, that's a lot of damage. They're going to jump in. 1 kill, not going for the second though, as Aramis comes through with the disruption, but he's dead the moment he comes out the other side. Merlin and Supreme both put to sleep here as ITB looking for Thompson. Nande and Jibe on the chase immediately, just jump in on him with that adaptive strike, stopped him from getting up to a tree, but Thompson, he's got off cooldown, gets up to another one, and ITB are left stranded in that river. They get the big kill onto no one, but they do also lose Supreme once again, who is struggling so much on this Ember Spirit.
Just think about the amount of resources ITB used. I think they lost 2 observers in the top side of the fight. The sea of sentries that you can see outside Roshan right now, very much favoring OG. I think there's only one important, like the vision game from this like stalemate at Roshan is incredible. I think OG played that really nicely. It was pressured them there. They didn't see the Blink Dagger. If anything, you could say that ITB probably should have let Jibe sit back, hit the jungle, get the Blink Dagger, and then join the fight a little bit later, because throwing out some rogue arrows, some techies mines, like you can at least get information to then go for the bigger play. But yeah, ITB, they rushed it a little and weren't able to kind of capitalize on it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you definitely felt that as well. Like I don't know, they just eventually just went for it, and now OG, they were set up for the daytime rush, and once again, ITB just a little bit behind, or are they just out of resources to take this fight?
I'd feel like out of resources and out of confidence of the engagement. The way that Supreme played that fight, it was he dies, doesn't feel too great. He enters the fight again, but it's always kind of on a retreating mindset. And I feel like if you are ITB, in the back of your mind, it's like, okay, guys, one more item, then we can break them. The issue there is the active nature of this Monkey King. He's now got a Manta. Suddenly he buys the Radiance. He goes the Thompson style of just nuisance, and they're gonna just scale really hard. So ITB need to be careful. Like, they don't really have the best triple scaling cores. Like Morphling Ember, of course, do. But when I look at this Legion, he easily can fall behind in games if you're not getting that jaw damage. Only 10 to his name so far.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. Jibe not having a good game. Struggling to really get into it, and Supreme, after the last couple of deaths, has kind of joined him in the struggle zone as well. So yeah, ITB we're only with one real farmed core to work around, but Nande is certainly that. I mean, he is huge, you know, didn't get caught out the same amount as no one has. Just, yeah, extremely clean Morphling performance, but is it enough with his team? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know what the win probability is right now, but I'd probably say it's like 70% to OG, around that mark, like 72%, 73%, that's my guess. And I feel like for ITB, the way that they can make that grow, or at least to be more favorable, they are going to lean on that surprise factor. When Aegis is out, if they hit the duel, what is it? Oh, it's 62. Ooh.
62, so...
All right, fair play. It's like the duel into Blastoff and Mirana, they have a lot of single target explosive damage. So in the random moment where Aramis' positioning is poor, Ember sits on top of him, they duel another guy, get the kill. Like, I can see ITB always having the potential comeback in their draft. Like, this isn't going to be a type of game where it's like, well, it's just over. Like, they're always going to have that X factor with their heroes they have. It's just about setting up the fight with the vision, with the execution, to get everything, the symphony of spells to be perfect. And for OG, it is just to continue being kind of that ball of damage and death just running around and trying to just poke them at any opportunity they can. Like this net worth lead, it hasn't really scaled for either team in this game.
Ooh, no one. Pulling the trigger there a little bit, but yeah. No team to really back him up. I mean, you need a bit more than a silence and even a fear. Wouldn't be enough to bring down Chibi at this point, I don't think. I mean, maybe with a Pierce the Veil, but I hear it does melt to Pierce the Veil.
We saw it in the last fight as well, right? Or the last big fight. No one kind of did disappear, right? With the dual pre-Pierce, he can die. Also,
yeah, that's true as well.
Blade Mail active, he can kind of kill himself. Doesn't matter if the Legion doesn't do the right-clicking. The Muerta can kind of do the right-clicking herself.
Yeah, it's
Noah's positioning will be key.
It's this very weird sort of dual situation here, where both of the carries can actually die pretty easily to each other, but they go on to Seb. This is a very nice catch from the side of ITB. They do need to finish the job, but they will be able to do so.
Oh, and Aramis as well.
And Aramis on the side. This is a +1 we weren't expecting, but Aramis getting caught out. There's going to be another kill going their way, and a very fair
let's go. Big dual damage. He's now got 30. He went from 10 to 30. No one can stop this man. He is unhinged now.
I always love the description of Duel, you know. To face a soldier of Stonehall in single combat is a challenge for you can resist. Yes, because Duel is always single combat. Always a one-on-one.
That's actually rare. It's very unfair. It's normally just one guy and then like his crew just punching one poor person who's been thrown into an arena they don't really want to be in. Oh well. But for OG, yeah, a small lapse of positioning, right? You got just running through the river, kind of regrouping together and doing it. ITB perfectly just find that window of opportunity, and they can continue doing this, right? I feel like it's like SD out of position, team out of position, game can get pretty awkward.
So, quick little Tormentor, and OG, it looks like they're not really going to be able to do much with this Aegis either. I don't know, when Aegis expires, are you kind of starting to believe in ITB?
I'm believing in the team that sets up the fight better. I don't think either team is in a perfectly, we should fully win the game outright moment where I think other teams, often at the 24-minute mark, have some incredible lead.
Nande, gotta be careful, he does get caught out by the fear. Did he get off the strength morph? He does just about get it in time and backs himself away. A lot of shots being fired here from OG. Nande, he's gotta be careful. I mean, that Muerta, she doesn't mess around, and she's got an Aegis as well, so can't even be brought down, at least not permanently. ITB regrouping here, considering what they want to do, and Nande says, I'll farm a camp. It seems like
18 seconds on Aegis.
The right move. Yeah, it is going down soon, and OG, they need to be respectful of that. No one can die as we've seen before. Chibe is ready and waiting with that duel. It's all about Aramis. Where is he? Can they catch him out? No one actually.
Currently in the fog right now. High ground vision advantage for OG, but there's actually a Radiant Ward behind them, so they fully see where Aramis is.
Yeah. Can they make that catch, though? They're just trying to like threaten no one and see if they can poke Aramis into coming forwards here. Oh, a little bit of overcommitment here from the supports of ITB, actually, but no one. Now they're trying to jump on it. The duel comes out as well. The Roar, it's not going to save him. Down goes no one. ITB, they get the big kill they were looking for. That's another way to do it. Just force out the disruption, wait it out, and then go anyway. They've got so many spells to throw at him.
This ward is so clutch from Merlin. The one that's just to the right of this high round ward spot. This is pretty much winning the fight. It got so much vision. It saw the SD move south. It saw the Monkey King move south. As soon as it saw that Wukong, it's like, wait a second. Muerta is a screen's distance away from his team. Like, this is just an easy go. Even if Disrupt's in play, like, they're just committing elsewhere. So, yeah, this ward was incredible for ITB. And they started playing the fights how they want to, right? It's poke with the important cores. Don't get too excited to try and throw bodies. Don't just go for that wild duel for no reason. It was kind of a very slow, methodical, just poke and prod. And yeah, I think both teams can do this with their drafts really well, but it's about vision and the positioning. And ITB in this time, they are the aggressors. They are the ones who are able to utilize it a little bit better. But still, no major net worth lead. 14 for 14, 1k lead to ITB. All cores bang on even, other than Nande, who's kind of slowly growing ahead now. 3,000 above the Muerta.
Yeah, it's a close game, you know. I was hoping for a close series here. I wasn't quite sure what we would get. I was actually leaning ITB's way because I know that ITB did plan on boot camping. They said in an announcement that they were going to, but it doesn't look like they've been able to at least all make it out there. So OG, they are boot camping, and I always think that's such a big advantage. And
they can't make it out there as well. Not all of them are there, so that they're equally awkwardly boot camping. It's a Division 2 boot camp.
The semi boot camp.
Yes.
The sandal camp.
Origin.
Well, 14 and 14, no real net worth advantage. I mean, it all comes down to the next Roshan, I guess. That is the usual make or break point of these kind of games.
Wait, is Legion going for the 30-minute pipe? All right. He is. He really is just looking at this game and going, you know what, Muerta, I want to mitigate that one little bit of damage. And we haven't really mentioned it too much, but this press the attack also pretty helpful, right? When you think about Beastmaster, the Boundless Strike, OG themselves don't really have incredible stunts. So if Jibe's in a defensive position, throwing out some pipe, throwing out some clutch press the attacks to dispel these big stuns or these limited stuns that OG have, he can really unlock this game for them. And we saw it in that previous fight, and both teams now trying to posture for the tier 3s. Who can force who back first? Or we could see the world's first just trade racks at 28 minutes.
I'm here for it. I mean, yeah, there is backdoor protection on this bottom tower, but now the creeps come in, and yeah, I mean, Nande is showing no signs of stopping. Olgi is showing no signs of stopping. They kind of catch out Supreme, but they don't have the commitment here. But yeah, down goes one later back to the top side. No one has come back though, and he's firing off some spells. Actually cancels out a TP with his dead shot there. I don't even know if that was deliberate, but Nande's sticking around. He wants to finish the job. He didn't come for half our barracks. He's going for the full damn thing. And he's going to get it. Satanic used pretty early on here just to heal himself up. No, going for the melee, but no, okay.
Jimmy in the bottom.
Down to the bottom lane. What the hell? Jimmy's jumped in.
Vision.
They don't have their Morphling. Do they need it?
They don't have any wards.
Like they probably do. Jimmy's just going to get blown up, runs into the face, and just gets it clean taken off. Nande's in, though. He has come back into the fray, and he's looking for Dobson right now, and comes the Adaptive Strike to control him up. Can they finish the Monkey King? Yes, they can. And Kid Track just says, see you later. So it is the old half-rack trade. Oh god, I'm so confused. So much about that whole series of events was
so beautiful. No, I've got no complaints. You got both teams just trying to really force the go on. You want to defend yourselves, but with a Beastmaster lineup, they're never going to be the ones who are going to go baback first. They can always push with a little bit more, and it's why you see the melee rats taken for OG and ITB only able to take the the range themselves. So technically advantage OG, but again, this game is so incredibly close. No team has really been able to build a lead. No team has a firm grip on the map and where they want to play. It's a lot of sweeping actions and just waiting to find who's out in no man's land. But Nande, he has the Satanic. He is rather tanky if he is able to get those clicks off.
Yep, that's true. Ooh, these two teams.
Like, just think about it, right? You got OG, like, ITB, it's not as if they're dead, but they just see Morphling and they're just going on him. Like, Thompson's just in the top. He's off farming in Narnia. Like, he's nowhere near, and they're still trying to go for the fight.
Well, I mean, the thing about Narnia is that you can always get there through a little cupboard, and he does have that TP if things go real south.
Yeah. I mean, the Twin Gate is Narnia's cupboard, I guess, but yeah, what's he got? Oof. God, Manta and Radiance.
It's a build.
It is a build. It's going to be obnoxious. Lanes are going to get pushed in, but now we get to see the second Roshan of the game. OG got the first one. Can they now contest the second one?
Surely, right? Surely. Respect is coming forward, offering himself up as a tasty bit of bait here. And the first line of defense as they will now come charging on through. Taking a lot of damage, though, from the Ember Spirit, to be honest. Those Sleight of Fists doing a lot of work in just kind of forcing them back. The Roshan, it's low. Thompson, he's going to pop the ultimate now and try to force back. Jimmy just has to run. It's Kid Track who's gone down, as well as Respect at the moment. No one just trying to stand his ground here and lay the damage out onto Nande. But Nande happy just back himself away. Oh, no, that's a big arrow onto no one. Can they follow up with the damage? The ultimate ends, and he goes down. Stun out onto Seb as well. Seb gets off the roar, but it does absolutely nothing. He's going to be the next one to die. Down goes Aramis. Aegis low. Thompson jumps in and is actually able to kill off Roshan and get the Aegis for himself. So he denies it.
Oh, he gets the jump.
No. You don't get away with it.
And the Manta as well. No way.
You can't keep getting away with it.
You cheeky devil. Oh, look at him. Absolute tasty escape.
Oh my goodness. Just when the tips came out, Tigo, just as the tip came out, you take your finger off the mouse for just 1 second, and you get punished.
I feel like for OG, they are getting uncomfortable now at this point in the game. The the inability for no one to convert his damage into the fight, whilst everyone on ITB is just kind of pumping out. Like, yeah, look at Murta, what, 2,480 that was. Really not able to stand her ground with that ultimate, compared to the fluid nature of both Morphling and Ember, how they can just get to any part. It really is just a display of movement being the key aspect here. Like OG, they initiate the fight a little bit with this poke, but I just love how ITB, they disengage to the south, they give themselves a position to go, okay, where is everyone? And unfortunately for Thompson here, he just kind of Wukongs. It looks hype, but there's no follow-up. There's no containment to that. And ITB just keep moving as a huddle, like, all right, we're in the south side to the north side, and now look at Muerta, poor little no one, just all by himself and deleted in 2.5 seconds, if that.
How does Thompson get this? He's just sitting in the pit, just hammering away at Roche down. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna take this.
His mantle is on cooldown. All right, okay, let's look at it. So his mantle was on cooldown for 5 seconds, up in 2 seconds. Instant spring, because that's of course a Monkey King thing. Yeah, dispels that, jumps away, and off he goes. So yeah, there wasn't anything really stopping his spring off the get-go. If you're spamming it quick enough, it needs to be like a remnant or something to lock him down. But there was no hard stun or hard thing controlling him, so he was able to quickly get out in a millisecond of time. So yeah, fair play to Thompson. Absolutely incredible escape. And we will probably be talking about that Aegis still if OG are able to win this game, because a Morphling with Aegis at this point in the game, I'd argue it's probably over. Like that 60% win rate, win possibility that we saw for OG would have been deleted. Like Morphling would have just been an absolute machine.
Yeah, no, for real. There's not much. I mean, we've seen it. They haven't been able to do anything about Nando this game. He is 4-0-5, playing an immaculate performance on this Morphling. And you know, if it's okay, stop doing some troubleshooting. If it does come down to can you kill the Morphling or not, you know, maybe you can do it once if you use absolutely everything, but twice, not a chance. So yeah, this is huge. Probably don't.
Radiance. Yep. Let's just blame Thompson and his egregious build. Let's go for that one.
Yeah. No Aghanims though, disappointingly. That's the classic.
Just to give context to the build, right? Like if you just look at the minimap and the gameplay, it's always sending out illusions to mid lane. It's having his hero in another lane. So with this build, he is able to deal with 2 lanes by himself, which then gives you indirect information. Because creeps start hitting towers, you know where they're positioned. You could argue at this point in the game, a team will naturally be as 5 barreling down the lane looking to try and, you know, get something important, aka bottom tier 3/racks. But I can see how this build can enable fluid gameplay, but it's a bit difficult at this moment.
Nande, he is in deep here. I mean, he's going to get disrupted. He's got the cheese available, ready to go, should he need it. I mean, he is just, you want to disrupt me, boy? You want to disrupt me? Kitrak as well? Yeah, that's untouchable. Not doing a whole lot here. Kitrak is looking very, very touchable. And Nande is going to do exactly that. Now no one jumping in, trying to commit to the fight here, trying to bring down Nande. Seb, trying to get off the roll, is able to do so.
There it is.
He's on top of him as well, and they will bring him down. The Morphling can die, and Seb, there it is. You asked for it. Nice little fear as well to catch out the +1. Making it 3 huge kills here for all the side of Old G. They sacrificed their supports, but for the greater good.
Like there was no major control from OG. I was like, okay, there's a roar. Surely at some point it's gonna, and then boom, it hits and Supreme. He jumps on in and he just jumps into the middle of the calling. He gets silenced.
Oh,
and then he just insta dies. Morphling, of course, inside roar blows up as well. So for OG, like this is how now they've won this fight in this fashion. In their minds, okay, if we fight, it needs to be raw Morphling. Everyone pump everything in, and then hope that we've somehow put Legion in a different position. It will be incredibly difficult to replicate that fight due to the fact that it was Nande diving tier 3s, which simplified the initiation, right? But
yep,
it is giving OG a glimmer of hope. And 21 for 21, 35 minutes in. What an incredibly even back and forth game.
And if he was doing that with Aegis, we'd have been like, hey, go for it, buddy.
Oh, with Aegis, it's over.
That's the play, yeah.
Yeah, they're vibing. They're vibeless right now.
All right, no one really wanted the arrow. And Supreme, hello, sir. That is pretty aggressive. Still no purges on the side of Supreme, by the way. He's got nothing. So if he does get caught out by that side,
blinders start casting. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
You shouldn't be there, mate.
Yeah, we have to
What's that
resist that.
about?
Otherwise, we are going to go full grit, and no one's going to enjoy that. Oh, Monkey King on the back lines, looking for the target. They're going to be able to lock down Jibe here with the roar, but a little full stuff away. Jibe, pretty damn tanky, but not tanky enough. Still does fall. Thompson, also got to be a little bit careful as Merlin, doesn't quite get the Invis off in time. The fade time, too damn long. And that means Kid Track is going to be able to grab that kill.
ITB, they're succumbing to the pressure. They're not holding that line that they've utilized in the last 15 or so minutes to give themselves that advantage. Kind of throwing bodies out into the wild.
Yep, the wall is starting to crumble just a little bit here. And, well, in goes respect. The buyback's going to come out from Jibe as well. They want to try and commit here. They're going to try and bring down Chat straight off the bat, and no one's going to fall as well. My goodness, they do have the damage. The duel's out onto the Monkey King as well. Thompson in some trouble, although, I mean, he is just going to absolutely rinse Jibe in the 1v1. And now they're going to be able towards Supreme as well. Oh, geez, they're not done with this. Nande, got to be a little bit careful. Does have the cheese to play around with here, though, so he's kind of happy to do a little bit of poking and prodding. And there comes that cheese. Thompson is going to kind of smack all his spells into him. They have the roar out. They have the roar out. They have the roar. Huh?
Oh.
He had a strength ball, but he didn't use it. Okay.
He had a lot of things available when he didn't use it. All right, let's just... All right, so this is where Thompson's build comes online. All right, when you get that Satanic, and then you've got 2 Dispels in the form of Manta plus Satanic, plus the Radiance, Mischance always applying. It might take 35 minutes to get there, but my golly gosh, when he gets there, it's it's going to do work. And that is, I think, the saving grace. It's something that we didn't really, I guess, think about or cover too much, is when you have Thompson going for this style of build, the resources required to kill off the Muerta suddenly give more kind of access to the fight for Thompson, right? Because suddenly Jules used, or Morphlin's waveformed into a different position of the fight, so now he doesn't have that mobility available. But no, it's ITB. I've said this so many times, but both teams, if you don't respect the positioning and the vision needed in this game with both drafts to win, you are just going to crumble. Both teams will be able to destroy your base with ease. And, yeah, OG, they are the victors in this one. 2 racks up now.
Yeah, yes. Got to be feeling pretty damn good to get this turnaround, especially when the odds look so stacked against them. You know that.
Oh, they killed the Shivas. Supreme's not going to have Shivas now.
Oh,
pretty
man.
rough. Meanwhile, Beastmaster picks up a Hex, so this net worth, it is going to feel, honestly, way bigger. Like 11, 12k right now, just because of that item disappearance.
Yep, it's just lost to the void now. There he is. They hold on to items when they die. Buried with their stash.
Mate, it got lost to the Enchantress. There isn't a void in this game. Don't know what you're on about.
All right, you. All right, you. Oh, gee. I mean, did they try and push this now? Oh my god, that is a high resolution spear on my screen.
I think you gotta wait for the Pierces of Veil to be back up for the Muerta. Also, Amaris is about to complete the Aghanims, which will provide him additional charges with his Purge and apply a break. So it's gonna help out a little bit and be quite a nuisance towards the side of ITB.
Indeed, a bother, some would say. Yeah, ITV don't really get to make many plays at the moment. All they can do is kind of leak out onto the map, ooze onto the map, you could say, and try and claim out a little bit of land. But in terms of actually going out and getting things done, it's tricky.
It feels like the type of game where you really want like ninja gear on your Legion commander. Like tier 4s are available. If they can just get one on him, and now suddenly from a smoked position, he's dispelling people, applying the pipe, then initiating with his own Blink BKB. I think that will give just peace of mind to Jibe, where in the current fights, it's as soon as he uses that Blink incorrectly, he's getting collapsed on. He's getting battered through the BKB. He isn't really surviving, so I think some Shadow Blade, some
bye-bye Mirana
options will be key. Yeah. Any support that shows on the map is just going to get deleted. Every time I click on Thompson, just a new item's forming, right? He's now got a Skadi. He's a quarter of the way to a Lincoln's. He is...
Neat.
Courier's dead. Oh, he got the ninja gear. He got the ninja gear on Legion. Okay.
All right.
All right. The small steps are occurring.
Yep. T-Gov asks and the Gaben delivers.
All right. Players in Division 2. PayPal. It's just T-Governor. $5. I'll get you your neutral items that you want. You want a Philly? $2.50.
Respect.
Not asking much, right?
In a bit of trouble, as you say. Any support on the map is going to get
That's a gem head as well.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, yes.
Bother. Well,
Dire's middle tower
yeah, the noose really starting to tighten now for ITB. How much can Nande Morphling do? Well, not quite enough seems to be the story here. Does have a Rapier queued up. Now, he already has a Chrysalis. There's the option to buy a Daedalus. I imagine it's just when OG push high ground. If he doesn't have a chance to buy the Rapier, he's going to buy the Daedalus. If they don't push high ground quickly enough, then he will be able to buy out the full Rapier, would be my assumption.
Yeah, I'd probably go down that line as well. And yeah, I think for ITB, this is the type of game where the Roshan still, Monkey King gets it. Suddenly that's a swing in their favor. The Nande confidence dive on the tier 3s where he just kind of feeds away his life and kills off his Ember. I think these are two pivotal moments for ITB. They were in a commanding position in this game. After the early game onslaught of OG, surviving that first Aegis, they put themselves in such a good position, and yeah, a clutch play from OG, overconfidence in the next play from ITB. Now third Roshan just goes to OG and it is a completely different game. Win percentage was like 80% we just saw on the screen as well. Yeah, I'm just looking at like the big ticket items that I'm seeing
86
getting picked up, and you got a Satanic as well on the Muerta. Lincoln soon, that I mentioned already for Thompson. Like everyone is getting so big.
Well, yeah, and these are heroes as well, which can just kind of scale very, very nicely through the game. You know, obviously the Monkey King and Muerta are huge, but
all right, Nomad, first time I get to say this in the division. Smoke on smoke action occurring 42 minutes in, 18,000 gold into OG.
Yeah, Thompson's going to be the one to just immediately pop down that ultimate and it's instantly looking towards Jibbe. Jibbe is able to just leave the circle, which is pretty nice. Supreme also able to get themselves out, but it's a full retreat and the ultimates come out from the side of Aramis here, trying to slow them down, trying to get the catch. Respect still moving around here. I mean, they want to try and look for the jump here, and they're going to go onto the Thompson Monkey King, and I think they might be able to take him out. They absolutely will. Why? Because Nande went on the back line and he got caught out by no one, tried to go for the big fight and didn't quite get what he was after. Arrow does actually connect here onto no one, but this guy's got an Aegis. He doesn't give a damn. Seb, he's happy to just kind of fight up into these guys right now. Supreme desperately trying to take him down, but Aramis is there once again with the disruption. He's losing health on this Ember Spirit, and he is indeed going to go down the once. He does have the buyback. Cooldowns are going to be lacking for this Ember Spirit, at least for the time being. Spears being thrown out towards Jibbe. Jibbe, he's running, but he's running the wrong way. And dead shot not quite connecting. The poison not quite connecting. All right, disruption should make this easier, but Supreme comes in. Wants to try and save him. They want to keep on fighting into this. I mean, they don't have their Morphling, and now they don't have their Legion Commander either, as he does go down. Supreme just trying to get off these slides from the high ground, but they're letting him get away with it. The Techie's getting off decent damage here. I mean, they're going to be able to come in, but the Hex is out onto the Ember Spirit, and the Roar comes through as well. The damage is there to take him down, and it's no one with the double kill. Old G likely taking the game here.
Oh, Kit Track lost his Talisman of Evasion. He was trying to buy a halberd mid-team fight and it just dropped to the ground. Click on the Enchantress right now. He's got an absolute, buffet of items in his inventory on the Enchantress. Yeah, look at this. And he buys the Talisman, and so Supreme, as he's dying, he runs on over and is like, this is my Talisman now. You might win the game, but you don't have a halberd for the scoreboard.
Yeah. Everyone will laugh at you and say, why has this guy got a Sanj? What a fool.
Yeah, it's in Radiant base now, just chilling.
They want to take this one though. I mean, they do have one more buyback throw on it. It's going to be Jibbe, so they're going to move up to the Muerta, but comes the disarms coming out. Morphling looking for the entry here, and they're going to go for the duel. They managed to catch out the Muerta. They need the damage, and they are going to find it. Down goes the one life on the Muerta. Can they do anything for life number 2? The fear comes out perfectly from Nande, but the ultimate's there. Pierce the Veil coming out from Muerta. Can she fight up into this? They're backing out on the side of ITB. Jibbe getting so low. No one forcing forwards, going for the big balls plays. They could be able to take down one of the Roars there onto Nande. Nande's a fool, and the game is theirs. OG will be able to take it in the end. It takes them 45 minutes, but through some very, very creative and clutch plays, OG take game 1.
I just love the fact that it was so close the entire time, and it really boiled down to like the marginal mistakes from one team and the capitalization on errors and stuff. And if we want to think about the tipping game, it's so important in this. Nande, during the Roshan, he tipped aggressively to then not secure the Aegis himself, subsequently diving the tier 3s, getting tipped by Seb soon after, and then every death, Seb really locked in those tips. Nande, you tried to lead the tip game, you failed miserably. 3-1 success. Seb, just, beautiful tips.
I mean,
this is important.
You meme a little bit, but it's there was definitely some mental game coming out here from these guys. Like this Morphling, like, I mean, he was 4-0, and then all of a sudden we just saw him doing this crazy dive here, and you know, a few of these situations, and yeah, you're not the big boss anymore on the Morphling.
But you only have a 4K lead at this point, right? And then you suddenly start diving in, and I think at the start of the clip we saw the Wukongs from Topson that zoned out everyone, and again in this clip here, Topson's able to stand up front. I believe he has a Satanic at this point, and this Wukong instantly pushes ITB away from the fight, and Jibe, of course, in the middle. And the net worth, it's so even. Like, this isn't about some incredible moment where you have some like overfarm Medusa or some Sven who's ripping apart the game, right? It really is just boiling down to the cores and how they can set themselves up, and then supports enabling that course momentum. So I think, yeah, OG just, even though they play a very, I don't want to say scrappy aggressive, but they play a very it's fine, just go style mentality, where they don't mind running across the map. They don't mind doing plays, right?
Yeah.
And in doing so, they will have moments where they might die 2 or 3 heroes, but they're going to go again. They just have that resilience, and that's the type of resilience that allows them to contest this Roshan, to steal the Aegis. And
it's a constant pressure as well. It's so hard to play into, you know, they're constantly just hunting you, constantly on your side of the map, constantly just doing weird, seemingly at least to us, weird things, you know, being in strange places, but that constant pressure, you know, it's hard to play into, and it's what leads to these kind of self-doubting plays. And yeah, I mean, Nande not able to pull it off in the end. I mean, I think Supreme had a really rough kind of 20-25 minutes of the game. He got kind of counterpicked in that mid, you know, Monkey King is the classic answer to the Ember Spirit. Both the Ember and the Storm struggling against Monkey. Haven't really seen it at all on this patch, didn't really see it much in the last patch either, but Topson, you know, he's a veteran, and he's ready to pull these little counters out when required. So that was pretty nice. And yeah,
I mean, we could also just say that Nande choked. I mean, I was thinking of how I wanted to phrase it, but I feel like this entire game is just on Nande, and I'm hoping he, as a player who exuded so much confidence last tour, he's able to kind of find it in himself to recover from this type of game. So I feel like if you're a carry player playing against an OG, you feel like the win should be yours, and suddenly you lose because of your own mistakes. That can kind of crush you going into a game too. So I really hope, for like Nande's sake, these tips, these actions, the lack of Aegis contest, all this stuff, it doesn't get to him, because like he's a self-critical player as well. Because I know in some interviews he was like, at least in last year, he would always like not blame himself, but he'd happily highlight some of his mistakes. And yeah, that's kind of a big thing I'm going to look at in the next game coming up, specifically with Nande.
Yeah. I mean, I think he did a great job for, like, you know, his Morphling was genuinely flawless for the first like 30 minutes of the game. When it came to kind of closing it out, you know, that Aegis drop, big problem. Going in super deep without the Aegis following that, you know, it's definitely not feeling great. But ITB as well, you know, they did make it the Nande show, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them. But let's talk about the positives. You know, OG, some big performances on them. I mean, I'd like to give the MVP to Aramis for this one, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to take control, T-Gab. I'm going to give it to Aramis, because I think he had a phenomenal early game. You know, really kind of kept them in it and pushed that advantage as well. Some clutch saves coming out from the Shadow Demon for me. So yeah, because let's throw some love to the supports.
Yeah, I feel like with Iris in this game, it's always going to be a difficult game, I think, on the scoreboard, because he has such a massive target on his back. Like, the entire game, anytime you step out of position, anytime you use a Shadow Poison and they see the trajectory, like, okay, he's here, jump him. There's going to be the Legion jump, the Morphling Waveform, the Ember Remnants. Like, there are so many ways to get onto the backlines that Aramis's score it's not going to be some incredible, wow, he only had 1 death. But I think if you look at the course of the entire game, there were enough moments where he did just utilize the hero beautifully. Even in the rough parts of the game, like, he was still, you know, stepping up and doing his thing. I guess didn't really see it too much, but he was disrupting his Monkey King as well, I'd like to think, to utilize that Radiance to get further push. So yeah, overall, nice game from Aramis. To be fair, he did also kind of pop off when he stood in for OG as well. Like, this guy is pretty good, so I like the fact that he does have kind of another team to kind of showcase his skills in.
Yeah. Put him on do stuff heroes on the support role, and he will do stuff, which is what I like to see. So great game from Aramis, great game from Thompson, great game from Nolan, great game from LG in general, to be honest. No one really dropping the ball here. And great performance. And I'm hoping that ITB can come back fighting for this game number 2. And I'm sure they will. You know, this is a team full of very, very hungry players. So I'm expecting a good game 2. So stick around for that one. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of ITB versus Older G.
Yeah, guys. Getting out seat. I got him. Yeah. It's very low. I want it. He's open. Nice. Just stay around each other's.
I can hit.
Yeah.
I just need Dragon.
You used ulti on me.
Yeah.
I can heal in 1 second and then we go.
I'm gonna heal on this next wave. We have disruption ready anyways.
Yeah.
This is mega heal, just standing.
I don't have stun yet. He's jumping in. That's deep by.
I can spell stay through.
I kill.
Took it out, you can took it out. Nice. I can get the... I'm with you. I don't have roar. 8 seconds roar. Okay. I will fight. He's dying to reload.
Yes, cheese.
We can chill. But it's fine. I have a roar though. I have a roar to this. Okay. You cannot... Okay. I have stun in 5. You can roar. I go. Yeah, I will.
The old G. You can buy it.
No. Oh yeah, I think.
Hello and welcome back to Western EU DPC Division 2 as we are scrapping today, Tiga. We are absolutely scrapping. What a game one we had between these two teams. It is ITB Shuffle versus Old G. I mean, for those of you who missed it, what did they miss out on, T? What were the big moments?
Oh, an incredibly even game until I think just experience paid off to seal the deal. And that's what Old G was able to just capitalize on it. Cheeky little Roshan here, little bit tip there, little tip over here, and that was it. Unfortunately, these websites like Dota Buff and whatnot and strats, they don't save tips, I believe. So maybe that's something they could expand on their website if they want to get more traffic into their sites, because then we can correlate tips to gold swings, to camps farm, to XP gain, and suddenly we'll really be able to dive into it. But that's for another day.
Yeah, I'd like to see a kind of flowchart type thing, because what we often see is like two players will have a tipping war, and then the tipping between them will kind of die down a little bit, but then the teammates will start tipping those players as well. So it's kind of like, the whole team channeling their energy into like the one guy, and then that energy kind of going back into it. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of sick, but that definitely happened a lot of that game. Seb playing an interesting Beastmaster, I would say. Not the kind of frontliney sort of Beastmaster, but he didn't really get involved in the fights until like he was ready to blink in and get those really important roars off, which sometimes was like towards the end of the fight. Like it was, there were a few fights where he was not really turning up until like halfway through the engagement. So big patience on that Beastmaster. But was that just kind of the game state for him?
I feel like he identified the style of fight that OG was taking, which was this poke, wait for the engagement, and when the engagement breaks out, they need to be able to survive to then overwhelm. And it's why you saw him go for his Helm of Dom, of course, to start with, Helm of the Overlord, so you have like the Vlad's aspect, and then he went for Greaves after, because getting the bonus armor, getting that like pump of clutch heal, any of these heroes, like a Monkey King, any bit of heal, suddenly he's getting Jingo stacks, boundless strikes, he's back in the fight. With a Muerta, any form of heal just allows her to survive long enough to get that extra right click out. So I actually liked how Seb played this Beastmaster. He of course went for the blink and the hex soon after to make sure he had that like explosive factor in the game and not just an aura bot that we see a lot of offlaners do. So yeah, I think just Seb just read the game really well, played a really clean game, and I mean, it is Seb. We should expect him to be able to do this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go into Seb's pro game history. Let's find the last time he just fed profusely in a pro game. What would you say is a bad scoreline for... don't forget he went to support.
Yeah, I'd say probably like... It's hard though. It's hard to like just use KD to...
No. We are doing the most basic form. The one.
Right, we're doing post-pub game argument.
Exactly. Like, I'm in one mid-lane Shadow Fiend. Of course I carried this game. Like, no, that doesn't. It's not how it works. So I want you to do the KD. Like, what do you think is like his worst KD?
Like 1 to 7. Well, that's 1 to 7, I'd say for Seb, or 2 to 14. You can scale up if you want to, or 1.5 to.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually 2 to 14.
10
was a month ago against Alliance when they lost in Spring Tour Division 2. So 214 was on a support Nyx. It's pretty egregious. I don't think we'll be doing 214 in the offlane though. If that's happening, something's gone really wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that won't be happening. But I mean, never say never. Things could collapse. I'm definitely interested to see what direction ITB Shuffle take it in this game, because last game it really was an all-in on Nande kind of draft where they're like, right, we're picking you your Morphling, you're doing your thing, we believe in you, we're gonna put like all our eggs in your basket, and unfortunately the basket did end up, coming off and rolling down the hill. So are they gonna do the same thing again? Are they gonna go for a more balanced strategy? I guess that remains to be seen.
I don't know the pick order for this next game yet. I could have probably just tabbed in and checked.
Could have.
I'm scrolling. Let me find the pick order. I'm blind? Yeah, I'm blind. It's okay. It happens. So anyway, first of all, let's look at the player comparison. That's way better than me mumbling. Again, like, to be fair, like this game, it was incredibly even. Like, I feel like if you look at no one's hero damage, that probably came from the tail end of the game where it kind of fell off its hinges, and Nande died 2-3 times in a row because of course his decently HP pool will help boost that up a bit. But last hitting was very even, the net worth was very even. It really was just a matter of 1 or 2 game-based choices from the overall teams that led to the demise of ITB. So yeah, Nande, he shouldn't be kicking himself for the overall farm and fight aspect. It was more, I guess, the fight aspect, but it was more just the decision making. So again, that player comparison does give a little bit of confidence to Nande, but yeah, I'm not expecting ITB to shuffle up their draft too much. It's more, see what I did there? It's more the, just soothe the nerves, I guess.
Yeah, just do the same thing and, don't give away an Aegis, don't I think they were on the winning track and then unfortunately, just one small mistake and they're gonna lose sleep over that one, I'm sure. That's gonna really, really get under their skin. But nevertheless, new game, wipe the slate clean, it's time to get into it. I would say, something interesting about the Muerta, by the way, is that this isn't very common for Muerta at all, but she had a 50-50 damage split between her right clicks and Pierce the Veil. Normally we see all of the damage going from Pierce the Veil and not much coming from right clicks at all, but this was a game where they kept the fights were going on for a really long time and OG were kind of okay with that. If they didn't get big kills and Pierce the Veil, they still had Monkey King to go. They still had their big cards to pull out in Aramis with his Disruption and also with Seb and his Roars. So they had a lot of resources they were able to save, and staggering those resources, staggering those really big abilities was a really good way to kind of counter. They never overreacted to ITB's initiation, which I think was a key part of their success in the late game for them.
Oh, for sure. I think OG, they did play this style of game, which was defensively farming in this buddy system. I feel like that previous game is the one that you want to just stare at the minimap for the first 20 minutes, and you see how Kitrak hugs the Muerta, Aramis is kind of following the kind of enabling Seb through stacking, and then when the fight breaks out, they enable each other by TPing in. And for ITB, their lineup, it kind of dictated that they had to be 3 heroes at a time to find any kill, right? It was the combination of their damage that set everything else up. So I think for ITB, if they are going to go into another game like this, they might want to try and alleviate that pressure, get kill combos in 2 or 3, rather than leaning on the majority of the team, because otherwise you are going to be playing for the comeback and then trying to play it from there. I think that's always a difficult game, especially against OG's consistent tenacity. I can't remember what documentary it was from or what clip I saw it, but it was just that the idea of when OG die in a game, it's they don't care because they know their respawn time, they know the enemy's spells or BKBs or whatever, and it's if we go again as a unit, it doesn't matter, right? So it's one team wipe, we still can go. 2 team wipes, things get awkward, but 3 team wipes, that's when we split the map. Whilst other teams, 1 wipe, and boom, all right, we're now playing a wider map. So you have to respect that constant go. And yeah, draft-wise, adaptation in draft is going to be the SD shifting into the first phase bans. We saw Magnus banned out in the first game from ITB, and of course Void Spirit. Topson was the innovator of this new age Void Spirit that we see in all pro games nowadays, so I'm going to be interested to see which team tries to push the limit and go, you know what, let's give them the Void Spirit. I'd be surprised if it happens in Div 2, but I think some team at some point will go, let's give it to them for draft advantage, but again, that's not happening today.
Nope, they're going to be batting that one out. And we're going to see the Beastmaster once again from Old G, the Techies once again from ITB Shuffle, but the Pugner coming out from Old G. So, again, a flex, something they can play in a multitude of positions. Everybody remembers the Topson Pugner mid from TI9. That was legendary. Good times. Just running at people. Just blasting people.
That was back in the Dagon days, right? Where you do he put the Never Ward down to body block plus the decrep Dagons. Yeah, that was good stuff. That was
crazy. On TI as well, just pulling that. So most people struggle to do that in their pubs, and this guy's just okay, main stage. I'm a little toddler of death.
All right, this is my one dumb question of the entire draft of Game 2. Seb's background. Actual brick? Wallpaper brick?
Oh, I'm going actual brick.
You're going actual brick.
If someone has look at all the gaps in it and stuff. If someone has put that into a wallpaper, then 10 out of 10 for effort. But yeah,
it just hit me. I was like, it looks so good that I'd be upset if it was wallpaper.
Yeah, me too.
And if they win, and if he does the interview, I will say that probably question number 7 or 8. Once we get the good questions out of the way and the interview's drying up a bit, he kind of wants to leave. We kind of want to leave. I'll probably hit him with the wallpaper question, and that's how.
That's the best time for it. Yeah.
I'm just preemptively.
He's just going to disconnect after that as well. Just leave.
Yeah.
For God's sakes, and then we'll never know. Oh, is that a flower next to the AC as well? Beautiful.
Probably sunflower. So draft-wise, right now opening up, ITB once again are kind of showing their hand very early as a statement to the Beastmaster. Often, of course, Beastmaster has no flexibility, so picking a core matchup that you like into Beastmaster will feel good. Of course, Nande Morphling, we saw in the previous game, completely zero pressure Morphling, on the Morphling, sorry. He happily farmed, got a couple kills. You could argue the same concept to the Terrorblade with the Metamorphoses, with the illusion spam, like it's...
Yeah.
The Conjure Image... Wait, what?
Plays...
Brain's lagged.
Conjure... Yeah, it plays the map a bit better. Q,
Reflection. Oh my god, yeah, sorry, I just
Reflection.
fully lagged for a second. Like the Reflection plus any aggro 5, you can kill off Beastmaster. So I don't mind them doing this, but it's a volatile way of drafting that we don't see a lot of teams do consistently. And now we've seen ITB do it 2 games in a row, so
yeah,
it's a bit spooky.
Yeah, no, they'll use the bans to defend it now as well. But I am questioning it though. I mean, Pugna does seem to be a pretty nice answer to Terrorblade, you know? It's something which we've seen people pick as an answer to Terrorblade in the past as like a support. You just want to get that Decrepify on whoever that target is, and all of a sudden TB can't blow up the one hero, that hero gets their cooldowns back, and then you can use the spells on the TB, and that's kind of what it's all about, right? TB needs to get rid of the issues within his BKB duration, otherwise, if they've got the spells, which they are going to, then it can be tricky. So what else are you looking at here when it comes to TB counters?
I want to go back onto your point as well. I like the idea of the Pugna as well that you mentioned, because especially in the 4 role, the decrep preventing that Metamorphosis, but also TB doesn't buy Nullifier. He's also a hero that plays on range. So if anything, I'm looking at ITB, be it like what hero for them is going to step up and buy one of the best items of the current patch, which is this Nullifier, due to the fact that there is going to be some Pugna in the game. Like Pugna will replicate SD's performance, right? It's sit on the back line, throw out a decrep, have a life drain, like always just be ready to save. And I'm not seeing ITB's answer to that. And it's why you see them banning out, for example, like the Storm Spirit. Sure, it's not the Nullifier, but you don't care if you're killing the Pugna. His toolkit doesn't matter anymore, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if OG ban out... Okay, they ban out Kalinx. I'd say potentially ban out like an Ember or something to respect the Supreme side of things, but yeah, instead they don't. Not much control, once again, from OG. They really are just hammering in the we will win lanes, we will dictate the map play.
Yep, that's definitely going to be the attempt here. And Enchantress, of course, can take over those TB illusions, which is quite nice. But yeah, overall, it is a completely stunless support duo, which is kind of insane. Sorry, you can take a Centaur and Sun with that. Yeah, that's probably not going to cut it. And there you go. I mean, once again, they have very little hesitation about picking up the Supreme member again. I mean, on paper, it makes sense, right? You're playing into no lockdown, as we've just been saying. You know, Storm Spirit's already gone, so grab up your Ember Spirit and go to town, in theory. I'm just worried about his lane once again.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep. It's. I don't mind it for player comfort and specialty, but I feel like... Okay, they go Spirit Breaker as well. It's all right. I like the Spirit Breaker is Magnus first phase ban previous game, now fully straight through to the second phase. So I'm looking at this like Spirit Breaker, and I'm just getting the same vibes of the previous game, right? It's going to be cores that are static. The supports need to really elevate the Ember's game, but it's going to be harder in this game, I feel, because you're going to have Decrep to prevent this like early physical damage aspect. Enchantress will still do great in lane. Like if this is an Ench Mag lane, for example, Mag being the carry, I see no problems with that lane going into either Spirit Breaker support or off lane. Like Spirit Breaker in the support role, actually anything in the off lane doesn't apply pressure. The only time Spirit Breaker crushes a lane is sometimes with Darkseid with the correct matchup, and then like some Venomancers, some Nature's Prophet, some like big range heroes. So I'm worried that ITB are drafting for themselves and not for the lanes they're going to be truly playing into.
Yeah. And, you know, those lanes, they can be important. They weren't so important last game as kind of OG did get a little bit of an advantage. They pushed it a bit, but things just tend to plateau. But overall, you really don't want to drop them, especially against a Magnus and a Beastmaster. These guys, they have some... And this whole team, actually. OG might just, like, if you lose your lanes, then you are not going to have an Ancient. It's going to be exploded. You're going to blink, and your Ancient's going to just pop.
And they have so many forms of push, and it's why they're banning out the Tidehunter, for example.
Yeah.
I think Underlord's like the only kind of Division 1 meta style ban there. I think maybe because of ITB, they ban Underlord. Nice.
Good call.
With this 2-man situation, it's more conversational, so it's like, you know, less like AFK analyst thinking predicting time and more just, you know, vibes talking.
Yeah, we have to listen to each other. It's horrible.
It's crazy. Like, oh my god. So now it's like I'm happy that, you know, I'm getting into the group, understanding the flows. We'll get more predictions down the line. You know, the tour is young.
Yeah. I'm probably not going to predict very much because I'll talk about what heroes I think would be cool.
Now, you did say Enchantress tops in mid last game, and you had like a 0.002% chance. I was here for it.
Yeah.
I don't think I was, but now
we know I've got 100 games on middle Enchantress, right? Like,
you do.
I do. I'm quite unhinged, so.
Oh god.
Yeah.
PL. No, that's pretty unhinged.
Wow. Yeah, that is unhinged.
I mean, it's good. It's good. So everything I was mentioning about ITB's lack of damage in early game and laning phase, it gets punished by the Naga Sirens, the PLs, these heroes that absorb that time of farm to then go, your 15-minute timing, great. I already have Diffuse or Yasha, maybe even a Manta in some like crazy game. So I like the fact that OG go for a good carry-to-carry matchup. PL versus Terrorblade can never stand his ground perfectly and meta kill the PL because it's always like, first of all, in the chaos of the fight, find the real one. Second of all, once you found him, if he doppels, find him again. Meanwhile, you've got no mana, suddenly you can't sunder. It's like it's incredibly awkward for the Terrorblade to always and ever feel truly confident against this PL. So I think OG, that very, very nice draft, and I'm a little bit worried for ITB.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down here for sure. Like, I can definitely see the ways in which OG's draft just makes a ton of sense, especially when they're into the ITB shuffle heroes. But there is always the Terrorblade effect, right? If you don't put the pressure on him, then he's going to pop off. How are these lanes looking, though? I mean, is there any issues for OG here which could potentially be, amplified by ITB?
I think OG should be ahead in all 3 lanes. I feel like the only lane that OG can truly lose is the Beastmaster lane, based on Merlin on the Spirit Breaker. If he can alleviate some time to suddenly go top with a meta, with the reflection plus the techies, sure, you can kill a hero, right? So I'm looking at ITB to set up their supports in this game. I think if the supports have an off game, it can be pretty difficult to really get ahead. Like, they just don't have damage, right? Like, who are they truly killing? I'm actually really scared for Wyvern and Spirit Breaker, but anyways.
Yep, let's get into it. Game number 2 as old G, lead with a 1-game advantage here in this series. Can ITB even the score, or is it going to be a huge start for Old G? I mean, let's not forget, Old G, they did get relegated last season, so this is a big deal for them coming out with a win straight off the bat.
A triumphant return, and ITB, different smoke, but OG already ready for it on the retreat. Both teams have the high ground ward.
Oh, reflection, the bomb, they do catch, but jumping that far forward is not really an option, so...
His courier died.
Okay, all right. For some reason,
it was his boar. That's why he was going to try and get him to slow them.
I guess so. a bit of microwave.
Right. Surely this just isn't. I'm not a fan of this one from ITB. I feel like the previous time they did this, so sure
they got a courier.
Ancients, but this time around it's a bit too obvious, no?
Like, Nande has more last hits than anyone else in the game. That's all I'm seeing.
No, but now Aramis is equaling him. So, what do you say about that?
Oh no!
Wait, already Seb start? Okay.
Oh, that's an early blow. Yeah.
This is off meta. But yeah, he's blew his tip load way too early.
Yeah. No, you got to hold it on. But I guess. Yeah, I want to get the mental. I mean,
right, okay. More important,
look at
Pugner right now.
Nande look very chill. Sorry, go on.
This is very important. Is he going to find it? The Pugner's currently trying to find. Okay, very nice. So, when ITB invaded, they used the Quelling Blade to eat one of the trees in this spot, because without eating the tree, you physically can't get there. So they didn't want to use a Tango, so they ate the tree, hid the sentry inside, so now the sentry is actually going to prevail and not instantly get killed off. Maybe after a spawn, Aramis will go in there, investigate a little bit more, but I was skeptical this was going to work. I thought OG would be aware of the spot, but clearly they're not.
Lane. This is just brawling. These guys are so angry at each other. Seb, Nande, I mean, they're sorting it out on the field, that's for sure. Just taking chunks out of each other. Yeah, referee calls it, and they do chill out a little bit, but yeah, Aramis on the no way does that. He sees it, right? Yeah,
he does. Yeah, due to the blue hue of the sentry, it beautifully merges into the gems.
Yeah, smart move there. Smart move, hiding it in the gems. Very tactical. Camouflaged sentries.
I mean, it's a lot of spam. I feel like in this lane, both teams are gonna want a stick, right? You've got sticky bomb spam 1, reflection. Other teams got the wild axes and the never blast spam. Like, yeah, top lane is just a sea of chaos, and I'm sorry for our observer. At some point, someone's gonna die, and we'll probably be looking at Thompson.
Talking of which, he's got a lot of harassment out on Supreme here. Is this not a decent matchup for Thompson on the mag?
Oh, it's just a farm fiesta for the little guy in the mid lane. Don't know why he's a little guy, just came to mind.
Ooh,
he might even get a first
Supreme! No, that was... one more hit for the tower, it's gonna be enough!
There we go.
A classic play from the Magnus, and yep, a tip across. Aramis always there. You know, he's a support player. He's never going to tip aggressively. He's going to big up his boy. But that was sick.
This is why mid Magnus is so annoying to play against, right? Like the proximity to towers. Aramis doesn't have the decrypt yet, so he's just going to instantly die in the top lane.
Seb's in trouble as well. I mean, Nande, he's popped this Metamorphosis, and he just might be able to run him down. I mean, they don't really need it, do they? Do they? They don't. Okay. Respect getting the double kill on the techies. Maybe not quite what Nande would have wanted, but nevertheless, they're both dead. I'll certainly be happy about that.
I mean, as I said, this is what's always confusing. I feel like sometimes...
bottom lane, they're going to lose out on no one here.
Jesus Christ.
It's non-stop, dude. It is non-stop, Merlin. Oh, he's actually in blood grenades. He's actually going to fall. Kitrak dies as well. It's up in the top lane. They actually ended up losing Aramis as Seb comes back into it.
And Aramis died again in the top lane.
Okay. We're at 3 minutes. We've had 5 kills.
This is unexpected. I'm pretty sure ITB's lane shouldn't be this dominating. Like Aramis, if he hit level 2, that would have stabilized top. He didn't hit level 2. ITB instantly punish it. Same thing for bot, getting the kills. And Seb, he's out by his lonesome. A body block here, a body block there. He probably is going to die. They have crumbled.
Ooh, he's got the wand as well. Nande never
and he doesn't have
trouble.
TP as well. This is disastrous laning from OG. They're just getting outplayed right now. That's simple as is. That's it. Yeah. They're just getting outplayed.
Oh, another skewer back in the middle lane. Thompson getting him under tower and getting a ton of damage off on Supreme. Won't be a kill this time around, but still a good old flustering sent the way of Supreme. Bottom. Spears being thrown, charges being also used as Merlin fights hard for this little fountain here.
Collects the Lotus as well, so going to get a little bit more regen pumped into this lane. And you know, after this, the starvation of XP, the utilizing of smokes to get to lanes quicker just because you don't have TPs available. OG are going to have to like reset, relax in the moment and start hitting their creeps because ITB, if they see a hero, they're going, and Aramis in the top.
Oh, he's going to use a Decrepify to stop the Terrorblade from finishing him off. Respect. He's hungry, but he's not going to get it as Merlin does go down in the bottom lane. Kitrak might be following. Yep, Jibbe finds him. Blasts him down with the right click.
This game's amazing because I'm talking about like the aggression of bot lane. As I look over, it's like Aramis also getting aggressed on top, so like it syncs up with what everyone else is seeing, but it's 2 places at the exact same time. The same events unfolding. It is. Dude, they are destroying this lane top.
Oh, it's going to be enough. They're going to be able to bring him down once again. It's a killing spree for Nande. At what point do you just stop turning up? I don't know. Oh, he finds him! Respect! Gets him with a huge little blast off there.
Dude, they're 3-0 and 3 in this lane, equally sharing the kills and assists between the position 1 and 5. Like, sure, this lane has some kill potential, but to get 6 kills this quickly, whew, fair play. Kudos to ITB.
Yeah.
The team that tips first are the losers. That's what I'm going to say so far. That's the trend I'm seeing.
And yeah, OG still returning back to the top lane, but yeah, they fired the first shot, and now they're reaping the rewards in an awful lane.
Again, to be clear, OG's draft outscales, I feel, in this game. Like they'll be fine if they can stabilize.
More jumping, more fighting. Aramis getting very, very low here. Indeed, the sticky bomb slowing him down. Respect wants to find and finish the job here. Nande, he doesn't have the Metamorphosis right now, so won't be able to get the range on him. The bomb, it does connect though, and Aramis can do nothing but explode. Good night, sweet prince. My god. All right, 14 kills at 6 minutes. Let's go. And
big deny on the mid lane. Drake denying the arcane.
You know,
I honestly don't know where to look, man. I feel so bad right now.
Yeah, yeah. Despite all these players, you know who has the highest APM?
Kitrak?
No, it's Patrick, our observer.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Okay, I got so scared for a second. I was like, is this a real question? Do you actually know the APMs?
That'd be a brutal gotcha, wouldn't it?
I mean, I feel like I need 3 monitors for this game. Like, to have top, mid, and bot just all independent on their own monitors. Tracked specifically by the heroes that have the most kills at all times.
Yeah, that's constantly changing as well between Respect.
It also feels like I'm
Nande.
watching a major. Do you know when they got like 6 games concurrently running at one time and you have to try and keep track of it all? And it's really fun.
yeah, the group
This is
stage.
exactly what I'm experiencing right now, just in one game.
Yep. I mean, Supreme and Thompson as well at mid, just constantly just battling with each other. He drops the RP on him. He's going to try and kill him, and he's going to be... Oh no, he doesn't get him. Was that an attack on a creep at the end there?
I'll be honest, boss, I was looking at the Wisdom Room game. It was 7 minutes in.
That is... You're a support player. That is fair.
Yeah. See? That's why we work well. You do the core stuff, I do the support stuff.
Yep.
And we're good.
Look, guys, they placed a ward. Seagov, there was a rampage. Yeah, but they placed a ward. The ward got the rampage now,
I
man.
did say ward a lot in the previous cast, but I thought it was pretty important. But I can turn it down. I can turn it down. It's fine. It's fine.
Turn it up. I love some ward discussion because I know nothing about it. Every point you make is like, wow. Nande is getting another kill here, I believe, although the disruption does come through with the Decrepify. Can they finish the job? I mean, they'll turn their attention towards Aramis. They say, fine, we'll kill you both. No problem with us. Nande gets in now. Actually, Kitrak joins in, and that's going to be the damage to bring him down. Oh, is that really the tip, Seb?
I think Seb's just reaching now, you know?
It's a 1 in 4 tip.
No, there's 4, 1 and 4. No, but the tip is like bro, you're 4-0-4. Why are you not just winning the game already? Like, why do you have to die? You know, it's one of those like double TI winning tips. You didn't play a flawless game.
That's a little cheat code for any analyst, isn't it? If you ever want to like make a good point, just like that double TI winning play there.
It's also how we get unemployed pretty quick, all right? All these pesky TI winners. What can you do? All right, game. I feel like now should be stabilizing to calm down and to hit some creeps. The aggression will come from the Ember Spirit sinking now with the Wyvern Spirit Breaker, most likely.
Talking of which, Kitrak on the run. Not level 6, so no points in Untouchable, which means, yeah, they're just going to be able to run down this Enchantress eventually. And there we go. Sleight of Fist finishes the job. Kitrak to fall. Big commitment for just an Enchantress kill, though, has to be said.
It's kind of what OG are going to be looking at now. It's like throwing the bodies into the quirky spots so that they can alleviate pressure. Like, if you look at the net worth right now, Thompson, of course, in this mid matchup with the solo kill, he is going to be thriving. But the fact that it's just 3 ITV supports just below him, it is going to be a cause for concern. I guess the saving grace is you have 2 melee cores who can utilize that Empower. So if they are able to like protect their jungle, push out lanes, if they pass each other and, you know, get that Empower as they go, it's going to be a little bit of a lifesaver.
Yeah, I do feel like Supreme somewhat gave away that ward over there, as they were just going for a de-warding mission, and Supreme just dropped the old Sleight of Fist onto the two of them. Couldn't resist the juicy 2-man sleight, though. He's
just following Kitrak.
He really is. Kind of weird, bro. Hey, friend. Can we hang out? Zep, he's going to go with the Roar, but he's also going to get slammed. Oh, and the enter straight away with the bash. Zep, he's not having a good time of it, and through the Valley of Death he goes. Bombs exploding left, right, and center. Thompson, he's like, yeah, you know what? It's not for me. It's not for me. Too many explosions for my liking. I'm going to chill. And Kitrak's still being followed, by the way. Supreme has not stopped this entire time. Guy just really likes deers, I guess. Meanwhile, they've left Respect behind somewhat. All right, he's going to get him. He's gonna get him. Sleight of fist is a fail. Kitrak finally falls. RP comes down. Okay. Yep, that'll do it.
He's having a good time. I'd like to request the highlight, please, of the start of that fight chasing Bambi up until the whole point when he dies. It's going to be about a minute. No, don't do that.
If we can get in a little corner.
Can we just watch like a 77 clip, please, of Supreme chasing Enchantress?
Supreme walking up the high ground and sees a Magnus, and Magnus is like, hey, friend, I've got 250 damage for some reason. Yes, it's 11 minutes into the game.
They already got the Echo Saber, probably went on the way to the Harpoon. I mean, it's not too far away. It's 2,000 gold. He's sitting on 1,000, so he's 1,000 gold away from it.
Crazy. He's being charged, so they kind of see him doing this stack, and Merlin's like, so I want to go fight the guy with 250 damage? Don't think I do. But I will stick around for some XP.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Get a little bit of XP. And, yeah. See how I mentioned the aggression aspect and how it's calming down? This PL, uncontested now. Like, laning phase is when you can bring your biggest fight to these heroes. Outside of lanes, when these illusion heroes kind of retreat to their jungle, invading this deep on how big the map is, it's difficult. It's why you see most aggression coming from the mid lane.
Aramis trying to turn around the fight here, but unfortunately the bomb's have already been planted, so he will be taking a fall. And they're even considering initiating here onto Thompson, but the hesitation comes out from Merlin, and he's going to be able to get himself away.
300 gold away from the Harpoon now from Thompson, and that might be a way for OG to make a play. It's going to be that ITB seeking the constant aggression that they currently are, and then suddenly you're in a really awkward position because just enabling that skewer. ITB need to respect this. We're seeing Jibe as well. He's going for a slightly not unconventional build, but it's like the old school build on this Winter Wyvern.
Yeah,
going for that Witchblade. Basically stacking additional slows onto your Arctic Burn. We often see Atoses and just more stat-based gameplay, but yeah, Jibe looking to enter this mid-game with an extra little bit of a fight.
It's a lot of damage. Percentage base coming out from Jibe. Thompson, he's got to be careful, and, well, he's going to go down. Not respecting the Winter Wyvern there at all, I would say, and that's going to lead into a quick demise for the Magnus in the middle lane. Still plenty of space for no one, though, who is someone we haven't really been speaking about because he hasn't really been doing anything. He's just been hitting them creeps and having a great time. Raw comes out, though. Up on the top side, they're going to be able to bring him down. Doesn't matter.
And you know the state of the game when no one, he didn't even go for like Diffusal first. He understands how insane of a start ITV have had in this game. How unexpectedly good they just crushed their lanes. He's going for the Aghanims first on PL. It's going to create the... what is it? The double bounce plus additional damage. It's going to pretty much enable his farming game and not in range to get the Harpoon. Or maybe not even wanting to go due to the fact he didn't have follow-up.
Ooh, stun! It's not going to be there, though. And now Merlin, he's in a very awkward position. And, there comes a Harpoon. First usage of it. And Merlin, well, he's still going to be okay. RP comes out, but it's not really going to work. They're going to be healing him up, though. Aramis there once again with the saves. A life drain coming out and keeping Thompson alive. ITB didn't want to overcommit to that one. Too many healthy heroes behind him. And they kind of thought they'd already got the job done, but Aramis, once again, he is Nurse Aramis this game. He's saving everyone.
He's got to do all the work right now in the support department. Like Kitrak, he went for a super aggro style of Enchantress, and ITB now trying to invade and take the stacks. And it is pretty low. He doesn't have Sunder. This could potentially be awkward. They're a real form of initiation, though.
Yeah, that's true. We talked about the lack of stuns, the lack of jump. It's just not super there, and there's a curse. Not quite connecting from Jibe either, just out of range on Aramis, so this is going to be a disengage from ITB. Supreme.
Cursed, yep.
Yeah, still sticking around.
This is where OG's like, guys, imagine if we had like some Tiny or some Clockwork or just any lad that could just, get amongst it. Oh, wouldn't that be a treat? Easily 2 or 3 kills to their name, but yeah, ITB really pushing the limits, knowing how weak OG is right now.
Well, that's going to be a dead fall on my screen, and they're going to immediately turning on to Thompson here. Thompson, he's getting some damage off, but not nearly enough. No one trying to fight here with his Aghanim Scepter, but it's not really doing enough, and look at Jibe just blasting away from the backlines. He's going to be able to bring him down. No one will trade the kill with Merlin, but not worthwhile at all. OG really struggling a little bit here, and they picked up this Aghanims on no one on the PL, turned up to the first fight, and didn't really seem to get anything done.
Yeah, it doesn't help because PL with Ags, it's all about kind of positional damage where you play on the fringe, you throw out a lance, you constantly lance, and when you see the opportunity, then you commit. First of all, doesn't help he doesn't have Diffusal or a Yasha. That's kind of like the damage aspect for the PL. And ITB, they're just throwing bodies up front, so Jibbe can just happily just pepper them from such a distance. Like, this Wyvern is completely untouched right now. Either Techies or Spirit Breaker, even the Ember Spirit, are just setting up the fights. Like, I can't speak about how important it was for ITB to go like 8-0 in laning phase on their safe lane before Nande fed and got tipped by Seb.
Dire's top tower.
It's a tough position, and it's looking like it's only going to get tougher as Seb just constantly popping out these roars. I mean, it really kind of shows like the position which Old G are in at the moment, how they're playing this game. They're just throwing out these roars whenever they can, and it might not even help them survive that. Once again, Nurse Aramis comes in, gotta help him out here. And
This could be very awkward.
Nande, he does get off that Thunder, and in comes Respect from the sideline as well. No one, he's now the one in trouble. What a turnaround from ITB, and now they're gonna look for more. Aramis and Seb being chased back here by Supreme, but Supreme, well, he's gonna get on top of the Pugna here. Pugna going for the big suck though, and Supreme just has to back himself away, and we'll let the Pugna heal himself up all the way and get himself out.
If anything, that's a glimmer of hope for OG. It might sound crazy because PL died and only got Spirit Breaker, but just think about how Terrorblade was able to approach that fight into a PL. It was, hold up, all the illusions, gotta disengage you, Sunder, my team covers me. And that is going to be potentially the theme of the game if Terrorblade can't build up some like 6k gold advantage and he's progressing all like the big map kind of plays, the tier 2s, the tier 3s, the Roshans. And as soon as PL gets to Ags Diffusal plus maybe even Manta, this could get dicey. So ITB, that's why they're continuously looking for the fight. They don't want to slow this game down. They don't allow any moment of fun for the green of OG.
Trying to save the day once again, trying to get Seb out of these sticky situations, and will be trading his life for it. Meanwhile, Kid Track just blasting some spears over at Supreme. Supreme's not having a good time right now. And in comes Thompson. Ooh, whiffs the RP. That's a big cooldown expended by Mr. Thompson, and now they're going to look to get some revenge. Jibbe once again just blasting it out. No Pug to save the day. The Roar is there to slow it down. Jibbe Roar. This spell might be on autocast, because I'm pretty sure Seb has just used it every time.
Yeah, I think RP's also pretty much on autocast at this point. It's, oh, I've harpooned a guy, let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about after game 1, right? It's that constant aggression, that need to go, and OG, they're kind of dictating the game through throwing bodies top to give time to farm, right? I feel like if you look back at this game, it's going to be this engagement top with the RP. If they hit, sure, they get a kill, they get a tier 1. If they don't, PL's farming on the backlines, right? So you can kind of see it. And Seb's also itemized to deal with this. He went for Greaves Vanguard. None of this Ags meme, none of this Helm of the Overlord, like really going for the auras of the moment.
Yeah. And
IT, yeah.
And yeah, with that build, he's kind of just happy to chill on the front lines and happy to
Nomad, hold up. Sorry, boss. Yeah, click on the Terrorblade. Hold. I did not see this coming. I saw he had Manta queued up. He just whipped out a butterfly.
That's a pivot.
That's a large pivot. I saw he had Manta in his quick buy. He was like 500 gold away. I look away, all these top shenanigans. Nande's also not caring about it anymore, and he just, crikey.
Yep, he's just showing resolve here. I'm not gonna get involved with these kids fighting constantly.
Yeah.
You know, taking drugs and fighting in the top lane. Bad influence. You know, I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm gonna work hard, study hard, do my homework, and he's reaping the rewards for it right now. But does this butterfly make sense? I mean, I guess PL doesn't really have a way to break it.
Yeah, so let's look at top real quick. So honestly, it's a very close moment. Like Supreme barely just get, I mean, barely, he is close. Good at, yeah, it's close-ish. Supreme was dancing on the edge of low mana, so I could respect the maybe in the moment he just like wanted or something to bump himself up, but yep, a whiffed RP. It happens. And
yeah, meanwhile in real time, Merlin unfortunately stepped too close to Mr. Thompson and got harpoon skewered, and yeah, the rest is history. Thompson's eating beef for dinner.
So yeah, the important thing about this butterfly, it not only helps against the PL illusion, not losing your mana, Kid Tracker is also pumping out an enormous amount of damage with his Impedus.
True.
Even taking away one, like TV has 1800 HP with treads. So this Impedus is going to be what, like a fifth of his HP in a good position. So I can see the value of Butterfly, but it's one of those items where if you put yourself in a bad position, you will still die. It's not as if it's the save potential of the Manta or the Satanic, right? So, or even of course a BKB. But it's gonna be right now. He's utilizing it just to pump up his farm. Even going Roshan, like he is not caring. He also went for Crystallis. He does not care about Manta or BKB or anything. He really is playing for the moment.
Damage.
I can respect that against this PL, right? Like they've identified a window where they are in the lead, and it's like this matchup won't scale for us. So we need to do everything in our power to get ourselves over the line. And I can respect the itemization. I don't play enough Terrorblade to know if there's like an alternative build to deal with PL, but right now this doesn't look jarring. So I think they're in a okay spot. But net worth, they actually took Roshan and lost 2,000 gold on the net worth lead.
Yep, well, I guess when the map is this big, you know, it's pretty easy to just kind of farm it up. And Topson obviously does it fantastically. Seb does it reasonably well. And no one, obviously, on the carry, going to be able to just soak up bucket loads of farm. So every time you're not pressuring them, they're just going to get ahead. But look at Shippe, he's picked up an Aghanim Scepter for himself as well. So some fruity builds coming out today. I'm loving it. Brave charge in from Mr. Merlin. Last time he did that, he did get killed, but he's not going to let that affect him.
It's the Shadowblade confidence. As soon as you get Barrow with a Shadowblade, it's like, boys, they're going to have to waste the dust to kill me. And then you have Boulders and you just run away anyway. Like, I love how this hero, it lives or dies by the percentage damage of your bash. Like, one patch, it's 30%, and you don't kill a creep wave. Suddenly, it's now 35%, and you're like, boys, we're back in. We're viable. We're killing everything, you know? Like, this hero really is just such a marginal thing. And, yeah, just seeing now Magnus picking up the Manta.
I love the hard-hitting Spirit Breaker analysis. That's what I was hoping for from this game.
No, I mean, again, like, this hero, it literally is just minimal percentage. The whole hero is based around percentages, and Merlin, that is a low percent play for sure, trying to charge the tier 2. And honestly, this game, ITB need to make moves. Like, I'm seeing us click around all the Radiant heroes, and they're not getting incredible items, but they're progressing the game. They're getting something.
Yeah, but meta's up now. Let's see what they can do with it. But that said, Techi's being jumped for the moment of respect. Doesn't have a way out of this. And Merlin going to cancel a charge, but they've got the dust down. They're just going to be able to kill him off. And
Supreme died top.
Also
Thompson
dead.
He just died to Harpoon Manta RP and a click here and a click there. They've just died 3 heroes. They had a 6K lead.
The little friends. The little friends are getting him.
This is where Nande's build will absolutely bite him in the butt.
Yeah, pretty much. And look at no one. He's not even in the neighborhood. He's like, I don't want to risk being sundered. That sounds terrible for me. And now Sunder's down. He's going to get involved. Just start whacking away. I mean, the guy is just a beefcake. But Jibe, unfortunately.
Oh, they killed the illusion.
Wait, what? Oh, he's on illusion.
They've crumbled. They've crumbled.
Oh, dearie me. Nande trying to run away, but there is nowhere to run. There is nowhere
hold on. Wait. Nomad, wait. Look at the right-hand side of the screen.
Where is it?
Where is it? Are they out of tips? Are they too focused on the comeback?
He expects it here. That's the thing. He's waiting for it. He's already mentally prepared for it. You can't do that.
And this is kind of what I was like hinting at, right? With the itemization of Terrorblade, it felt very volatile for the moment, and ITB, they needed to utilize it. And just a lapse of positioning, care of where they were on the map, and suddenly the game just wide open. 6k lead to ITB, they take an Aegis, lose 2k, they lose one fight, boom, 3k to OG. This quite the blunder from ITB, I must say.
Quite the blunder indeed, good sir.
Yes. Just big ticket items are now on the cards. You've got, of course, the Blink that was prior picked up by Seb, BKB about to be complete on Topson, Manta on the PL. They have survived an atrocious laning phase.
They really have, yeah. They've recovered and then some. It's been quite impressive, but yeah. I mean, also, like, you know, what do you really do with a huge start on a carry like TB? You know, what you can really do is try and just rocket through the game and use that as a launch pad to win the game. And we just saw a lot of fighting from Nande. And also, we already talked about the matchup not being ideal, so let's see what they can do here. They're moving on to Topson. Topson is able to catch him out with the shockwave, though, and cancel out that charge. So they will take their consolation prize.
I'd love to know the team comes in that moment. It's like, Topson, Aramis, you're dead, bro, bye. Because like, I'm looking at the map, it's like, just the most wide map from OG. They're farming so far away from mid, but yeah, only Aramis dying there. He doesn't really care. Yeah, and going back to your point about the TV and these type of games, like it really, after his lane, it needs to be, I guess the best example is you need to treat it like a Death Prophet. Like every time you have your EXO, your meta, it's progressing an objective on the map. It can be scary, but it needs to be consistent.
And bash from Shadowblade. Oh, coward. Coward Merlin. Does get the bash to follow up, though, Seb. He's going to kill off the one mine. Now moves over, looking towards Respect, but Thompson's in. The damage come through. Jibei's there, though, controls him up, and he's got a ton of damage with the Tagnum Scepter as well, so they're going to be able to half health him, and now he comes out the other side, and Nande trying to blow up the RP's there! He's not dead! And now Thompson going forward, looking for more. This man has no brakes. He could have got away, but instead, he's going to lead his team some more kills. Thompson, though, being dead means they can turn their attention towards Seb instead, but look who's here. No one turns up, but Supreme doing a good amount of damage to no one. Meanwhile, Kid Track going to be able to take down Jibei from the side. 4 dead on the side of ITB. Wow. I cannot believe it. They thought they had him dead to rights, but that RP comes down.
Like when you look at the death breakdown for the Magnus, it was bashed into TB right clicks, and then there's a little bit of an absence where only Wyvern's hitting him. Like you see here after the bashes, it's Terrorblade by himself, then Terrorblade stops right-clicking, and then it's Wyvern. And in that time, he's able to wand into the RP. And yeah, it's a little bit of indecision from ITB, not focusing on the key targets. You're allowing the Magnus to wand BKB and RP. Nande just not committing in that moment. Maybe he was happy we got a replay, but...
Yeah, I really want to see this again.
We need to see this out, because first of all, if neither team's really in position to take this engagement. I'd say ITB are maybe here a little bit quicker, but Thompson, a curse, not enabling too much. Nande, of course, now he starts hitting. He moves target at the very last second. He actually just stops right-clicking, and in that brief hesitation, he gets just hit by everything.
That's rough. That's a tough situation. What was meant to be the changing moment of this game for them, and instead, once again, OG just clutch it out, and that's what they've been doing this series. I mean, just clutching out in these key moments, and that's just won them game one. Is it going to do the same in game two? It kind of looks like
ask that in the interview. Hello,
feels
OG
rude.
player. Are you going to be able to win a series by not having to clutch it out?
Yeah, I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, they are clutching it out right now.
Yeah. And there we go with the Raw. Nice little curse coming out from Jibei. Kitrak still just kind of being the bigger right-clicking non-carry at the moment, though, and just fighting up with Jibei here. That is hilarious. Kitrak just takes the guy out.
Yeah, OG have just fully kind of flipped the script. Everything that we were mentioning to ITB, the desire to hunt, to find, to kill, to not respect the opponent's heroes, it's honestly just flipped. There's no reason for OG to care. Just everything just feels like it's connecting. Seb even goes to like the casual Vlads. Thompson just diving even deeper.
Oh my god, he gets it with the RP. That's gonna be a death.
Even with like the pump fake to like bait out the sleight of fist to then go for the RP after. And Thompson, he's whiffed an RP. He's calibrated them now. He's back in form. Is Merlin just gonna die here?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, alright, fair enough.
Alright.
Every person who's played Spirit Breaker has done that exact charge. Like that is an internationally accepted and understood charge in the world of Dota.
Yep. They are pushing. I must use my spells to stop them pushing. What spells do I have?
It's like, but that's the thing. You click charge and then you click for the do they have dust. You don't check first. Every Barra player is yes, go. Oh shit.
Charge first, think second. Got it.
There we go. One of the most high skilled heroes in the game. Don't at me.
Well, barracks down. ITB. They're left to pick up the pieces here. The game's getting tougher and tougher, though. Nande, I mean, sure, he's strong, he's bombed, but can he fight up into one big Phantom Lancer? Maybe. Can he fight up to one big Phantom Lancer and his very big friend, Magnus? Probably not. It's tough.
Also, Jibei, he was having an incredible game early on, but he's not really been able to connect on the curses, and it's due to the chaotic nature of these fights. Like, Wyvern isn't some insane counter to appeal. It's not. There's too much information in the fight to get a clean curse. And if you curse the Magnus, we saw in the previous fight, he's got like 3,500 HP, soon to complete a Lincoln. It's so hard to kill this guy.
Yeah, and Kitrak's just been super annoying towards the Wyvern as well. Like, he can't really just sit there and hit people because he's got an Enchantress on him the whole time somehow. Talking about the Enchantress mode, not going for the usual build, went for Boots of Bearing, which I love against this kind of draft. ITB, they're all about slowing down, all about positioning, all about making sure their TB can hit those critical targets, and that's going to be real tough. Supreme spiking on the front lines right now, Nande as well. No one jumping in, just throwing out those. Oh my god, Kitrak taking so much damage from those bombs at the moment. Whereas Thompson, he's waiting on the sidelines here, but he has been seen, so no blink available. As in comes a curse out onto the PL. He gets a real one. How did he find him? I have no idea, but is it going to matter? The heal's coming out from Aramis as well, just making absolutely sure they're not going to bring it down on the RP. Comes out onto Nande. Nande, he's gone. And that, just like that, their chance of winning the fight look very slim indeed. No one, once again, just being healed up. I mean, sure, they've got the chance on it, but once again, Kitrak just nails him with yet another spear. The impetus is just doing absolute work and make it a 5-man team wipe, and ITB just get destroyed in this pit.
This is going to be the Aegis that really puts ITB in like the uncomebackable position. I don't know if that's even a true word, but
now,
it now is.
Add it to
20,000.
I'll go over and tell
Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna Google it after game.
Uncomebackable.
Uncomebackable it is. My golly gosh, it's over. It's done.
Wow.
You pull out the big words and they call GG.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. No tips, no world chat, no nothing. Just GG's, and that's going to be it. Game number 2, much more convincing than game number 1, and some big smiles from the old G camp here as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is the thing with OG, and of course with Seb, and even Kit. I mean, all the players on this roster, they are just gonna know the timings what the draft's built for. They're not gonna. I feel like even in games where they have weird drafts, there's always gonna be like, play for the 20-minute timing. If we hit it, we break the game. If we don't hit it, we'll just kind of keep going, and then maybe something happens for us. Like, they play for those clutch plays, right? And in this game, I feel like they just respected ITB outplaying them early on, and they really like leaned on the, okay, wait for Ag's Diffusal, plus Beastmaster going 2 auras, and then of course Thompson, you're having a great game. And like once that connected, they just found the opportunities. And this build from Terrorblade, fundamentally, the Aegis into then poor positioning and feeding away like 5-6 kills in that moment of post Aegis, that was like the undoing of ITB, just not being able to utilize it. I can respect them being afraid, because it's not easy. It's not as if you have the Beastmaster on your team where you can just rally the Terrorblade to make plays. Like, Terrorblade is having to take every fight with meta, have to go for every engagement, every tower. He's like, if TB's not there, the game's not progressing. And it's also a TB where if he doesn't farm well, he's completely outscaled. So I can respect ITB trying, but they just fell flat in the end. Like, this PL pick was just very nice once it survived.
Yeah, it was. And, it's we talk about the draft a lot. Realistically, there was a really good opportunity for ITB to win this game. This wasn't a case of just, the lanes went even and, all of a sudden the hero matchups just didn't make sense and ITB had choked out. They had an advantage which they were unable to actually translate into a win, which has happened in 2 games now. They had that same opportunity last game as well, and again, it's split little moments, fractions of time where they didn't quite get the Thompson kill, and then Thompson lands the RP, and all of a sudden, instead of Terrorblade killing off the Magnus and running away, actually Terrorblade's dead, and Magnus can get off a few more spells before he dies, and that's a real difference maker. It's tough, it's rough, and I think this is going to be a really stinging loss for ITB, but I hope they'll take the positives away from it. I mean, let's not forget, these guys have played like, one event together. They formed like late May with these 2 new players, with Respect and Merlin. I've never really heard of these guys before. I don't think anybody has. This is the first team they've played in. So I think it was a pretty good debut performance from them, honestly. Like, just looking at these guys, like, I'm pretty impressed by what I've seen.
Sorry, I sneezed, so I muted myself, and I forgot to unmute because I was sneezing. That's my bad. So what I was saying was, we need to give an MVP. You're saying that they're good lads, and I think I want to lean towards no one in this game, because I think one wrong item can make this game feel really wrong. Diffusal was the bait item. I think going for the Ags and giving him kind of farming avenues whilst also mild fight presence alleviated a little bit of that pressure early on. And then as soon as he got to like Diffusal, Yasha, that's suddenly when he became the hero of the comeback fight. So I think no one identifying the Ags build and that route was potentially game winning. I think, like I mentioned, like Diffusal into fight, die, no real farm mechanics, no real presence on the map. Suddenly you just lose to this butterfly. So yeah, I think very good itemization to win this game. And sorry for muting myself and sneezing. My apologies, guys.
I'm sure chat will forgive you, T. Don't worry. But yeah, I agree. I think no one going for the different build here was pretty cool. PL, you know, we always expect the same thing: just Diffusal, Manta, Ags, Heart. It's very boring. But running for the Heart, running for the Aghanim straight away definitely gave them the ability to just kind of take the fights head on. They knew that if they had the power to fight kind of earlier on, then they're not going to give TB a chance to get into the game. So I really like that. So yeah, that's going to do it for this series. But of course, it's time to jump into our interview, which means we get to speak to a member of Old G. And today we're going to be speaking to the lovely Seb. Seb, you know, big win to start off the series. Nice 2-0. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling good. Wins always feel good. So yeah, everything is good. Thanks.
Nice to hear. So after that first draft, you know, what was a conversation you guys kind of had with each other about, you know, those matchups?
We were pretty happy with how the draft went. I guess we knew that he's a big TB fan, though, so he was trying to find a way to draft his TB. So we expected them to ban SD, I would say, because SD was obviously TB players don't like to play TB into SD, and that's probably why he decided to go TB over Morph in the first game. And then they banned SD into pick TB. So I would say nothing is very out of the predictions. It was pretty straightforward drafts. I think both teams kind of knew what they were getting into.
Okay, that definitely showed, T.
Oh, okay. So first of all, going to go with the obvious question. How did you feel when Nando started tipping you outside the Roshan pit to then blunder the Aegis? And then suddenly you were having a very quiet game, and now you were tipping him very specifically in the game. Like, can you give me some thoughts about your emotions during this very important game one?
I mean, it was fun, right? I mean, obviously, I don't know, man. Carry players sometimes, like, he's counter picking me on lane. He's picking Morph in the worst Morph game ever, just so that he can feel good about himself and win the first waves and then tips, you know. So it kind of makes me laugh. So you better win the game, you know, if that's what your plan is. So when he just starts losing the game by literally griefing his team, obviously it gets the tip back until the game is actually lost. So that's my reasoning. I would say a lot of smiles and a lot of fun.
Sure. And would you say that the smiles, fun, and tipping then led to your ultimate demise in laning phase in game 2? Because you instigated the tips in game 2, and then putting it on us, mate, you're fed. It was a terrible lane.
I guess that's karma for you. Maybe that tip was the one too many. You know, tip into 0-3. Props to him for not tipping back. I don't know what to expect. Maybe he didn't have tips left, or maybe he was too zoned in. Anyways, he definitely. I deserved a few tips back on game 2. Let's put it this way. Would have been pretty fair. So nice. What's it called? Like, you know, sportsmanship for him to spare me.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I'd say we're one each. You know, let's put the ball back in the center of the field and let's leave it at that.
Sure.
Definitely. A lot of fun, that game, as you say. Yeah, Thompson usually, you know, a pretty stoic player, but then he pulls off these kind of crazy clutch moments. I mean, did he say anything when he like took the Aegis, or like, you know, when he got off that RP and killed off the TB in that second game? You know, 2 huge game-changing moments for him. Was there any celebration, or was it just business as usual for Thompson?
No, I think he was, excited, not so much about the move. I mean, of course he was talking about what he was doing, but I think he was just super hyped to play Magnus. And he was having a really fun time. I think he was excited from the draft, and it just showed in the game. He played incredibly. I mean, both games, I think he had really, really good. I mean, Thompson is another kind of player, honestly. I think sometimes it doesn't always show because you know the state of the team and the project and everything, but would he be in a more experienced experience as playing together team and a more systematic team, he would still be one of the best mid laners in the world without any problem, you know. So Dobson is just doing Dobson things. There's nothing special there, but at the same time, it's extremely special, you know. So yeah.
Special to us, but not special to him.
I guess
Exactly.
following
Like
from
it's
that,
just another day, another business day for him. But you know, holy crap! Like business days look pretty amazing when it's
Pretty
Dobson
awesome.
business days. Yeah.
do you factor that in then, like when you're making calls, because like he's making so many clutch plays? Like, are there certain calls that you make because you're like, I believe in Thompson to be able to do this? Where like if you had a different mid laner, you'd be like, let's maybe be a bit more reserved. Like, are you kind of, I guess of course you played together so long, but is that something in the back of your mind where you're like, let's go for it, I believe?
Yeah, I mean, the approach has always been the same with Thompson ever since we started playing together, and I think all teams should follow that script. Kind of, it's like the Thompson manual is you give him as much freedom as you can, because if you don't, you're just not using the player for who he is, you know. So yeah, of course, maybe it's unconventional to pick Mag in a game like this for different reasons. But then all of a sudden he destroyed the mid. He's breaking the game wide open. He has his own kind of read on the game, and I've been around like alongside him enough times to see that more like 99% of the cases, whatever he does, everybody copies. So you gotta enable him to do his thing, else it's just a big waste, in my opinion. So that's kind of the theme when you play with him.
Do you expect to get Void Spirit in this tour? Because he got banned out first phase. Like, he was kind of the inventor of this build. Like, are you expecting to get a single Void Spirit game under your belt, or?
I mean, that's what I mean about him. It's crazy. Like, first Void Spirit game he played on the patch, and before that he kept saying that Void Spirit is like super bad hero. Like before the patch, I mean, he didn't want to play it because it was like pretty bad last patch. And then first game he plays, he just goes this Echo Saber build, and look at it now. You know, look at what he's done again. Yeah. It's actually sometimes I hate him for that. You know, like we could have lived without this stupid Void Spirit Echo Saber Manta, but whatever. Is he gonna get Void Spirit? Yeah, I hope so, man. I hope so. For our own sake, it would be nice. Probably not. Or he's gotta, stomp enough on other heroes or do well enough that they have to pick their poison. It's kind of up to him at this point, honestly. If he wants Void Spirit, he has to work for it.
Yeah, hopefully. I want to see it. I want to see it, guys, on a different level on that hero. But, OG, obviously, Thompson being one of those, as an organization, you've been extremely good at finding kind of new talent and stuff and having an eye for that sort of thing. I want to know what your opinions are on the two players you actually played against today, Merlin and Respect on the side of ITB. These are players which we really haven't seen that much from. So just what's your opinion on them and how they played this series?
I didn't see a lot from Merlin, to be honest, just because I wasn't laning against him. And in the games, I didn't notice enough, like anything kind of out of the ordinary, so I don't have an opinion. But he's playing with very good players, so probably they respect him for right reasons. As for Respect, I think he's a very solid +5 player, honestly. Like having laned against him a lot now and played against him enough, I respect him. No puns intended. He's a very good.
Yeah, definitely delivered. Tigo, last one from you then.
All right, I had a serious question, but I'm just going to go with a dumb one. It's really annoying me, Seb. The wall behind you, real brick or wallpaper?
No, wall brick. It's real. Like
it's real. Called it.
Yeah.
Yes. Dude, I'm so jealous.
Everybody claims that wall. They keep telling me. No Tail says I'm in jail. No one said, "Oh, you went to play from the garage today." Who has a garage with a wall brick? Like what? How is it?
It looks so beautiful.
It's beautiful. Isn't it like a New Yorky kind of style? Like, I don't know. I have no idea.
But I'm getting like tech startup vibes. Yeah, like OG, they're like a startup team. I'm getting the same vibes. You're going to be some future, TI winner maybe again. Third time, I guess. I don't know. With this wall, I don't know. I just like the wall. The entire series, I was trying to work out if it's real or not. I'm done. I'm tanking this into you. Nomad, back to you. Yes.
That wall would cost you like £4,000 a month in London. I'm telling you that.
It cost me 2 TI wins, all right? Don't get me started, all right?
Yeah. Get some TI wins and you get yourself a wall like that. All right, Sam. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on your win, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys play much more during the season.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Congratulations. Bye-bye.
See ya. Well, there you have it, Seb from Old G giving us the breakdown on that series, which was a huge win for them, a 2-0 over ITB Shuffle, and a convincing one at that. I mean, game one, a lot of backwards and forwards, a lot of clutching out, but in the end, a 2-0 is a 2-0, and that is a huge start for them, considering they did get relegated last season, so they're going to be very happy about that one.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway from the series, even though OG won, is they showed signs of bleeding, be it from laning phase mistakes or the need to make these like big picture decisions. So I think these level ups, these Manaspa teams, when they look at OG, like of course there's still the respect towards it, but it's like if they can like pinpoint the exact way they want to beat them, then it should be competitive. Like I don't think OG should be some. I'd love to see them be in top 2 just because of like the storylines that they can present. I think that they would muscle up better against Div 1 teams compared to the Div 2 to Div 1, the constant bounce downs. But again, it's such a competitive region. I have no idea. LG could easily tank the next 6 series. Who knows? This Division 2 is Western Europe. What can you say?
Yeah. I mean, it's always tough. It's always a brawl. But one thing I would say is that the patch shakeup seems to have really kind of rejuvenated this team. given them a new lease of life in their old years.
I'll be honest. I actually forgot Nigma was in Division 2.
They are. Yeah.
Everything I was referencing, I'm like looking at the leaderboard and I scrolled my little eyes to the bottom. Like, oh wait, yeah, there's Nigma here as well, dude. All right, God, I'm so happy I'm doing Division 2 actually. Sorry.
It's a treat. It's an absolute treat.
Such a treat.
All right, let's have a look at the results we've had today and quickly recap on the day's events, because of course we started things out with Monospa versus Ivy, as Monaspa were able to get the 2-0 to start off the day, and then Level Up against Alliance was another 2-0. As Alliance unfortunately failing to deliver on the second series of the day, and then finally just now we had Old G 2-0ing ITB. So 2-0s across the board. Somewhat unexpectedly, I would say. I was expecting some closer series today, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's the first time in this years of DPC that the Division 2 day 1 is only 2-0s. Normally, it's 2-1s, it's competitive back and forth, but today's the day. Hopefully, this isn't a trajectory for the rest of the tour where we have quite a split, because often in Division 2, we really do have like one team up top and then like such a fat middle pack. And I'm really hoping that we kind of keep that trend of it, or even if anything, just drag that number 1 team into the rat race, because I don't want to see 2-0s. I want to see this like fight to the bitter end. And I'm going to say this a lot. I'm going to warn you, Nomad, but this isn't about Division 2. This isn't about Division 1, whatever. This is about TI seeding on the line.
Yeah.
The big ticket tournament. You're in Tour 3 Division 2. You're not getting to no major. You're not getting anything from this. You're getting some qualification down the line. Like, this is all about TI and the placement. So this is the most important for any of these Div 2 players. Like Ivy players, they played 3 tours now for this. So yeah, I really hope that TI qualification is key on the minds for these lads.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. I mean, these guys, they've got everything to play for right now. This really is the last chance for them. So it's time to get it into gear, start looking at that TI and that journey there. It's going to be a long journey. So it's time to get it in gear, figure yourselves out as quickly as possible, figure this patch out as quickly as possible, get a good scoring here, and then hopefully bring it home and then get yourselves in the running for TI. That is what all these teams are looking at, I would say. And, looking across the teams as well, Alliance, Nigma, Old G, every single one of those teams, you're hoping are going to be at TI. Of course, they can't all be there, but then you've got these young kind of go-getters as well. Monaspa, they were so close to doing magical things in the past, but they've been just unable to clutch it out and get that top spot in the past. Ancient Tribe has been really close to qualifying in the past as well for Division 1. So there's so much potential here, and it's really going to be great to watch. So let's take a look at the next day of play, because we've got plenty more action coming up here. This is going to be on June 9th, so Friday, where we're going to have Ancient Tribe fighting it up against Nigma as an opening matchup. Already a huge match to start things off. Manaspa versus Old G is our second matchup there. What do you think about that one?
I mean, this is such a beautiful day, because like you have Ancient Tribe, who are always all the guys that can take games off teams, going up against Nigma, which will of course be a fan favorite. 2 crazy additions, like Yuma is an insane carry, so that's going to be a banger series. Manaspa, OG, both teams winning their first series straight off the bat, 2-0. Manaspa is the volatile team, OG is like the comeback style team, and both their player styles kind of mirror each other. Manaspa or Spartan has mentioned that he wants to replicate OG's playstyle. The issue is he's stuck in 2018, not in 2023. It's why they aren't able to find major success. So that is going to be just a very close series. And then, of course, Alliance and ITB both losing. So the loser of that series, 0-2, history doesn't bode well for the O2 team in Div 2. So that's going to be the emotional series for the team that loses. Like 2 days into your Tour 3 Div 2 run and you're already looking at a couple L's. That's going to be a hard one to bounce back from. So that day is so good, actually.
Yeah, we're going to find out so much already just in the second day of play, but, that's it with these 3-day play games, 3-game play days. That's what happens,
Play dates.
Play dates, yeah. Join us for the next play date on June 9th. We will see then for plenty more action here at the Western EU DPC Division 2. It's going to be great. I can't wait for this season. I'm just really excited to get into it, cast some good Dota, watch some teams play, and see who does well, because it is so close. Any team could take it. Join us next time as we will be finding out who's going to be getting the early advantage here. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you later.
Guys, have the patience. I put the DD. The person go. Killing that case. The wasted curse. Oh shit, I got through. I'm roaring TB. They have no damage. We kill TB.
Yeah.
Damage on TB, guys. Need TB.
He's dead.
Nice. Killing the case. Nice. Cancel TP. Anyone?
He dies.
Please.
100, yes.